But maybe if no one sees an opportunity, like if he's just going to get his bottle filled up, maybe he will clear one or two. Either one of them is probably fine. Bottom DM is starting to cut the creep wave, since there's no way for them to really stop him. 1K lead at the moment for the side of P-Vision, just off of these lanes. Power Rune, 10 seconds. Both supports looking to rotate on the side of P-Vision. And it does look Satanic. Satanic's just going to go work on the stacks now.
Yeah, it's just a bit too much, as you said, with the supports coming in for XM to have a chance of looking towards that.
XM.
The amplified damage rune will go the way of no one.
And Ducalis is starting to get some good damage onto him.
Quite a bit there.
DM is here.
And XM could still be in trouble with the orb board he uses. He's able to jump down to the low ground with the waning rift. Another set of the axes, though. Oh. It's close. But XM will survive.
Oh, holy, 10 HP. Almost gets brought down there from the amp damage coming in from the beast. Waning rift, perfectly placed from him as well. A lot of attention on these lanes from the side of P-Vision.
That's off. Satanic. Top of the net worth. Getting the most out of this laning stage. All three cores in a fantastic spot on P-Vision.
XXS Dominator's about to be finished, so that pressure in the top lane is going to start to ramp up a little more here. But Satanic, he can just clear out the wave very quickly, go to the jungle, get that effective farm. And no one, he actually stole some of the stack as we saw there. So with the axes, he was able to prevent them from clearing their own stacks. And Ducalis.
XM has to go immediately for the TP out, whereas Ducalis would have been able to body block his escape there with the summons.
Yeah, it's a nice move. I mean, XXS goes back to his creeps, and he's like, hey, there's no stack here anymore. And GQ, you lied to me. As it was taken away from the Beastmaster. 2K lead, just off of lanes. So yeah, the positioning of the lanes has been very smart with them having the Chen bottom so far.
And look at this movement. We're going to get P-Vision coming in with a pretty early play down towards the bottom. The two of them heading over to try and see if they can catch Arme.
Right, this is really cool. With Satanic coming in.
Arme has got the 21 charges. We'll be able to pop them. Has a Mango as well. We'll see if that's enough though to save him though, because Satanic's in on top of him. Arme trying to run away, but now he's out of options. No more mana to play with. They kill off the two of them and can get the pressure onto the tower.
Oh, and the timing. Look at XXS. He was 7 XP from hitting 6 for Stampede. If he had it, maybe they could have bailed and gotten out of there, but a perfect move from P-Vision to take advantage of no Stampede.
They're playing fast here, P-Vision.
Really
they're trying to get back to sort of the level that they were performing at in terms of speed in game 1.
They truly are looking to set that tempo this game, and it is a very, very strong tempo draft that they do have. All heroes very good at taking objectives early on, good at taking the Roche.
I mean, this is the thing, right? They're good at taking objectives, and they're also good at defending objectives, right? If you're extreme and you're now sort of saying, well, we want to try and push back, get some tier 1s in our favor, suddenly this Bristle's turning up, or the Beast, or the Hope Wing spamming out the waves. It's not easy this game for Extreme to get anywhere close to the tempo that they were playing in game 2.
No, absolutely not. They do have a lot more team fight, I would say, this time around on the side of Extreme than we saw from either side last game, but if you fall behind too far in the lane, sometimes team fight can be problematic.
This indeed is quite an early gold lead, coming to the 3 to 4K, just 9 minutes in. They're getting a lot out of the map here, P-Vision.
We get the stack counter, it's going to have to come up pretty soon. They've got, I believe, over 10 stacks.
I mean, yeah, 9 Class has done so much here. Yeah. They're playing something a bit different than what he normally does, but showing that he can get some easy stacks going here for the team.
Mid lane, XM hangs on to the haste rune. That was a roar used. Yeah, the efficiency game from P-Vision with these lanes looking hot so far.
XXS. I mean, what sort of direction do you think he wants to be going this game with this build? He's got 1,200 gold saved up. Is he considering rushing the auras again, or does he want to get the blink early this time?
And there are those stacks, so 8 to 2 right now. I'm thinking he might still do the Crimson if they do see people just start barreling down and running down the lanes, but he queues up the Lotus for now. So
okay.
Wanting to reflect the roar.
Okay.
Interesting one.
They're getting a little earlier than we normally see.
Top.
They're going to go in with the Dream Coil. I mean, should be a pretty dead 9 Class here. As I'll get the Bushwhack off, but won't be able to survive. This X-Nova turns up, secures the kill.
Trap will slow down the push though, taking out some of the creeps. They will put down the sentry to stop that deep push.
Next, I'm trying to deal with the mid. Having complete mana pool being drained here by the pressure of Ducalis.
Yeah, he's actually being very annoying on this Chen so far.
Yeah, he's drained a lot of mana this game.
He sure has. Rame is going to be back to the jungle. Slow the pace down for him. P-Vision, they're looking to defend their towers. They want to play this early game. A lot of heroes top though for XG. Stampede's at the ready. They have Golem if he does pop the Grimoire. Kiss is still not at the ready, though.
Yeah, Satanic feeling confident.
Without Kiss is pretty unlikely that they can bring him down just yet. So, bridging Q, a bit under-leveled this time around.
Mate, on the bottom side of things, we'll still have to do a bit of catching up. You know, wow, 2K coming up between the carries right now, just 11 minutes in, quite the difference. So they're going to need a fair bit of time, XG, to regain a hold on this game.
Yeah, Ame's looking for some late game, some pretty late game on this Dusa in particular. Even going for the Dormant Curio, as we saw there with the Mystical. Worked on. And he does buy the plate mail. So XXS has shown the build that he wants to go for this time around.
I imagine we'll see sort of similar things coming out from the supports. Just everything they can buy to just sort of throw down onto the Medusa and keep Ame alive in the fights and in the defenses that are going to likely have to come together quite early this game if P-Vision keep up this sort of tempo.
There definitely is a lot of value to these Solar Crests and Lotuses being thrown onto this Medusa in particular, just to protect this massive physical that can come out here. Trying to whittle down this mid tower, but Ducalis is just sticking around, clearing the creep wave as well, putting himself in a very safe position to not get ganked too.
Yeah, pretty much impossible to get to him. I mean, kind of for the whole lineup as well. Like, it's hard to sort of see a way that Extreme can catch out Satanic top, right? Like, how do you get the catch on this TA? How do you slow Satanic down?
It's only if he's out of position and you have Kisses, right? And you have them somehow sandwich on him. But Kisses have now been obtained. Level 6 is there for the Snapfire, but the way Satanic's playing, he's not really showing on the lane, right? Clears the wave super fast, backs up, goes to jungle. He is getting enabled pretty fast here. The Deso's gonna come out probably 3-14 minutes.
Absolutely, thanks to these stack-ups, the stacks coming out for 9 class.
Yeah.
Satanic getting so much here.
Looks like XG wants to take this tower. They want to try to slow down how much the Templar Assassin is getting, but it's already almost 13 minutes in and they haven't taken out this tower. That's a pretty big deal.
Much slower in this game 3 as opposed to the game 2.
And instantly, Ducalis, when he sees an opportunity, starts pushing mid as the Chen as well. Rotations are coming in, but he's getting some damage here.
They're going to lead in on him with the Golem. All right. They want Ducalis gone. And they should get him here. It's XM able to push at least the Chen off their side of the map. I mean, it's in a game where it's kind of as slow as this, there's no hesitation dropping these ultimates, even for the supports.
Yep, and then you can use your Golem to just cut waves or go contest some of these potential stacks too. So looks like they will go mid. We'll play their secondary tower here.
And will at least sort of relieve some of the potential pressure that P-Vision might have looked to continue onto that mid-tier 1 tower. So being able to take out P-Visions, and that will ensure that they're able to hold their own for quite a bit longer around the mid.
P-Vision is going to hit a pretty scary triple timing, it looks like. The pipe for the Bristle is going to be done, and the Beastmaster's Ags is going to be done, and the Deso for the TA is going to be done. So see how XG wants to deal with those 3 core timings, since they're not going to want to have their Dusa get involved too early. The Puck is pretty behind as well, and the Centaur's gone for more about the buff-up Dusa build. So perhaps they are just going to look to play a bit more of that farm sit back, but that is going to open up P-Vision to get this effect.
Oh, for sure, right. Once those timings are done, they're going to group up and go straight for the Roshan,
Yeah.
you'd imagine.
Yeah, Roche, and then it's going to be a very early one too, potentially, before that Tormentor by a significant margin. Yeah, Beast Axe is going to be done there. You see XXS, he's using his creep to be a little annoying there, to block some camps, to prevent some of that farm from Satanic, but there's that Deso. It's done.
Excellent timings again, as we were seeing in that Game 1 performance from Satanic on the carry.
The Lotus Orb is done. They might actually bring Ame into these fights. If they throw everything onto him and he shows up with Manta, it might be necessary to have him there if they want to look to contest, but I don't even going to be able to get there in time, because look, the Roche is already getting started.
Yep, straight into the pit here.
It's going to die very fast here. The rally, the Aghanims is now delivered for the Beastmaster.
I mean, they don't even need Satanic to be around with the Deso.
Nope.
They're doing it without him.
This does not seem like they are aware. Mid lane, they use the coil for 9 class, but he's actually going to get away.
He's away. And that's Roshan gone.
Okay, no one uses the roar. It would perhaps just because he was going to start shifting positioning there. I'm not sure, but either way, 60 seconds, they get an Aegis.
Getting everything that they'd hoped for so far in this early game, P-Vision. It all seems like it's going to plan for them.
And Kisses were used, coil was used too, so they can get the push going. XG has to be careful.
could start falling into sort of a similar position as that XG were in the game one of this series, which proved to be a very tough one for them.
I mean,
Just a question this time round. I mean, I guess overall, trusting in a Medusa in this day and age definitely feels a lot more secure than trusting in a PL, right? Arme
100%.
definitely has more of a chance this time round to be able to carry this one.
If he can get to the butterfly timing, similar, I mean, not similar to the TB, but in a kind of similar fashion in terms of how much physical damage he's playing against, how effective it can be, but P-Vision just playing a bit too fast, a bit too clean so far here. 5K lead, TA at the absolute top, and his other cores, they're looking really good. This lineup definitely has a ton of synergy as we're seeing on the side of P-Vision.
And with the Blink Dagger online as well for Satanic, it's already been impossible for them to find an opportunity to try and catch him out whilst he's been farming.
XM.
Should be able to jump out. 9 class. Not able to get the connection there. XM calls the bluff, continues, but
there's a
Satanic
Blink
will
to chase
him. See how much he wants to continue to try and run him down. 9 class is going to have to bushwhack back up in a second if he could close in. They'll hit the scan. They know whereabouts XM is. The corner he goes, but not going to have any lockdown in range. He's out.
There's a creep there. Extra money. Take that one. Ame leading up some creeps bottom, but she can't finish them off with Bucalis. XG. Blink is going to be the next choice for XXS. It's been a very passive style, passive itemization from them. Next, we'll have that to at least jump in and be that tanky bruiser for the team.
Yeah, but they need that. We saw how great of opportunities he was able to find in that last game too as the Centaur.
I think
beautiful Blink Hoof stomps coming out from in there, and they need it now more than ever here in this game 3 Extreme.
Absolutely, and he's got a lot of armor, right? But it does feel like there's an overwhelming amount of damage on P-Vision this time that I don't think XXS is going to be able to do what he did last time with absorbing all the hits. The meld, the deso, the bristle, it adds up quickly.
Gonna try and open up here on towards him, but Stampede is at the ready.
Wild Wing.
I do have a fair bit of control, not quite enough. They're going to continue to chase though as the Stampede comes to an end.
If you get a 4 hit onto him, it's starting to get a bit too far there.
It's gonna be fine. Just roll down, but at the same time they were able to force out the Stampede, so an ultimate for an ultimate.
Makes Satanic feel even safer. Doesn't have to worry about any Stampede to close the gap onto him while he's just farming it up. Shard purchased up for Satanic as well now, so XM has to be pretty careful in terms of those traps in the next upcoming fight, if it does happen, since we haven't had any fights really. 2-2, 18 minutes.
Even slower one this time in terms of kills, but the pressure that's building up from P-Vision, you can certainly feel it, so you'd imagine that Extreme, they're feeling it as well.
Yeah, let's see if they look to do similar about contesting that Roche in a way as that last time, since they do already have the wards set up top. About a minute and a half until that Tormentor does come up.
Looking set to sort of be able to line up this next round of timings, both No One and Satanic going for the BKBs next. We're going to see Extreme try to catch them by surprise. They're coming out with the smoke, seeing if they can kind of catch them separate from one another. No One is down on the bottom lane, but still has a minute left on the Aegis. He does have Ducalis by his side.
XM looking for the angle.
They're cutting out the summons first.
There's some money. He'll buy Blink as well, so double Blink now on the Puck and the Centaur to be able to jump toward the back line. Oh, the economy game. It just continue that growing.
It's making so much more.
Yeah.
I mean, Satanic now with 3K gold ahead of that of Arme's Medusa. And this TA is getting out of control.
All 3 cores are just hitting creeps in a very good fashion. And now Beastmaster, they can look to play around No One. He still has his Aegis. 30 seconds till that Tormentor. Next G, even though the Deuce is farming, the other 2 cores are falling behind.
It really feels like one of those games where they're going to have to go all in on keeping Arme alive, just hoping that on the Medusa he'll have a chance to scale forward to the later stages of the game and turn this one around for Extreme.
How many Lotuses are they're picking up? Not Lotus Orbs, the great healing Lotuses. This is something definitely always to point out when you're playing with a Medusa on your draft. I see Jinkyu has 1 great healing Lotus. So I'll have to see if that makes a difference in the fight, as the Tormentor just dies in an instant.
They can take any of these objectives so quickly with this sort of lineup.
Mid, XM.
Gonna get the catch on him. We'll get the Essence ring off and a jump to the low ground with the Waning Rift and with the Shield Rune as well. He'll be fine this time, but it's close.
I know, they're just getting more and more ahead though. P-Vision hitting all these timings. As you said, the BKB is starting to roll in a full S and Y for DM. When is the timing going to feel for XG that they want to actually group up? Is it going to be around Ame's butterfly?
I think it has to be.
It probably has to be. Otherwise, it feels like they're just losing too much control of the map. No one?
I mean, they're definitely just going to be looking to Ame, and it's going to be on him when the call's made to try and fight.
And is it going to work out versus all these auras? This is the thing that the Chen can always bring in. Dukalis did get the shard before too, so we're going to see an Ancient Granite Golem. He's got the Wild Wing Ripper for that plus armor as well too. Their group up is terrifying on people.
It's strong, and you're certainly seeing it in effect here now, starting to approach the tier 2 on the bottom. We will see the smoke come through here from XM and Xingqiu as they make their way over.
The question is really going to be from XG is are they going to have damage when they show up to the fight versus all these auras and all these items that P-Vision has been able to rack up.
Let's have a look. They're ready and set up. Ame prepared and ready to join them.
Stops the blink.
Falling.
Ooh. No one. The Axes actually flip XXS as it looked like he was going to attempt for a blink stun there.
They'll smoke up themselves. P-Vision are not afraid of taking this fight. Extreme end up walking into them. Because they don't have Satanic with them. As it is, XG just don't get the chance to jump. They will be able to push them back and hold on to that bottom area for a little longer, but they don't get a catch.
I mean, look at the Dominator creep from XXS, preventing that tier 2 from being pushed. He's racked up what? Is that 3 creep waves? I believe it is, so delaying the push.
Doing everything they can to try and expand the amount of space that Ame has to farm safely in.
Do they look to push with this triple creep wave? I mean, it's a pretty big wave. Sure, they have ways to clear it out, but could look to pressure here. How long on Roche? About 30 seconds until we find out. P-Vision looking to set up around bottom. So many auras.
I mean, it could end up being a bit of a double-edged sword, right, for XG in the sense that they got this big triple creep wave coming in. Ame's going to want to be there to farm it.
They might
but maybe that's just sort of a setup for P-Vision to push in, as you say, with the creep wave and catch Ame out. So Ame, as tempting as this creep wave looks, he's got to be careful.
They actually have vision of him, so it looks like they're going to strike elsewhere, perhaps.
Okay.
Yeah, in the mid.
They're going to go for it. Lotus was there in time. Cookie to get him back a little bit safely under the tier 2 tower. XXS will be fine.
Ame.
Except, get the Dream calling on and no one, but the BKB's there. This is coming out, but P-Vision able to back off.
Instant disengage after they force TPs, and that's Coil plus Kisses. Roche is up. BKB was forced there from no one. But they bring this Roche down very quick if Satanic is there. Satanic, he is looking for the answer for that butterfly that he did see picked up, of course, from Ame. The MKB is going to come very quick as well.
It really is. It's going to pretty much come guaranteed before Ame is even able to get that next time on top of the butterfly he's trying to find.
Look at the last hits this game. 413 on Satanic, 331 on Ame. I mean, I know it's 2-2, but approaching almost 20 CS a minute. That is absolutely insane.
Bottom. P-Vision ready to get back on with the push. XG, they were able to slow them down earlier, but this time round they're going to have to let the tier 2 likely fall.
And Roshan is up. So XXS, he's going to try to hold on to it as long as possible. No one's got last touch.
Satanic, he's in. And straight away, XXS just has to pop Stampede immediately. He's terrified.
That is extremely early to pop there. And now no Stampede, no kisses, and the Roche is up. Can XG look to contest this Roshan that they're just going to walk right into? Doesn't feel like it.
And they've hit with the scan, but as you said, there's no Stampede. It's a risky move to make, but
There's XM.
let's see if they can try and do something.
Oop, XM jumps up because the smoke broke, but it was actually 9 class who scouted him in the tree line.
Roshan's falling pretty quickly. Dukalis scouting things out here with the creep.
Roche is going to start shifting in 15 seconds.
XG, how much time do they want to spend sort of hovering around this area, trying to have some sort of say on the Roshan?
Really don't want to just give it for free. Their ultimates are coming back up. This is in 5.
Yeah, and Satanic is just going to be able to clear these camps. That will be the MKB money done. Ready for the next fight. So even though XG is trying to look for a way to get Ame to turn up, if Satanic gets his hands on him, Medusa's not going to stand a lot of chance of carrying the team fight.
He's also got the 20 talent too, so the extra damage that's going to come in from him, he's going to hit so hard if he's able to actually focus fire.
Ame.
XXS tries for the jump. No one. not going to get caught.
Should start to feel a little safer in terms of how he positions himself. The Stampede's going to be back up in about 10 seconds.
All right, how's the cart looking? It's getting closer.
It is about 600 gold away for XXS.
Shannon watching somewhere, very excited.
We have around the pit.
Word is placed down. Class will get the scouting information.
Division still very much respecting the presence of Extreme. Not going straight into the pit themselves.
But they are forcing XG to stay in the area, and no one is farming.
Easy dodge there.
No one is just chilling bottom side, getting that extra farm, while all of XG has to stay in this area to watch the Roche. And damage also on Satanic this next bit of time, so if they do see an opportunity, they can still go for that Roche very quickly here. No one is forcing the bottom side in.
Starting to split back up, so they can at least have Arme getting a bit of farm on that top side.
What's the choice going to be? Ooh, Vision looking to make a move that they're just going to push.
I mean, with the position the Satanic's in, they absolutely can. He doesn't need an Aegis to start hitting these tier 3s and seeing what happens.
It's a catapult wave as well, too, so an effective push.
Look at the Dream Coin. Nothing more to follow immediately. The Who Stomp is there. But getting through the refraction is not happening. Satanic just staying at full HP.
They didn't even have to pop anything there. Now potentially could back up and just look for that Roche. With those ults being used, could be an option if they want to. Satanic still having the BKB at the ready. Immediately, no one. He goes in. They do see it though. So they do have a ward right outside the pit. So they see that he starts it.
XG. Right behind them, though. They don't want to let this happen.
Bottom, someone has to stay down there. If they don't
That's
leave
true.
someone,
Satanic could start getting kind of cheeky down it.
and he's got the frenzy creep too, so the attack speed bonus is going to be there to keep that push
Let's see
going.
how much he can get away with.
Oh, they're getting split up, Owen.
They got to make a call. They got to do something.
What's the choice? Do you go for the Roche? Do you go for your buildings?
Arme's in position to try and hold on the bottom, and he's very close to the Skadi, but when this sort of split-up's happening, P-Vision can get back into the Roche pit.
And there's no roar for 20 seconds. It's gonna die fast, Owen.
Maybe they could try for a steal. XXS in with a stomp, but it's a little early to make a steal happen.
Yep. And Ame is not here.
Satanic, he's now returned to the side of P-Vision, so
Roar up in 3 seconds.
can they time this? Axam, he jumps in. Look at the Stampede as well. There's the jump of the Who's to make XXS. He's going to try and get the pick up, but the Roche we killed him. Who's able to grab the agent?
Nobody
They're all
is.
stunned. They just steal it. And they killed off the two of them. What a timing there. Coming in with the stone gaze, putting a stop to it all, and they clean up the chair. Wow. All right, Extreme.
XXS
Okay.
gets the connection. The roar came up in time. It hits everybody on the side of P-Vision. They have the information. XG, they're here to play.
Quite a bit of action coming out of nowhere there. And now with the Aegis in their hands, not something that P-Vision is going to be able to rely on. It gives an opening for them to start the push back their own way. We'll see this jump again.
I mean, no one could pick it up. XXS was just right on top of it. They couldn't click it.
Yeah, and Arme just able to step up with the stone gaze. No one getting frozen by it, and no position really for Satanic to be able to turn and fight with Arme in there with the ultimate.
That was picture perfect from XG.
They needed that. They needed that big time. That Roshan, that Aegis slips away.
And they make the right call, right? Those little split up things that they were doing, having Ame bottom, they come at the exact moment.
And any sort of time they can buy to try and get Arme online, and we were seeing just with that move alone, with Dota Plus starting to favor that of XG.
Medusa's starting to get there.
They know the potential of the Medusa, especially now when he's back up to the top level with that as Satanic's farm.
Yep.
A massive move there from XG that absolutely keeps them in the game.
And now we're going to see that matchup in particular, right? This Medusa versus the minus armor draft. How tanky she truly can be. This now that she's been able to get this farm. Having the Scotty, having the Daedalus next. P-Vision. Plan has been broken a bit here. What's going to be the adaptation they go for?
Let's see what XG do now with this chance to potentially gain the advantage themselves.
Let's see if P-Vision gets caught in that type of scenario with the fight again too, because Satanic literally got 0 attacks off because of that Stone Gaze connecting onto him.
He just could not turn and fight back.
5-2, but tense moments.
XG. Remember the smoke, scouts are hit as well. They know that somebody's up here.
XXS. This Aegis with this card, they can play pretty aggressively because he's got this potential save always for any of his cores. Even XM if he gets caught in a silence. Push again, P-Vision, they're still gonna keep pressuring this bottom side with the catapult. Almay will have to respond.
The Hurricane Pike done now on Satanic, so a chance to slide out, reset, still get the hits in and around that one. XXS trying to make them move on to DM. DM, of course, very, very tanky.
He did just pick up a heart, so very unlikely they can actually chase this Bristle back there. Looks at P-Vision not really overreacting to all these plays that have happened so far. Still splitting up, getting that farm going. Beastmaster, a full refresher finished up. Still feeling confident. Maybe waiting until that Aegis goes down and looking for their own player. Maybe they're just going to look to play around objectives every single time. Look to play, go for the next Roche themselves once it does get taken away.
Still very much knowing that kind of across the board, the farm does favor them on their 3 cores. For XG, it's very top heavy, resting on the shoulders of Arme on the Medusa.
He does not have that Aegis, of course, too. So if they full focus fire the Medusa, they could potentially kill if they have XXS controlled in a way, so he can't card.
They're going to have a haste rune ready for no one for the next move, and of course with that freshly picked up refresher, chance to find that solid initiation with the double roar.
Going for his own Lincolns too, so he doesn't roar himself potentially.
DM just continue to grab this mid wave, making sure that with these last moments of the Aegis on XG, they can't really push on for tier 2s.
No. Too hard to push out also versus TA. TA just puts traps in every lane, just to pop the trap and continue to slow down the push too. So even when the game slows down, you still see that economy game go up for them. Even though they did lose that Roshan area, they go back up to this 12k lead after just a couple moments.
On the bottom lane here. Last 30 seconds of XXS's Aegis, ready to see if they can make some sort of jump. Not gonna happen. Satanic quick with the blink.
20 seconds left on it.
Can they try and push this tier 1 tower, or is that still a little too risky, do you think, for them?
It can be dangerous. Vision can definitely still look for these fights.
I mean, Arme feels strong. Does have a lot of damage to dish out with that Daedalus stun.
Oh, clever move there from no one. He was gonna go through the portal and he was a bit afraid, and for good reason. XXS was there ready with the Centaur Conqueror. Sends the board through scouts. Now they're gonna TP. P-Vision is looking for the fight now. Civ Extreme is able to work that magic they did before. Positioned on the high ground. A Daedalus. Set on Ame.
Now ready to start hunting for them. XM ready to join. I mean, they could be in a good spot to try and just sort of attack from the backside here and get this wrap around.
They don't have a smoke of their own, so it's gonna be revealed immediately when they kill the trap.
Xnova will pick up one now, but it has to make its way out to him, so.
And the push.
It's gonna come in.
DM's gonna hit the tower.
Yeah, they gotta get back in now.
Flip is forced.
XXS does get the jump, but again, this Bristle feels pretty unkillable at this moment in time.
Not the target they want.
P-Vision just continuing to do a very good job of keeping these lanes in a position that means that for Extreme to sort of get out and get aggressive with the Medusa, it's rather difficult. The best they can do is sort of respond, as we saw them do to that Roshan attempt from P-Vision.
That's probably
that to get Arme in position to fight.
I mean, that feels like what this game is just going to be, right? It's going to be about the Roshan contests. Who's going to be able to get these Aegis at this point? P-Vision, every time the game slows down, their net worth just continues to skyrocket on the 3 cores, so. Let's see how these next approaches come. As Ame, level 23 has been hit. Getting closer and closer toward 25. But same thing for Satanic to be said. 24, he's got the Swift Blink finished up. Damage also continues to grow. This has to be the lowest kill count game I think I've ever had in 35 minutes in.
It's a tense one. We'll call it that, but yeah, 5-2 and 35 minutes in. Pretty crazy.
It truly is. It is the most important game for these teams at the moment.
The last chance for both of them to make it forward to the grand finals of the International. Nobody wants to be the first to make the mistake that could cost their team the game. So both teams ever so careful now in these moments.
Ame looks like he is going to go down Silver Edge route, so looking for an option to be able to actually kill DM, because until they have a Silver Edge, killing him just feels pretty impossible for now. DM has been posturing himself a bit far forward. No one, as you said, the Lincoln's soon to be finished to prevent Roaring himself in particular. They continue to grow it. Kalis also going for the Crimson Guard next to block out some of that Deuce's damage. 25 has been hit. Satanic fraction instances are there.
Ame very close to 25 himself. Just under a level behind.
XM will be able to snatch that shield rune. DM was about to pick it up.
Success holding on to the defense down bottom.
Roche, it's a very, very quick spawn, Owen.
Trying to clear out the way, but we're going to see Satanic make the jump over towards him. He's got the Ghost Scepter at the ready though, XXS. So at the moment, of course, no answer from P-Vision for that. They're very close to having Nullifier on DM, so shortly that won't be as much of a problem.
Reg almost left. Medusa's one with the kill the Bristle. XM scouts the Roche.
I definitely want to have a say about this. We saw last time for Extreme, it absolutely gave them a little bit of life in this game to get Ame to a position where he might just be able to carry them here on the Medusa. Can they contest the Roche successfully again, though?
And we have to keep eyes also this Roar of Retribution. It's something we always have to keep tab of in these fights, because it does make you take that extra damage too. As we did see really make a difference in that last fight. DM?
He's going to start it straight away. XM knows what's up. P-Vision, definitely after the last situation, are going to be much more careful about how they go about taking Roshan down.
But farming a lot, right? You see Satanic still continue to hit creeps bottom, top. No one was also just farming it up, so every moment that goes by, the gold does continue to go up for them. Let's hear the standoff.
Close to a big purchase as well for 9+. Nearly has the E-Blade, so obviously a chance to buff up the burst, but also potentially save those that are getting gone upon by the Medusa.
I mean, if the Manta gets used and he just E-Blades Medusa, that's a long time that she's not going to be able to attack, so it'd be a very, very good pickup if he is able to get her.
DM, he knows that he can very safely start working on the Roshan. Ame and XXS step forward, stay safely, then the break comes in, he didn't expect that!
He did not see it!
Oh my goodness, yeah, the Silver Edge reveal there from Ame, allowing them to just destroy this Bristle. He did not expect that one bit.
And Roar actually went off during it too, so now XG can potentially start this. DM is dead for 65 seconds. He uses gold.
Silver Edge purchase coming in geniusly there from Ame.
He truly did not expect it to come right there. Immediately gets deleted. Satanic now bottom.
Try and put a bit of split push pressure on. Look at the tower. Ame's able to push back the wave though.
He's trying to buy time for his Bristle to respawn and for that Roche contest. 25 is hit. Plus 40 int. A lot tankier now.
Back around the Roshan.
And the next few pickups too for Ame are going to be scary, right? And once he gets the Aghanims with this build, Daedalus plus Scotty, he is going to be hitting very hard on everybody.
They can step into the pit themselves now. XM's got his eyes on him. XXS. There's another pickup here around the pit. Definitely setting up now for the opportunity to step in and go for this. 9+ will buy back, and they'll have DM back in 10 seconds. Ame's going to take this down pretty quickly, though. He's got a lot of damage on the Medusa. P-Vision, if they want to interrupt, they've got to try and do it soon.
There's the Roar. But Wink does tap it.
Can they time it? Already know. XM, he's on the back line. He's up on the high ground, and he's making sure that there's no chance of interruption. He gets it with the Dream Coil and makes sure they do not have any option of interrupting. So it's an easy secure there for Roshan for XG. Ame now with the Aegis.
Refresher Shardu, now 2 for the Centaur. He has double ways to protect his core. Double Stampede, double Workhorse. If he wants to keep it, that is. They could even give it to Ame or to the Puck. All are very good options. This truly is building up to be the hyper carries versus the hyper carries, but this Dusa is getting very scary, Owen.
Absolutely. You can only imagine that from XG's side of things, they are going to feel that this game, it's getting to the point where Ame is absolutely going to have what it takes to carry them through to the grand finals.
Even if they are, quote-unquote, getting out-farmed by these multiple cores, the Dusa can stand her own versus this for sure. DM has to be very careful now at this point too. He can just die in an instant in one stun. Can't just get brought down because of that Silver Edge.
Where Arme's going to go next in the build. Looks to go over the Swift Blink, wants that extra bit of mobility and positioning to get stuck in right in the midst of the team fight, knowing that he has so many ways that he can be bailed out even if the initiation goes wrong. See the jump straight away in, there they go, they look towards him, but the roar comes out, and now the damage will take down, he comes in and he focuses towards XXS, takes him down. Arme moves forward over towards DM, able to turn his back and run this time, the break comes in, the almost down, gives him a chance to continue to escape. They have the pushback locked down on towards Arme, starting to pull low on the mana, cooking forward aggressively, Arme trying to push up forward against the two of them, trying to chase down no one, but the mana's gone. Arme
He's
so
isolated.
low, he still of course has the Aegis, can Satanic finish him off the once he can. That's the Aegis gone. Brown too low, except makes the jump in on the Satanic with a dream car. BKB there straight away. Satanic retreats.
They're fighting him. They're trying to control Arme here.
Can they get back in on this? The pushbacks there. Satanic bringing in the damage. Is it enough to take down Arme? No, he's still got half mana to play with. Not quite enough physical to burst through the Medusa.
He's almost alone now. It's just him and XM versus 5.
XM in with the jump, finds the chance to close in on towards 9 class on the back line. Satanic still trying to push up, but the damage from XM enough to bring down 9 class.
Arme.
Looking to Arme wants the Manta, trying to chase this TA out of the edge of the fight. Arme looks now towards DM. He's now out of mana completely though, Arme. He's trying to stand his ground, but no one's backing on top of him. XM looking to Satanic. XM is going to do it. Gets the double, brings Satanic down. They've lost Arme, but XM survives, kills Satanic off. And can he get out? He's away with the phase shift and the blink, the orbs up. They're TPing over, trying to look for him. The Stampede's back there. The axes won't clip him. XM, he'll get out alive.
What an absolutely crazy fight. I mean, splitting things up. They take out XXS at the start of things, so there's no part to protect Arme, and they isolate him. But at the end of it all, XM actually finishes off Satanic. What a crazy fight. Was that 3 roars I think I saw from the Beastmaster in one fight? Must have been, as no one finds the backline. There. My goodness, this game showing to be absolutely anybody still.
And just showing sort of how particular P-Vision have to be with kind of the focus in these fights, right?
Yeah.
Like, are they calling to go all in on the Medusa, or do they have to now spend more resources on being like, hey, our TA on the backlines is getting destroyed by this puck. We've got to somehow get XM off Satanic.
They still have, I think their approach of killing XXS at the start of things, though, looks the best, right? Prevent him from getting Stampede or Workhorse and then try to isolate things, but it is not an easy approach by any means. Not from either team, as you see there. And amp damage, though, that could make things quite a bit easier. This does spawn top.
Ready for the next fight, XM now hitting the 25.
And
as the Aghanims.
And an amp damage, and they give him the Refresher Shard. That could be absolutely massive.
Yet to die this game here, XM.
Not been tripped up by any of these little Templar Assassin Shard traps just yet. He might turn into the real carry as well, too.
He's doing so much in that last team fight, especially when you consider just relatively the position he was in terms of farm compared to like all 3 of the cores of P-Vision. Now, he was a fair few thousand behind, but still just doing so much with the resources that he has on the puck.
At this level 25 might change the game. Might just make it very much harder for P-Vision to actually approach Joe, because now Arme, he literally just charged in. If there's a coil, he gets in front of them with Stone Gaze. They might just die because of this, because they won't be able to break out without getting stunned.
For sure, and they can maybe sort of try and turn and stand their ground and try and kill Arme. But even though they did in that last fight, you saw just how long it did take to bring the Medusa down.
And look at this, a Yule's now picked up for no one. So looking for any ways of maybe just delaying and prolonging these fights. A Wind Waker, perhaps.
You can pick that up.
It's going to be some crazy. These team fights could last over a minute. We could see potentially 3 roars, 4 roars.
I mean, we've got to be careful with the buybacks, right?
Yeah.
Give them a little shot on the goal, especially with the purchase, so Arme very much going all in, gets the disperse completed.
This next fight is going to be crazy.
If XM gets a good Dream Coil,
and he's going to get one.
He's going to find the big one as well as Satanic. They're straight it on towards him. They try to save it, they can't. Satanic's gone. XD ready to push up on the second coil. Catching on the both of the DM. After Carl is gone. The Carl is falls. They get the break in on towards the end. He tries to run. No one commits him with the beacon with the refresher. Satanic buys back. Arme pushing him with the Stone Gauge. Satanic watching for the side. Considering if he can get an XXS makes another jump. But Satanic turns. Brings the Centaur down.
A bit too deep.
They want more with this buyback with Satanic. They look towards Arme. position. They're kiting out the Dusa for now. XM continue to try to push away the attention, take it away from Arme. He's going to be gone. The triple up here as he attempts to jump out. So Satanic, the buyback pays off. Buybacks are going to continue. XXS, he wants to get back in on the action. And now XM, he wants a part of it as well. They're going to break in again onto DM. Scalablock, little shredder. They're trying to close it. Can they finish off the Bristle? DM able to get through the trees. Cookie down, Buyback close the gap, get another touch in on towards him. He's beat up with the disperser. Stampede as well. They're chasing down DM. Scalablock hits Arme in on top of the Bristle. Nowhere for DM to run. And they take the Bristle down.
Multiple buybacks from both sides. Trying to kite the Deuce as best as possible, trying to go for these backline heroes on Vision, but it's hard to ignore Ame. He's got too many tools to catch up to them there with the Stampede, with the Disperser, but XM can buy back. He did. Is a big one too.
Him and XXS coming in with the buyback. We'll see how much they want to try and force it, because obviously if they can take Satanic out,
It could just be
it could be game over. Whereas for them, if say they do die, they don't have the buybacks available. As long as Arme's still in the game, ready to hold, there's a chance that XG could hold without the full 5-man. So a slight window opportunity here for XG if they want to try and play on the aggressive.
Absolutely. We see there, Ame, he now has gold for the buyback. We're seeing the switch and build here from Satanic. He's going for a butterfly, so looking for a tool to be able to fight back versus this Dusa. But this 25 coil, you see the power of it.
XM.
You just get a catch onto the main core, and there's not a whole lot of counterplay versus it.
Especially if we can get this nullifier as well. If he's able to jump in, get the coil off, throw the nullifier down on a key target, that should be the setup required for Arme to follow up, bring in the damage, and get these sort of kills.
Because the only way that they can actually save versus that Ags coil is the Wind Waker from no one at the moment. So if they do get that nullifier on top of it, it could just be game if they do bring down that TA.
Buyback situation, as we say, has to be watched here in this next play.
Watch no one in particular. He might change the way he plays and approaches a bit here because of this Wind Waker to protect the TA versus that 25 coil.
He's going to be desperately trying to scramble together that last 1,000 gold or so. Does not want to be caught without the money for buyback.
Very true.
A BKB now for DM, so give him a bit of a better chance of being caught and found at the start.
This game is absolutely crazy.
I mean, here we go. They're going to go for the smoke P Vision. A potentially risky move, but again, at the same time, if they can get Satanic in position and they can kill both XM and XXS, that'll at least give them the opportunity to very likely secure the next Roshan and maybe even take away a set of rats. Maybe even more.
It has to be the way they approach, right? Is isolate the Dusa, kill the rest of the targets, and then go for Ame commits the goal.
He is going all in. No buyback on him, so now essentially all 3 cores of Extreme playing without buyback here with Arme spending up.
It is a extremely strong pickup.
Gonna go for the Raw. Shrek as well. Just a little bit of a tease to see what they get out of XG. Nothing too much to be forced.
I mean, this Aghanims is pretty ridiculous. Going to be able to hit all the targets.
And they're going to go for this XG straight away. With Arme going all in, they want to try and enable him in the fight and find the opportunity to bring down Satanic and take him out for good whilst his buyback's still on cooldown for 4 minutes.
Roshan up 2 seconds. Who's going to get the positioning for this one here? No one does have the buyback at the ready.
That's the nullifier done here for XM.
Okay. Now, yeah, as you said, now he can pretty much prevent that save that can come out from the Beastmaster and focus that target. Allow his Dusa to hit.
P-Vision, what's the call?
Roche is going to get started. Ame. The roar will come out.
Okay, P-Vision making their way over. Smoke up from themselves.
Incredibly
XG to hold the high ground.
Ame. That Outworld staff could come into play to protect DM a lot versus this break right now.
We're seeing it already a few times, given that extra little moment to survive throughout the break duration.
Yeah, split-second things could absolutely make the difference here. Either that or an E-Blade to protect DM if the nullifier is not on him.
P-Vision being persistent here with their attempts to try and catch XG by surprise.
What's the rune gonna be?
No one's got the high ground set up. They're gonna see Arme step forward. They'll get the pushback on him. BKB for 9. He's ready to look for them. He gets the roar straight away onto the center. They're trying to focus XXS so he cannot get the save off. DM trying to push him away from Arme. Refresher will pot to the Wind Waker away. No one trying to step out of the fight. Arme getting a few hits in with the Skadi, but the BKB's out for no one. He'll get out successfully.
Spell casting super fast from both sides. The E-Blade thrown on DM to protect him.
I mean, and we're seeing just, from no one, he's only got his sights set for the Centaur. He wants to make sure that every possibility, there is no chance that XXS can get in and get Arme in the cart.
And that was his Aeon Disc popped. So a very important one. XXS, it's 80 seconds that Aeon Disc won't be available for him if they do focus him.
P-Vision.
Standoff at the Roche again.
Satanic thinks about sort of pushing forward onto the Roche himself. Have a smoke from P-Vision there. They're eating through these smokes.
And Coil still on cooldown, 20 seconds also. Doesn't look like they'll be able to take advantage of that one as the buybacks are getting closer and closer.
They are just a couple more minutes until we'll start seeing them all come back online. Arme also very close to farming his backup, 1,400 to go. And Satanic, yeah, considering his next option.
The XG has to just stay in this area, though. I said XXS, 25 seconds. Aeon Disc is going to be back at the ready.
Both teams wanting the Roshan, but also not wanting to get caught without the buybacks.
It's all going to be about who can get the better initiation, who can get these catches on these cores, who can kite out these super strong carries. Arme,
he's in.
Start.
Stampede at the ready. They have the means to save him if he gets jumped. P-Vision knows, so very cautiously approaching the fight.
Taking out a fair bit of mana already. That's 1,200 gone. Double catapult wave on top with, I don't even know how many, 12 range creeps. So top tower, very likely to fall too. So tier 2 pressure. Someone's gonna have to deal with it. It's gonna be XM.
And no one able to farm up enough buyback to get the Aghanim's blessing and still have the buyback gold.
All right.
And Satanic's turn
starting it again.
Try and take a poke at the Roshan. Stampede's gonna be there. See off to the side, they're looking at DM, force out the BKB.
It's too hard,
DM.
Too hard for them to focus him. He BKBs and then he outworld staffs and we'll be okay. No BKB though, 85 seconds, but that is a Stampede used.
Roshan now down to close to half HP. No one, as you say, he's just sort of focused on getting pressure on elsewhere, maybe see if he can get a chance to kind of peel some of the attention away from Roshan, but Arme straight back in the pit once more.
Arme is 150 short of buyback. Satanic's buyback is back at the ready.
All right. Yeah, full lineup having the buyback now online for P-Vision. They've all got the gold.
20 seconds for the puck and the Centaur, but they are actually missing the gold.
And of course, with Roshan being in this position, it will be that much easier for P-Vision as a whole to bring in those buybacks and use those second lives if the fight goes down here.
Absolutely. Being on the dire side.
So P-Vision, they'll definitely want to try and push to take this Roche before it makes the move in a couple of minutes.
It's dropping low.
This is the favorable spot for them. XG.
You can feel that pressure.
This could be a very, very painful team fight for one of these two teams.
They dropped the banner for Vision.
After the jump of the outward star. It's there. So goes to the hoof stomp. Tim trying to get back in onto Arme.
I mean, that's pretty funny, right? They dropped the banner just for Vision. I don't believe that they have any words left. I haven't been able to check. Okay, they do still have one left on X-Nova, but...
XG will have to deal a little bit with the creeps. That top wave getting very close to the base, so...
Roche is going to start shifting, I mean, relatively soon, 40 seconds.
As we said, that will very much be in XG's favor if they can sort of wait this out.
Ame?
One. He's going to get bashed by the Roshan. Got the Wind Waker ready to get him safely out of the pit. But be careful when you come close to the Roche.
I think Ame got out of range of the sentry there, so he was invis, wasn't able to get that roar.
You get DM again. DM BKB back up on off cooldown.
How many greater healing lotuses as well do they have? I've been just checking. XG always seems to have at least 2 at the ready, so they will be feeding those to Ame.
So XG's chilling out a bit now. But they know that 55 minutes is coming up.
They're finishing that buyback, right, in particular. We're potentially going to have all 10 heroes with buybacks soon. XXS the only one short of it, 900 gold away.
And they knew that, you know, the chances of the Roshan dying in the 5 seconds before he moves were unlikely, so XG able to sort of wait out that Roche position and are now going to be able to play on in a spot where their buybacks now will be the stronger as they're going to be able to have that TP point close to the Roche.
P-Vision just continues to send creeps to the sides. They're trying to get that momentum pushing in so they can get an opportunity, but it's just not happening. XG just have the responses for it. Smoke up, XG, they're gonna start the Roche. The Roar comes out.
Satanic. Trying to get some sort of traps out of it. XX is in with the hoop. Kiss is coming in as well. Just trying to push back. Oh, DM is dying. The almost not comes down, but he's so low. The coil connects. Nullified throw down upon an XM. Jumps in, trying to finish off the jump. DM will survive, but the space is created for them to secure the Roche. Get the Aegis, the Refresher Shot, and the cheese all picked up on XG. He's so careful there, trying to approach in on this Medusa. You saw that how close DM got to just dying in seconds.
They are absolutely having the issues of how to kill the Dusa, how to maneuver around this Dusa.
It's gotten to that point.
Yep. It's been at that point for some time here now. 56 minutes. It looks like we are potentially going to make it to these 60 minutes with the way all things have been going down. How are these levels looking? Jinq 23. 22 on the Warlock, Chen 20, Hoodwink 21, so level advantage also for this side of XG for these supports. An AC, all right, cool. Jinq picking up probably the first AC you've ever seen on a Snapfire.
I'm seeing as well, yeah, there it is. He's queued up now on Satanic. He's holding onto a lot of money. Just added the rapier to the queue. It has to be considered. They have to have some sort of immense burst so that Satanic, when he does get in and finds the target, he's able to take them out straight away.
But they also have to deal with, they have to get the nullifier on the right target also too, because of the Ghost Scepters and the Aeon Discs, and then the work. The levels are difficult in this game for sure, especially to bring down this Dusa.
Because what do you imagine no one's next purchase is going to be?
I don't know.
Is he also getting sort of a nullifier himself somewhere in the build?
He might have to, but what does he really want to replace? Just move the boots somehow? I'm not sure. Definitely difficult.
How much do they want to try and push for with his 3 minutes of Aegis
XXS
on Arme?
Has also hit level 25 now, so extra hoot stomp durations at 3 seconds. 3 minutes.
Tier 2 full on the bottom lane, XG.
XM having the power of this Refresher Shard 2 at that level 25. Eyes on the coils. The double coils could be will let XG close this out.
Can they get Arme off the high ground? In fact, they're just going to get the jump straight in there with the coil. Onto the two of them. Hand of Second coil. The second coil destroys 9+. Refresher's popped in by Noah, but he has to use the Wind Waker to try and survive. BKBs are popped as they're just having to retreat on P-Vision. They cannot step up. The rain tracks are gone. XG, they'll force out the fortification.
Right, what a coil. Catches two and then catches the third.
It's just so much damage. As 9+ just gets deleted in that combo there, laid down by XM.
He's going through backdoor.
They'll take out the full set here on the bottom lane, and still 2 minutes to go with as they can look for more. They'll swing back across towards the mid and the top lane to alleviate some of the pressure that DM was pushing in with against them. But XG, they could very much be set up to look for another set of barracks during this Aegis timer.
It feels like P-Vision have to use some type of different approach. I just don't know what it is in order to stop this, right? The potential of this puck close to Medusa and then the save from this Centaur always. The fight just feels so difficult for them to approach.
And the scaling from XG has been perfect this game, coming up to the 60-minute mark. And even though pretty much for the entirety of this game, right, P-Vision have had the net worth advantage, and earlier a pretty significant one, it just hasn't mattered. XG chose that perfect moment to go for that Roshan contest, and then ever since that, things have looked pretty in control from Extreme Gaming.
Absolutely. And they still have 70 seconds left on this Aegis. Arme gonna look for the go again. They don't have the Refresher on the puck at the moment.
With the Roar, but nothing to come with that one.
One coil is available.
There's the jump. XXS finds Satanic. They make the jump. The nullifiers there as well. They're going all in on towards the TX. So it drops the golem down as well. That's Satanic gone. No hesitation there. As soon as he sees the chance, he's in on top of him. They turn towards DM. DM broken and taken out.
This Dusa is just too strong.
They've got the buybacks. They're going to have to use them. But how do they stop this? The full set of Rex taken out in the mid.
Arme standing strong, going for the next. The buybacks have to come in.
XG, they'll back up for now.
just anyone who gets focused dies. They do not have the similar saving function on the side of P-Vision. They cannot protect the cores. They have to take a risk. They have to.
They cannot let XG sort of back up and farm up these tier 5 neutrals. Satanic in with the chase. Finds Shinkuba straight away with the glimmer. He's away. Satanic on his own doesn't have any way to deal with that. If G2 gets out, they'll get the chance to find their neutrals. We'll see a P-Vision. They'll probably stop the chase and look to just try and secure these 60-minute neutral items for themselves. Ooh, a little bit of a breather.
I think we all need that little bit of a breather. XM, he's about to have his own refresher now finished up. He's at the liberty, of course, of a couple of refresher shards, but he is about to have this one done. So these coils, as you said, absolutely crucial.
I think, you know, Extreme Gaming, they can definitely taste the victory in this game. They're so close to being able to step forward to the grand finals.
Just wondering what's the approach going to be from P-Vision, right? There's just so many different tools that they have to get through. How do you protect the TA versus these coils? How do you focus the Dusa? Or how do you ignore the Dusa, really? And a lot of difficulties for them to approach.
They had all these sort of earlier timings where they did their best to try and play for P-Vision, putting that pressure on, but at most they took the tier 3 bottom, but they were never able to take a barracks away from Extreme during those earlier points when they had a significant gold lead.
That's just been the Roshan contest, right? Extreme just coming out ahead in almost every single one, if not all of them. And just having all the buff ups, right? They put faith in Ame, and that faith is absolutely working. Now more Lotus Orbs to throw onto him.
Let's see what sort of crazy tier 5s they can find on both sides. So they should get the space on both teams to farm these up.
The last hit's looking. We're breaking that 1,000 point on both of the carries now. That's who's gonna get what? Audacious, Stygian, Deathblade for
Extreme coils from XM.
He's gonna kill it. It feels like he's gonna kill everybody.
He might. You know, it might be a situation so Arme's going to turn up to the fight and everybody's already dead.
Yeah.
So I guess you don't need me. Now, XM is insanely farmed. The damage output from this puck, it's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't know how you protect each other versus this on the side of P-Vision.
And both of them getting audacious.
Yep.
So they've got this extra magic attack damage on their hits. And I imagine right from the Medusa, you get audacious. It will make sure with the Aghanims that all of the hits are doing the extra 80 magic damage, right?
Yes.
It should.
Uh-huh. And he's got spider legs too, right? So he's got this liberty to move in and out of the fights easier.
We'll see, you know, Satanic, just get the Stygian, he has got that extra attack range as well, so maybe a bit of a chance for him to find the position, but still yet to be able to get away to slot the Divine Rapier into his item build.
And just honestly, he hasn't really been able to attack the Dusa much in the last 20 minutes, right? It feels like Satanic has to be so cautious. Buybacks down as well too.
And XG having all the buybacks available here.
And it feels like P-Vision, they just have to go all aggression, right? It's like DM has to, yeah, he takes the Regalia. So any type of extra damage that they can potentially get is absolutely needed as Extreme looking for the potential closeout here. Roche is up in about a minute if they want to be very patient for it, but they do have quite a bit of tools at their arsenal right now. XM, eyes on him.
They're gonna get the jump. Straight away the Wind Waker. We'll see no one back off. Coil will be there just onto the one of them. They have the Glimmer as well to keep him safe.
Look
but
at the
Kisses damage is so much he has to pop the BKB and run.
I mean, that's just the one coil. Lincoln's did block the nullifier there. I think if it did not, likely he could get brought down there. No one. Still has the refresher. BKB was used.
Worth noting as well, because Ame does have the Moonshot, and even on top of that, still 9,000 gold.
Yeah, he's full. He's full slotted up. About to hit level 30 as well, too. Not the most impactful one, but any little bit can help. DM. Queuing up the AC next. I mean, DM's growth has... he's had like, the same items, it feels like, for the last 25 minutes at the least.
XG. Ready and waiting outside the base.
They can just wait. Every time that XM has coil, it's going to force a reaction from P-Vision.
Still these 4.5 minutes of which if DM or Satanic go down, the game will fall to an end. And P-Vision's hopes of making it to the finals will come to an end as well. XM is in with the jump on Satanic. They hit the BKB off.
There's that Wind Waker.
It's going to give him a chance to survive through the coil. No one's in with the roar, but the card's there. XXS able to pick him up and take him out of the action, Ame. Keep him safe. Keeps him close enough towards DM, though. DM's BKB comes to an end. DM's got to run. The Scatter Blast catches onto it, though. DM, he's dead. 2 minutes without buyback.
It's so impossible to approach these fights. Ame is just a raid boss, and he's got XXS every time to back him up.
Satanic, he's got the rapier,
Let's
but
see
it
what
may
he can
just
do.
be a little too late.
Look at the damage.
And there's the jump. He's going to try and look towards Ame. Satanic putting all his attention into water with the golems up. They drop it down on the Satanic. The stop from XG. It's over. GG is gone. Extreme Gaming are moving on to the grand finals.
Wow. What a game, really. It may have been, what, 5-2 at the 35-minute mark, but XG, with utmost patience, taking all these Roshans, just knowing when to strike, not letting Satanic get those Aegises, and even at a goal disadvantage for almost the entirety of the game, you didn't really see it, you didn't feel it. This Dusa, far too strong with the backup of his team. What a game.
Absolutely. P-Vision, they did well to get this far, but falling at the hurdle, won't be making it forward anymore.
Yeah.
XP just having the number and knowing exactly what to do in this sort of game was very apparent, right? P-Vision wanted to try and run them over. Extreme, they just didn't let it happen, and they chose the perfect time to bring Ame to the forefront of the fight around that Roche and just get the turnaround started.
I literally don't think you could ask for a better fight that they could have gotten there, right? Because there's literally the roar of retribution comes out, the Roche is about to die, they get the stun, they block the Aegis, and then the Stone Gaze clips Satanic, he gets killed. That was, what, 25 minutes ago or so, but it felt like that's where XG hit their stride, got all their power.
Absolutely. And just the playmaking right for the two cores around Ame. You know, having XXS again in this game, getting some incredible hoof stops. It's like as soon as you show, this Sentinel's on top of him. He's ready to start the play, and those last few fights as well, the pressure that this Pug was doing, just putting on against P-Vision, they just didn't have a chance. They couldn't get anywhere close to their targets. What a game, what a performance. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Extreme Gaming heading forward to the grand finals.
XM, how does it feel to be a TI Grand Finalist?
进入 TI 的总决赛，什么感觉？
很爽。
It's amazing!
I mean, there is so much experience across your team. Everybody else has 5+ TI experiences. You, however, this is only your second TI. How much have they helped you out on this journey?
队伍里面那么多老将，有些人打了5届 TI， 这是你第2届 TI， 他们有没有给你什么帮助呢？
还好吧。
That's alright.
You're so casual. I mean, do you not feel any nerves playing on the final day of TI in front of all these people?
我们看你那么镇定，跟平常打一样，在 TI 的舞台上打总决赛日，是真的一点不紧张吗？
可能我就是不紧张嘛，就是决赛选手。
Maybe I just don't have the nerves for it. I'm meant to be playing in the grand finals.
That is hype. That is hype. Well, let's get down to what the people really want to know, XM. What's the secret to being the best sniper player in the world?
好了，是要问一个很私人的问题了。成为世界最棒的火枪选手有什么秘诀呢？
秘密。
Secret. He doesn't want to say.
Fine, keep your secrets. That's all good with me. Do you have any words for the team you just eliminated? P-Vision, you take them down, an horrible third place, but what a series you played against them. Do you have any words for them?
P-Vision 打了一场很精彩的比赛，也这场比赛打很久，有没有什么话想对你的对手说的呢？
我觉得对手打得很棒吧，但是他们上去赢不了，只有我们能赢。
I think they played really well and they're amazing. However, if they go up to the grand finals, I don't think they will win, so it has to be us.
All right, excellent stuff. One more time. Can you do it, XM? Are you going to be lifting this Aegis against Falcons?
我们之后想知道有没有机会，会不会把这个盾举起来，然后击败 Falcons？
一定可以的。
For sure.
Let's go! Hamburg, let me hear it for your second grand finals in its Extreme Gaming and XM.
A lot of confidence they played, it was so clean, it was so tense. It felt like at any moment we could have been seeing a fight that wasn't going their way. The patience they had, it paid off. It was a fantastic game from both sides.
It really did, man. China is so back. After seeing them perform in the road to TI playoffs, being undefeated as well, I don't think many people expected China to have this dominant performance as well. And they are getting close. Yesterday, they did have 2 really long series. They didn't get much sleep. Now they could potentially play 8 games. And it seems like they're not done yet. I think this is going to be extremely good grand finals. And also Ame, rest of the crew as well. He did go to 2 times to the grand finals. Didn't manage to get it. You also have him and Xno at TI 8, him and Jinkyu at TI 10 getting close as well. So Case definitely a beautiful look at it.
Yeah, it was a great showing. Like we said, it could have gone for either team in that game. Number 3, Extreme Gaming moving on, but right now we do unfortunately have to say goodbye to you.
Yeah, thanks, Nat. I am here with no one of Vision. Let's give a round of applause. You guys were amazing this whole tournament. Just at the very end there, I saw you guys having a huddle in the booth and a talk. What were you saying to each other?
That it's a game, and you don't need to worry, because I think Stefani got played a little bit too much on himself, and we were just saying, no, bro, we lose as a team.
Absolutely, such a young kid, he was obviously very nervous. What was it about this series that meant you couldn't play your normal sort of aggressive, chaotic style? It felt like the game slowed down compared to how you normally play.
I think we whole tournament don't play like we played all year, because the meta is like this right now, and against Extreme especially, all games are like 15 minutes, you just farm, chill, and yeah, it was not the best game to play, honestly. To be Beastmeister last.
It's very nerve-wracking.
It's not. Come again?
Like it makes you nervous, like it's on edge. Or...
No, it was not nervous, it was not just enjoyable. I'm playing Beastmeister into Beast Medusa, Puck, in tower save, and I'm like, fuck, I don't want to play last game on TI like this.
Fair enough. You guys have had, as you said, such a great season. You've been fantastic to watch. This is such a wonderful team. What, if you could pick something, was your highlight this year?
I think this TI. This TI is the best highlight of this team. I'm really proud of the whole guys in our team, of the work that we did to go on this TI, because we had really serious problems before. First problems that we had on team, it was happened before TI, and it was really hard. But in the end, I don't know, I had the feeling that we will win this, but we didn't.
Not this year, but I hope we see you guys back again. Do you have any words for the fans out there who've been supporting Paravision, not just here, but all season long?
I mean, that's one of the reasons why I play Dota. It's because of you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, no one. You guys have been magnificent to watch. We're sorry we have to say goodbye to you. Thank you so much. There goes the Dota legend. There's no one right there. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Pyrian, and of course, no one. It's not an easy loss by any means, but 3rd place at TI, it is a feat in itself. And the way that they played all throughout the last 2 weeks in this series, yes, it wasn't enough, but it was enough for Dota viewers. I had so much joy watching everything that they did here.
Yeah, unbelievably interesting team.
Yeah.
Redefining the meta, and I love this concept that he said coming into TI, this was the first time that we had problems. This is a relatively new roster, all things considered, so there is going to come a point where the team falters, and to fix that right before TI, the most important tournament in the Dota schedule, and get 3rd place, this is no one's best showing at TI. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy, like fixing whatever problems they had, especially interpersonal problems between the players, or maybe draft issues, you know. Like, it's actually something that not every team is going to be able to do.
Yeah, I think this loss might hit a little bit harder for them just because of how good this early game felt that it was going on the side of P-Vision. It was very close. They could have closed it out a little bit earlier there, but it all started off in the lanes. That's what these 2 games previously have kind of indicated as to who's going to be that winner. But for this game number 3, P-Vision just had really good lanes. They were really strong in that way.
Yeah, they had it. I mean, they made this Chen rotation towards the bot lane. They said that they picked Chen in order to counter Medusa, and the lane was going phenomenally. All 3 cores of P-Vision were on top of the charts. We see a little interesting play here from old Dookie, where he protects the Wisdom Room by trapping Xnova on the bridge there, and the early game was going great for them. But XG, they knew that if they just held the game out, they were going to win the late.
Yeah, in the first 5 minutes, they did get a lot of advantage as well. And something similar that did happen in game number 2, where Ame was the one who took the tempo of the patience of the top lane, making the anti-lane not getting the fun. He was pretty much managed to do the same thing with his Templar Assassin, going for the two ways, making sure that they are getting themselves beating the 2 kills that they needed. And after that, they couldn't get the kill from a good first round. It did slow down. They were unable to go in and try to close it out because they were like 15,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that they did when they were behind, but they were really patient and they waited for the right fights to take.
Yeah, it was
this was the first move, right?
Yeah, that was that move that kind of set the tempo for the game for the next 30-35 minutes, but it just opened up the map so much because you have Beastmaster, you have Chen, these are the heroes that are going to be dictating where the fights are going to be going, and where Beastmaster wants to play.
On one hand, it was very strange to see so much downtime in this game. On the other hand, you have 5 players on both teams who are imagining themselves in those booths for the grand finals, right? So one single move and you can break the game, and that's how XG has played up until this point, is that they will not take a bad fight. They will wait until the perfect information is presented, and then they will fight.
And then they're also not really giving away a lot of pickups. Like sometimes it happens when players die randomly on the map. But if everyone is actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, I think it's quite normal that there are no kills happening because there are no mistakes in the game.
Yeah, that's how you know 2 teams are very evenly matched. The sort of tempo, the pacing, it's not always that scrappy sort of Dota that people might love to watch. However, later in the game, when it did come down to those team fights where it felt like this Medusa was practically unstoppable, that's where we saw just how clutch players had to be for the spell usage, the item usage too.
Yeah, we skipped pretty far ahead in the
We
highlights
went from 7
here.
minutes to 40 minutes.
40 minutes, but that is how long it took in this game. This was a very close fight, I would say, where you have phenomenal Dota being played on both sides. What we don't see off-screen in this is that DM wraps around to go for the back line here, basically isolating Ame. You know, any skilled Dota player, any Dota player who's played a lot says, you're going on an Aegis Medusa. This is this is an insane thing to do. Why are you making this play? Well, it's because somebody is making the call. We heard their comms in one of the previous panels, very clear comms from Vision, where they are making the bold call to go for the back lines. And slowly but surely, they try to chip away at Ame.
Yeah, we then see Extreme Gaming adjust from this one. They realize just how integral their supports are, just how much chaos this Bristleback would cause, and so they stuck more together as a unit. They weren't really afraid of that, looking at what the lineup of P-Vision could carry out in a team fight.
This was the same. And the clip is still going. This is still the same clip, guys. They end up actually getting Satanic here because Ame is strong enough to continue to man up just with XM. And by the way, I think XM is the hidden hero of this game. He was so disruptive. He was also that secondary carry that I think Extreme needed to carry the game because there was so much focus on dealing with Ame from the side of P-Vision that if XM just went for this Aghanim Scepter build and scaled for the game, there was clearly not enough to deal with both of these heroes at the same time.
Yeah, he definitely did go for the right choice. He understood that this game might be going late, seeing how their previous series did go with not too many kills, one big fight that then turned the whole thing around, and he did die only 1 time. So it's very impressive coming up from both of these players, and of course Ame on his Medusa. I really love the way that they are team fighting inside of Extreme, because you can always tell that they are taking care of each other when we're talking about force them, cookies, whatever is necessary to be able to keep them alive just so that they can get in there. And this is going to be also another one of the longer fights where they initiate on the Satanic. I think XXS in this game had that killer instinct that you need to have from your offlaner. When he jumps in, he's not hesitating there for a second at all. And XM's going to be the one cleaning up. You can see the cart as well, which has been insanely good when they're sieging the high ground, when they're needing that extra save. Even no one talked about how it's very annoying for him to play the Beastmaster in these type of lineups with multiple saves where you initiate. There's a Medusa, then you have a Golem from Morlock, Stampede, you have as well Cart, so very difficult fights for them to take. And in this fight, they also have pretty much every single tool to be able to deal with the Bristleback, because he's very annoying. They do have Heart, they do have SNY on him, but you're also burning mana with the Disperser. Scotty, GD Pollen Bag was available earlier. You have Break Mechanic from Silver Edge, you have Shiva's Guard on Centaur, so every single tool available that you need to have against Bristleback.
When the fights did happen, there were some really high skill things that were happening in them. For example, like I really do believe that DM, this is not an easy game for him. Like when the break mechanic comes out, I feel like he was still able to kite and do a lot in these fights. I feel like
Staff also, right, saving him a couple of times.
Yep, so he was even trying to dodge the break hit using the Outworld staff. And then on the flip side, XXS on Centaur, there was sometimes where he seemed a little trigger happy on the ultimate, but also we saw what happened when P-Vision focused him and killed him at the start of a fight. These are the only fights that P-Vision took where they actually won. So in the fights where he blinked in, hit that double stun, and then ulted out, like this is where he was the most successful. And what was setting up for this was XM on Puck, creating that chaos.
I mean, the thing with the puck is like the puck makes it very difficult for the opponents to maintain formation, right? So when you look at team fights, like how the team fights are looked at, you look at how they are maintaining formation, and when the center goes in, they are always together. They go together, they go back together. When the supports are being targeted by the Beastmaster, they all go back and protect the supports. Whereas when you are on the parry vision side, you're playing against this puck, it's very hard for you to maintain your formation. So your bristleback's in front. So when the puck goes behind, it's like sometimes it's very difficult for him to come back because he couldn't come back. And they don't really have a lot of small little stunts that would allow them to actually kite forward like the Centaur. You know, he goes in, he goes back, he goes in, he goes back. It's very easy for them to do that. I think that is ultimately what made the team fight so difficult.
Now, all three cores just having a little bit of loss syndrome where they're like, I don't know exactly where to sit in this fight. How can I really do a lot? And I know in our breakdown, we jumped from about the 7-minute mark to the 40-minute mark, and something in between that was very spectacular happened, but we got someone just as spectacular to break it down for us.
Thanks, Nat. There's so much that goes into a win and a loss, and sometimes it's luck, sometimes it's skill, sometimes it's small mistakes. And I have a couple things to highlight from that very crucial 28-minute Roche fight. Now, the most important thing that happened here is this Observer and Sentry sat directly outside of the pit this entire fight, which gave Extreme Gaming crazy vision. And look at this, Ducal's actually had a Sentry. He just didn't put it down. It's a small mistake. Sometimes pro players overlook that stuff. So XXS jumps in to scout Roshan, stuns his opponents, and buys some time here. But as P-Vision starts retreating and grouping up, look at this crazy fatal bonds that happens here from X-Nova. Look at that. He links the Bristleback to the TA, to the Creep, down to the Chen. So all the damage they take ends up getting spread amongst them, which makes their damage really good. But watch this. As we see the TA go into the Roche pit here, he's going to get bashed by Roshan here. And then this 60-second cooldown Roar comes off cooldown right here, which disarms him for 2 seconds. He's trying to all in on the Roche at this exact moment. And then he bashes the Beastmaster as he blinks in trying to catch the puck. So Beastmaster says, okay, after Roar here, because that's going to push people out and stun them. He gets the Roar off, it pushes out XM, so he's not in the Roche pit. But unfortunately, as he goes to take the Aegis, the exact same time Ame runs in with his ulti, that's going to end up stunning him. So he can't grab the Aegis this whole time. And then the Roar duration runs out. XSS is able to pick this up. So the sequence of events that led to this turnaround, the Sentry not being placed, the Roche bash, the Roche Roar into the follow-up bash, all contributed to the Aegis being stolen there by Extreme Gaming and allowing them to get back in this game. Crazy series of events, but it absolutely mattered here in that last game.
Thank you so much, Pudge. Yeah, that 28-minute mark right there.
Six player, huh? Wow.
The levels of it are so much. The fact that they're able to so closely keep this chain stun going, right? It's so easy to overlap it. It's so easy to just miss time by a split second, and that's enough that you don't get that Aegis snatch.
Felt so unlucky, you know, for them, because that actually mattered so much for, you know, especially the TA. You know, he needed the Aegis to be able to move forward, you know, and losing that there was just such a heartbreaking moment for them. And in that manner, you know, sure they didn't put the Sentry down, but it was still unlucky.
Relatable though. I feel like we all see ourselves in P-Vision's shoes every now and then, which the worst possible sequence of things happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hype though. The arena went crazy when the Aegis snatch happened. Like, these guys were just going wild. And for a lot of people, this is their first time coming to a TI. Is anyone in the audience first time TI? There's a lot of people making their journey out to Germany here for their first time at TI, but a lot of players, it's also their first time. So we're going to have a look at exactly how we prepare those players.
Okay, fresh meat. Welcome to your first international, all 16 of you. Jesus. All right, we have made this informational video here for you today to give you the do's and don'ts of TI. So do pay attention, all right? There will be quiz at the end, and you can't protract your way out of this one. Joke about that show. Orientational seminar. Side A.
Можешь шататься? Лучше пробиваться. Не, оце, що?
Your first time at the International.
Hello, my name is Fear. You might remember such things as free-to-play, winning TI5, and other things. I'm here to help give you the tools necessary so you can have a rewarding and fun experience at your first International. Let's get started.
Before the event.
If you're watching this video, you've already completed the first step. You successfully got your visa and made it to a different country. Some of the topics we'll be covering will include etiquette in the booths, live fan interactions, shuttling to the main event arena.
Bro, what is the point of this? We are from NA. We have no chance. We're not making it out of the group stage.
Streamlining communication.
Discussing drafts with your teammates at TI can be stressful. Which one of these following examples do you think is the right way to speak to your drafter?
Do you really want to pick TA and Tide for the third time?
Or you could say,
does it really give us everything we need?
This is much better than a more emotionally charged response. Such as,
what the f are you guys doing here out of this tournament?
Do you think that is the right way to communicate with your teammates? That's right. Toxicity will never win you games.
Maintaining competitive integrity.
There's a lot on the line at the International, and some players will try anything to gain an advantage. Let's take a look at how some of the most vigilant teams could fall victim to chicanery.
同学们，我在酒店碰到一个老奶奶，我跟她聊得很开心，她有点让我想起来我的祖母。我们可以让她来我们训练室看一下吗？ Come on.
The boys playing e-games here. Can you pause this game? Is that Carrie Tinker? Does somebody want candies here?
Did you spot what was wrong? That old lady was actually a 34-year-old Brazilian man spying on another team.
You never know when such treachery may be afoot.
The crowd.
Some of you may be thinking, Fear, I'm used to playing from the comfort of my bedroom. What happens if at some point I become acutely aware of the thousands of people watching and start panicking as the fragile threads of my psyche unravel, leaving nothing but the weight of my own cosmic insignificance?
Keyboards, mice, and other peripherals.
We recommend all players bring 2 sets of their preferred equipment to their room.
Hey, what are you doing here?
You know, this guy. Sorry, man. Thank you.
With that, we have covered all 75 tips for the TI after party. Now, you're ready to go find a new team and be the guy everyone wants to talk to. And that's everything you need to know about your first time at the International. Hopefully, now you won't get ganked by any calls and keep true sight of your goals.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah, so not the most entertaining video in the world, but hopefully y'all learned something and you can
What a fantastic piece of content, of course, looking behind the scenes at exactly how our first-time TI players are introduced into the whole experience of the 2 weeks that went on here.
That was very interesting that both the 30-year-old Brazilian men were dressing up as grandmas. I don't know what's is this the strat to get to top 6 in TI?
You gotta stay vigilant, all right? You never know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, probably half of the people who are like watching that, even though Dota is a relatively old community, are like, what is this piece of technology that they're using? What is this VHS? Like, what is that?
I was wondering if any of the young players actually were questioning what it was, or if that was just dialogue.
Doesn't matter, 10 out of 10.
I think that was live. I don't think that was like pre-recorded.
No, it was a lot of fun, and it's been so much fun seeing just how far the players were able to make. Of course, we get to buy the P-Vision, but to get third on the very first TI for Satanic and Cost Carlos is amazing.
Definitely is. Unfortunately, for example, Night Class wasn't able to experience TI previous visa issues. He now gets a third place, which are huge results. For them to, experience the main stage of TI, they got so close. They kind of had that back as well, but I really like what they did, especially knowing with the hugs and everything. That the youngest member of the team, they need to know how to lift him up, and they definitely did. But there's a lot to learn from this as well.
Yeah. Look, it's been such an absolute pleasure working with you guys for this TI. The day is not over by any means. We still have our champions to crown and need to lift that Aegis. Our grand final will be coming up very soon, but before that begins, of course, we have our TI tradition. We're going to head on down to the stage with Tsunami for our cosplay contest.
Thank you very much. That's right, we've got some festivities to attend to. And one of those time-honored traditions is indeed the International of 14 Cosplay Contest, sponsored by SteelSeries. As you can see, I've already got a bevy of judges joining me. If you don't mind introducing yourselves, I've got Marugito as Alina.
Hello. Yes, thank you so much for bringing me on again. I loved the experience of TI at Copenhagen last year, and we have just as many amazing cosplayers to show you today. So I hope you all are excited.
Oh, they should be, and indeed, I see them already out of the corner of my eye, as well as I'm joined by Chiyu Neko as Hoodwink.
Hi everyone, it's so nice to be back here again, and I'm so excited to be back in Europe. I'm so excited to see everyone's amazing work. European cosplay does not disappoint.
And we are going to be able to see that in the flesh very soon. And last but not least, we've got Karo Inanna as Luna.
Hello everyone, this is my very first TI, so I'm so excited to be here, and oh my god, this is amazing. Can you see all these people? Can you see the stage? Can you see it all? It's awesome.
It's beautiful. And we are also going to show off some beautiful cosplays. So, shall we get started with the showcase? Lena, if you may.
Thank you. All right, first off, we have Grafamanka as Naga Siren. She has made it here all the way from Kazakhstan. It took her 4 months to make this beautiful cosplay, and she's used various techniques. And just overall look at this amazing silhouette of this cosplay and how she's really brought the hero to life.
I love the movement as well, slithering along that stage. Next up,
we have Tanact as Axe. This cosplayer is tiny. Look at him. In his full cosplay, he hits the ceiling and stands tall at 250 centimeters. And for all you Americans out there, that's over 8 feet tall.
Or in other words, you can stack 2 of me on top and I still wouldn't be as tall. Next up, number 3.
Next up is Timbalas as Clockwork. Look at this beauty. This costume was planned in 1 year, made in 2 months. Day-to-day work. And as he said, it's fully hand-painted and made of foam and hopes and dreams.
I love the animations as well. That man's about to hookshot across the stage.
All right, now we have Varen as Juggernaut. To him, this is not just a costume. It's a decade of passion for the game that has inspired him to spend over 16,000 hours making this costume and bringing it here today.
And here's a little bonus fact for you out there. This man won that GG Well Played contest that we did yesterday, so he's very multi-talented.
Alright, next up we have Twisted Fate as Lena. This cosplayer came to us all the way from Colombia, and she picked the set. Because she really wanted to showcase her roots and her love for Latin American culture.
The heritage and the sophistication to go with it is incredible.
Next up is Marzaus as Shadow Shaman. When I tried to ask him about his story, he said he tried to go for realistic character, but claims no words were found in his making.
He's got the taunt down too!
Yes, and next we have Rehab G Naked as Beastmaster. And this is yet another beautifully crafted costume with tiny details all throughout the costume. It has intricate foam work and also a lot of sewing techniques and clever solutions for LEDs and technology all throughout this costume.
The technology and the fitness required to be able to pull off a cosplay like this. Incredible stuff.
Next up, we have Yang as Murda. This cosplayer's makeup took 2 hours to do every morning, so appreciate that. She did it for all of you guys. She also bought her very first power tool just to make her wings.
She's got the firearms to support it as well. Next up.
Next up is Astela as Wind Ranger, and she said it's been made in 4 months, and her favorite part is her bow that was finished, of LEDs, and us as judges, we just loved her wig that is actually made of fluids.
Give her a few more kills and she's gonna turn orange in that Arcana. And our last showcase.
Alright, so our last cosplayer to be presented on stage today is Vanusha as Anti-Mage. This costume also has several different techniques. She's used 3D modeling, foam, hand sculpting, and sewing. And please pay extra attention to her shoulders, where she has hand sculpted deep pauldrons. They are just gorgeous.
The Oni Demon. Can we get a round of applause for all of these cosplayers to make it to this final stage? This was only the top 10 after a tough selection, and everyone has done an incredible job. There is so much talent and passion on this stage right now. And in the spirit of that, we would like to take a moment to remember one specific cosplayer who joined this stage last year. Some of you may recall seeing a stunning Enchantress cosplay in Copenhagen, and the artist behind that hero was Grace Peachy Bell Bell. And she unfortunately lost her battle with leukemia earlier this year. She was a cherished member of the community and a dear friend to us all. So, Barclays Arena, if you could, please stand up and share your love, share your cheers, share your applause for all of the cosplay talent here on this stage in Grace's honor. Every finalist here shares her same passion, and we are here to celebrate that. And now, I would like all of you to keep the same energy as we share some awards with the standouts on this stage. If you may.
Our first award that will announce is judges' choice. And to receive judges' choice, you need to receive overall score and what impresses. So without further ado, that award goes to Axe as Standard, other way around. Stand!
Next up, we have
Is it my turn? Oh wow, thank you.
Lino was given priority. She's a core hero.
Yes, thank you. All right, so our next one is best technique, and here we really focus on the time. So the top 10 here, this is like our top winners, actually. Everyone on stage today are winners, even if you don't get the special awards. We have 2 days of looking at the best viewers before then, and they've told us all about how they made their costumes. So here we will look for high-level crafts in several areas. And our best technique winner is Twisted Grace as Lena. Yeah, this person just wowed us when she walked in. We just fell in love with this costume right away. This has such great attention to details. She has foam work, electronics and soldering, wig work, resin casting, sewing, hand sewing. She's done it all, and she's done it all beautifully. So congratulations.
All right, next up we have Best Transformation. As we all know, Dota heroes, they're swirls, rocks, all sorts of weird things, and it's really hard to match the anatomy of that and bring that to life. So I'm really happy to pronounce this award. This cosplayer really wowed us. They walked through the door and we were like, wow. So they worked really hard on getting the perfect scale, 1 to 25 of the entire character, and they even did little tiny feet. So let's give it up for Jimbalis! Jimbalis!
The Clockwork! A full transformation on display here. And we have one last award to give out, and that is Best in Show. Barclays Arena. Gonna get a drum roll with your feet, please. And the winner of Best in Show is Rehab G Naked as Beastmaster! A full performance from start to finish. The aesthetics, the animation, the craftsmanship on display here has been impeccable. And not just for her, but again, at Barclays Arena, one more round of applause for all the cosplays, whether you submitted it and weren't able to make it to finals, or everyone who made it here in the arena. The community never ceases to impress. The International 14 Cosplay Contest, sponsored by Steel Series, will be about some other community efforts that we would like to showcase.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Absolutely, cosplayers, absolutely incredible to see their creativity. But they're not the only creative people in this community. In fact, we have come to one of my personal favorites of the event, besides the world-class Dota, and that is announcing the winners of the short film contest. The short film contest is so incredible because it displays why our community is so amazing. From creative builds to creative plays to, of course, creative art. Like all of the hundreds of thousands of videos that you guys have submitted over the course of the International showing your creativity. We went through every single submission, even the AI ones, and there were a lot. But we came out with some of the top 3 from the community. So before I announce your top 3, if I could get you guys one more time to give a round of applause to everyone that submitted for the short film contest this year to motivate them to do it again. Thank you guys so much. All right, my friends, the time has come. We had so many good submissions this year, and the top 3 was harder than ever to find. But we do have our first one. In 3rd place, no stranger to the short film contest finalist, 2nd place winner last year, and now representing South America on the stage yet again. My friends, this one should be a pretty good reason for you to remember not to make enemies out of your teammates. Lord knows I could learn that lesson. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Grudges by Night Fury. incredible. A good lesson for us all, and what a fantastic twist. Thank you so much, and congratulations on third place. Now, our second place finalist here is no stranger to the short film contest grand finals either. Won first place 7 years ago, and two-time second place winner. Such an incredible film with custom models, great story, and one heck of an animation. You would expect that, though, from Keller Max and their piece, Dead Inside. Absolutely. Love seeing the creativity come out. What a cool concept as we go into our grand winner. Now, my friends, concept is key in these. You can have fantastic animations, you can have fantastic script, but a whole team of people brought together this one for your first place. Same team that won third place last year, relative newcomers to the short film contest, but this year they have taken it. You know, in this world that we live in, there are a lot of different words out there. One of them is a word for cinema that the Europeans use. It's called kino, and here I have to say that this short film is indeed absolute cinema. Let's go ahead and check out your first place winner and see if you can get all the references. Top three winners, and thank you again for the incredible community that we have that submit these things every single year. Keep on doing it, guys. It is such an honor and a pleasure to be able to see you guys and all that creativity shine. Now, I have to say, everybody, looking at this crowd today, those rafters are full. That main stage is full. Ladies and gentlemen, can you let them hear you from at home, every fool that did not come to this event today? There you go, there you go. I know it's a fantastic view and experience online as well, but after hearing that, you might be thinking to yourself, hey, I really should have bought a ticket. I really should have gone. Well, don't worry, my friends, because there's always another chance to go to an international. Of course, you might be thinking, where the hell is the next one? Well, we have one more film for you.
Hi, it's Gabe again. First off, I want to thank everyone in Germany for helping us make the International such a success. I have a quick announcement to make before we crown a new champion. We all share our love of the game with an international community, and I'm excited to announce that next year's International will also be returning to a previous location. I hope to see you there.
What a perfect timing! We have Extreme Gaming back in the grand finals, and we are going to Shanghai with TI 2026. A full year still ahead of us, and obviously grand finals, but that is something to look forward to indeed, TK.
In 2019, when it was there in Shanghai, the arena was exceptional. Like whenever a Chinese team was playing, it was as if the whole arena would erupt. And we have a little segment here hyping up XG.
A little?
Okay, sure. A third of the arena is hyping up XG in this corner, but it's an electric place to host TI.
It's all part of the script, Shoes.
It's like it could not be better timing, right? You have XG who make it all the way, through the lower bracket. They get better and better. They make it to the finals. It's not like they need a buff to have even more motivation to be good and then be the crowning champions maybe next year. But yeah, Shanghai, Chinese TI, insane.
It's beautiful for Dota, right? The idea, right? That we have China, and I don't know. I just love when we have all these regions able to step up and show it to the world.
Yeah, and we have to also remember that it does give. I mean, I think Extreme Gaming being in the grand finals gives it as well. It does give a big boost to Dota 2 as a game, and that is indeed every perfect timing.
It really is, because there's this pattern in TI when a region just does better than the other teams. It reinvigorates the entire region. All of a sudden, players get to scrim these teams that have played so many national players. Everyone gets excited to play. People who thought that there wasn't a viable path for them suddenly think that there is. So we'll probably see even more Chinese teams this year.
I believe that I'm speaking for everyone that we're all happy to see the West against the East again. It's been a long time. This used to be kind of the norm when it did come to the finals. So I'm really happy to see China doing better, Extreme being in the finals, and then the next TI being in China. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
I do believe it has come full circle, because if you're talking about that trend, because it used to be, a Chinese team wins TI and non-Chinese wins TI, and it alternated for a little bit. The year that broke that was 2019.
Yeah, and that's that's already so long ago, and it has taken this long for it to come back. We're literally just going full circle.
Yeah, we are going full circle, and we are also going full circle when we head back to the stage, because we're gonna check it. Absolutely. Hello, everyone. It's good to see you again. Now, this year we have decided to do something a little bit different, something that we've never done before. Dota 2 has had so many incredible faces in the International, and we have decided to give a little bit of thanks to one of the biggest players that has been here since the beginning. Now, I can tell you all about this person, but why would I want to do that when we can go straight to the biggest legends of Dota all time and let them know who they think is one of the most impactful Dota players in history?
If you ask me who's the greatest of all time in Dota history, well, there's a lot of history. There's not many of us left that still competed at the first TI a decade and a half ago, right here in Germany. So many names, so many faces that defined entire eras. But if it had to be just one person, there's no one better, in my opinion, than John Whipples.
Back at TI1, a lot of us didn't think it was real. $1 million prize pool? Come on. But I remember this German dude, John Whipples. He was all about it. Crazy guy. He was sure Dota 2 was going to be the next big thing, so he wanted us all to join him for it. I mean, come on, he's the guy who discovered Dendy.
Would I say John Whipples taught me everything about life, about patch? Absolutely! Every day I would watch his replays, and one day I saw this fountainhood bug, and I asked Papi, can we do this at TI? And Papi said, no, it's bullshit. And I said, well, John Whipples used it. And he said,
motherfucking John Whipples is doing it? Then I'm doing it. Guy gave me my first machete. Called it the rapier.
Tongfu had that game. Is that balanced? You hook a guy with Aegis? Fuck John Whipples.
Whipples was an icon.
Back in the days, we didn't have all of this fancy shit, these Dota Pro trackers,
Wikipedia or Dota Buff. If you wanted the meta, if you wanted the new stuff,
you wanted that good shit, you downloaded some John Whipple replays.
He had all of them.
Thank you, man! Ravage on everyone! The black ball as well! Right of Evan! Turns it around! Ravage as well! Stolen by Teddy! Are you kidding me? It's the John Whipple strat!
He was a decent player back in the day, but never really TI material. But then when he started coaching, it started getting really bad.
First, this guy rage quits during TI4 Grand Finals. Then 2 minutes later, starts fighting with his teammates. Then he started sucking up to NA teams, gets hired by Complexity, but after that incident at TI5, ooh, man. Ooh, sheesh, ooh.
You really think I should drop my yulls, John Whipples? It's the most efficient play. What would Envy do? Oh.
Fuck. Oh man. Even the NA teams wouldn't touch him anymore after that.
We hired John Whipple to be our coach on Win. 我们当时都以为他很牛，因为当时所有人都告诉我们 John Whipple 是最棒的。We asked him what to draft. He just throws darts at the board.
Punching techies already. All right, boys. Wings deliver.
How do we win with touch tactics, John Whipple? Touch 根本什么都不懂。We won because we were good. John Whipple does nothing. John Whipple 真的不是人。
After we saw what they did in Rapid wins, we were really impressed. And my Dota took my suitcase, all my clothes for the rest of the event. I have just one pair of shorts. I can't fathom what kind of a freak would do that.
Yeah, man, it was dark days. Times were tough. Times were really tough. And when things looked the most bleak, like we lost everybody, we needed a manager, coach, half a team. John Whipple gave us a call, and he didn't have the best reputation stealing those pants and stuff, but he gave us everything. And before TI10, when Seb lost his retina, he told Seb, take my eye and go win a third TI. And yeah, we got 6 and stuff, but that's okay. That was pretty nice of him. That was pretty nice of him.
One day I was playing like knife and candy, of course with Yatra, and I really fucked up because I stabbed myself right before the TI finals, and I said, "Niku boys, it's over. Watch out from the crowd. This one-eyed man said, take my hands, and I took it. I won one TI with one. I took the second hand, and I won the second TI. Thank you, John Whipple. Thank you, John Whipple."
When John Whipples said he started the Dark Tome of Oscarwatch to help us finally beat Gaming Gladiators, I believed him. But I told him, if you do this, you might never make it to TI again. And I thought, that sounds pretty good. And he looked me in the eyes, and he said, I already did it. It did work though.
Did John Whipples ever make it to the International? No. As a player, he was terrible. But he always won. He always supported us. He always played pubs and told his friends. And in the end, it's not the players at TI that make it special. It's about people like John Whipple, the viewer, the pubber, the brother. That's why we do what we do. People like you. People like John Whipples.
Guys, because of you, we can play this beautiful game and live our dream lives as the Dota players. And thank you so much. We love you.
感谢大家的观看，也感谢大家11年来一直的陪伴。
Thanks for watching, guys.
Thanks to all the Dota fans.
Thank you, fans, for the 14 years of support.
Thank you very much for making this game a reality.
Thank you, Dota viewers. Thank you, everyone, for watching.
You guys are the heart of the community. This is the greatest tournament. We're looking forward every single year. I hope you guys enjoy the show.
And now, to achieve his Lifetime Achievement Award for all that he's done in Dota 2, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Jonathan Whipples! Oh, he's sacrificed. Any words to say, John Whipples, to the crowd?
Thank you, Dota and TI. You're amazing.
All right.
Any other words, John Whipple?
China.
We have to get to a grand final before we can do that, my friends. So thank you so much to him and everyone like him who's been supporting the International for so long. It is truly the fans, you the viewers at home and here, that make this what it is. Thank you so much, everybody, and let's get on with the show.
Ooh, how to follow that up. Ooh, I just want to echo his sentiment real quick there. That was incredibly wholesome, and I do want to just sign that bottom line. Without you guys at home, and obviously without you guys in the arena, we would not be here. We would not see this beautiful game play out the way that it does.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it just feels like kind of fake until you get to like a real life event. You see the people, you see the crowd, you hear the emotion during the game, you see the game unfold. And all the people too that we saw in the video, like they're all just legends. Sometimes you forget, you see them again, you just get so happy. So yeah, thank you to everyone.
Without you guys, there wouldn't be.
Okay, I mean, it speaks for itself. I mean, the way that the fans rap and play, every time you speak to a player and they talk about the International, you can see how much it means that you're being taken on stage and how important that is. Again, the Dota speaks for itself. It's beautiful to fans, great, everything's great.
Yeah, and we just saw a lot of TI champions talking on camera. We're going to see potential TI champions, well, definitely 5 TI champions on stage to play. We are going to head to our grand finals very soon. And both of our teams, they do have a lot of experience here at the International. I know there's even 2 TI champions already playing. They are still two-time hopefuls for the TI championship. Let's take a look at all that experience that these players have. I think we start out with Falcons, Effie. This team only started 2 years ago, came fourth last year. Wasn't what they wanted, but they're back here in the grand finals.
Yeah, they had a bit of a turbulent year in the sense that if you compare it to the year before that, where they were winning everything, they didn't look as good, but they peaked at just the right amount of time. And we talk about them being a newer team, but it's a team full of veterans. Crit's been chasing the Aegis forever. Snaking has been playing since the olden days. You've got Coach AUI 2000 as well. And yeah, you've got some of the newer players in Speeder and Rally and ETF, but with the veteran experience, it feels hard to call Falcons.
I mean, also like you were saying, I think it matters a lot. If you look at last season where they were so dominant, they went into TI being kind of the favorites, at least me and many other people. And I don't think that really helped them. But if you look here, they weren't in like the best form or like really considered going into this TI. And I feel like that was an absolute huge buff for them because now we see them here in the grand finals and they've played so well all throughout.
The mentality of the basics last year, to then be not even in contention a couple of times, it shows that there is such a good system around this team to be able to shine, and they shine when it matters.
They do shine when it matters, although today it matters most of all. So we're going to see if they can make their dream a reality here by taking this Aegis, snaking this Speeder, have done it before, being two-time champions, of course, would mean a lot, but I think our attention maybe goes a little bit out more to the players that have not yet won the International. I think if you guys were here the entire day, which I hope you were, you would have seen a fantastic list of accomplishments by Crit in particular, being the player with the most consecutive TIs in a row under his belt, and this is his first time he has been in that final.
It's taken him so long, like what he's been chasing since like 2015. Like this guy is one of the most consistent players when it comes to like top tier Dota. Another one that you remind me is like the likes of Zai. He has played so long, always like competitions. Doesn't matter what hero you give him, always does well, always makes it happen, but has never won TI.
I mean, we keep saying Uncrown King for Arme, but I feel like there's the same sentiment between us when Crit. Like at some point he did an emphasis, and in this grand finals, one of them did. China or Western Europe will finally get the
Yeah, and focusing our attention on their opponents because, as T just mentioned, there is multiple players that have been in grand finals before, but never quite reached that pinnacle level.
It's hard though. For them being so close all the time, I think that
so cool on the interview because he was asked if you have any nerves in your brain. He's like, nah man, I don't feel anything. I'm meant to be here, I'm meant to play in the grand finals. And like he was saying directly about Ame, like I just watched the YouTube and even Shin Fu calling him, well, I guess he's just the king of fireworks because he always gets second place, loses 2-3, and he gets to watch the fireworks from the losing position. It's heartbreaking.
I mean, he has to live up to those words, right? To say that if they weren't in the grand finals, it'd be a 3-0. I'm expecting, based on that, it has to then be a 3-2 grand finals to either.
Yeah, I mean, that would, you know, keep up the track record.
Yeah, it'd be nice. Oh, that'd be. Oh no.
That would be really painful.
Don't talk about it, please.
Wait, God, that's for like game 3 content, not yet.
I mean, we talk about Crit and a lot of consecutive TIs, and you could make a case for calling him or Zai or any of the other with a lot of TIs under their belt, calling them unprime keys. But it's Ame that gets called that because he was there twice, so close, and not just, oh, he made it to the grand finals, therefore he's close. No. Those grand finals he played in, Effie, those were nail-biting.
Absolutely, they were almost his. Like, that's what I mean with the emotional recovery and how hard it is to think about that and how hard it must be for him to know that, like, it's one of those moments where you just can't sleep that night. You just play it in your head over and over and over again. Like, what if I just did this differently on Tiny versus Spirit? What if I did this differently on Warframe? This time around, I feel like their time has to be the charm, right?
Right?
It's gotta. I mean, since TI8, there's only been a Chinese team in the grand finals twice, of course. Both of them being Army. They also play against, like you said, 2 different teams. So it's now another team Army can try and go up against. If he wasn't to do it this time, then.
Yeah. When we saw these 2 teams play in the Road to TI, it was the longest series we've had. It was mental. I think that that's what we should be focusing on. We'll see who comes out victorious in the end, but we will see who comes out first out the gates to take place in the booths, and that is Team Falcons.
And we're back.
Team Falcons!
They come through the upper bracket and have been a world-class team since its inception, but they have never proved it in a world championship today, and this could all change. All they need to do is win one best of 5. Surely that should be possible, but I'm sure their opponents will put up a big fight. Let's welcome XG.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. Extreme Gaming!
It has been 4 years since the Chinese team was in the grand finals of the International, and Ame Xingqiu and Coach Xiaowei were right there. They were so close. They have returned stronger, better, and ready to take on these grand finals against Team Falcons, and they are no strangers to playing in an international in a grand finals, and I think maybe that just might give them a little edge. And maybe Barclays Arena, in terms of their vocal cords, is giving them a little edge as well.
No, I'm loving the side of, you know, it's right to our left, right? The XG fan base, as soon as the game starts, they're just roaring. It is just so much support for this team. Again, it is the best possible grand final that you could ask for, right? Falcons versus XG. You know, it's the international for a reason. You want to have the big international teams from across the world clashing against each other. I couldn't ask for anything else today.
No, it's honestly the best thing possible, and we've talked about it before. They've already matched up, and it was an absolute nail-biter. Like 3 games, all over an hour, high skill. You know, you have the team fights back and forth, few picks coming out, just all this stuff happening that you want to see at a TI. But yeah, I gotta say, XG for me and Falcons, like some of their players, they're so high-skilled. I just love watching them play.
But after their matchup, they went through different journeys in the playoffs, right? Falcons just looked extremely dominant after the road to the International. They clearly learned a lot of lessons, took it into the playoffs, whereas Extreme Gaming, their road was not as simple. Their game seemed harder. Their game seemed longer. They had to play in these situations where they were down so much net worth. They could have lost yesterday versus BB2. They brought it back. They channeled that TI magic. They could have lost today, and they brought it back versus P-Vision, and they channeled that TI magic. I mean, they're just doing this from their passion, from their grit, whereas Falcons are so methodical. They've been so clean the entire playoffs.
Unlike previous TIs, so Falcons at least have dropped games, right, in their journey here. Losing game 1 to BB, losing game 1 to P-Vision. The fact that they've at least dropped a game in that series, it does give me hope that it's going to be an extremely competitive TI finals.
Yeah, and to me also, like, I love some of the things that you can see on screen right now. Like, everyone has, like, their own type of techniques, right? You have Skeeter, he does his little lock-in. You have other teams that are gonna, like, you know, gonna do the fist bump, you do your handshake, you, like, get yourself in the zone, like, stay steady. Because these games and being on the stage, especially today, is the most stressful thing that you can go through as a Dota player.
Yeah, and that is even without the crowd still cheering on everyone. Definitely a lot of pressure coming into the booth for both of these squads today. And I do want to talk a little bit about how they faced earlier in the tournament, because those were type of games that we thought defined at that point the road to the International, and we thought that that was going to carry on in the International itself, and it kind of hasn't. So we have seen developments of both teams in a certain way, but I wonder how we would describe their style now, especially compared to that series they played last time.
Falcons to me still seem very much, I would say, the same. They're very stable, very polished. They're going to stick to the heroes. But to me, what I see for this series in particular is team fighting. Off-lane team fight heroes, their priority has been going up. Mars, S tier. Centaur, S tier. XXS, performance one after the other, where he just takes it all, his Earthshaker too. So those are the heroes that I'm particularly looking at for the series.
Yeah, those will be exciting for sure to watch, especially XXS. He's really been stepping it up. But when you look at Falcons versus Extreme Gaming, there's a bit of an issue in terms of how the early game has been going for these teams. Extreme Gaming have found themselves in positions where they're down a lot. They have to play for the late game, they have to turtle, they have to hug Ame, look for their key team fights. Whereas Falcons have been heftily leading almost all of their early games. Even in the games that they lost during playoffs, they were up like 8k net worth at some point. So this is where it's going to be hardest for Extreme Gaming. Can they weather the storm of Falcons' early game, their map efficiency, how much net worth they're going to get, their lanes?
I mean, you can see from the previous series, right? P-Vision, when they were going for the farm game, XG was like, oh, sure, we'll match that. We had nearly no kills in the first 20 minutes. Really, really slow entry to the game. And like Effie's mentioning, it will not be the same this time around. So maybe, Zhao Wei from XG, if he changes a couple of the bans, he tries to take out some of that tempo that Falcons utilize, then we might be getting to the 40, 50-minute points of the game where the epic team fights and the scaling of Chinese Dota gets to shine.
I am happy you mentioned Zhao Wei, because I do want to take a moment to talk about the two coaches that will pick their players a hero. I say that though, Kezu, but I do seem to remember AUI talking about that no longer the one picking the buttons. Zhao Wei is, of course.
Yeah, so of course AUI, he gave it over to Amar. He's doing a stellar job, right? His last pick, 24 picks, like he nails it, the Underlord, the Huskar, whatever it is. So Amar, honestly, a very big piece for the team. But to stay on the topic of the coaches, these might be two of the most accomplished and most experienced coaches that you have in all of Dota. Zhao Wei himself, he won a TI. He's been in multiple TI finals as a coach. You have AUI who won it as a player, won it as a coach. So yeah, if you're going to have two masterminds go up against each other, you've got them right here.
But also in regards to the finals, like Falcons had made most games coming into it. Had most right heroes played. It's like 37 for Falcons. XG played over 45 heroes in like 3 or 4 less games, right? So I think in regards to the coaching, Zhao Wei find a niche new pick or a new strategy to throw at Aoi, or Aoi's going to be going for the tried and tested, build that formation they're used to. If the game is to be a loss, it'll be fix the fundamentals. But in regards to drafting, the creativity often shines from the side of XG.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the player that the Chinese region has always had, is that they'll dip into heroes that other teams aren't looking at. Yesterday, for example, we saw the sniper come out of Extreme Gaming. We saw the carry Chaos Snipe come out of Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, and it's also like, so this is one of the last times that we've seen matchup as we talk about the way TI, but it's just these 70-minute games. You've had a lot of the Beastmasters coming back, and it was honestly just nail-biters. I don't care too much about the drafts, because especially in the grand finals, it's going to be mainly about the wins. Like, sure, the draft will make it easier, but if you outplay your opponent, you will weather the storm. You can get to the win, you can get to the mid-game, and I love what you guys touched on it earlier, because Red Falcons get the lead. It's early, it's delayed into the first rotation, whereas for XG, that is absolutely where they struggle.
Yeah, and one of the ways that Falcon has been getting a lead is because of this mid laner, Nightreign. This is his second international. Nightreign has played a lot of the Sand Kings and the Earthshakers, Effie.
Oh, Nightreign, this guy is the rock of his team in terms of how they have such a strong early game. You know, we call him here a stunner, but he actually has the highest average stuns per second per game of any player at the international by far. He averages 80 seconds of stun per game, where the next closest was NTS at 66 seconds. In one of his games, he even had a 346-second stun record in one of his like really long games in Python. But the way that they draft, the way that they play their early game, they'll pick this Earthshaker mid, they'll pick this Sand King mid, they'll let him farm his Blink Dagger, and then he's just on that enemy safe lane, creating the stuns with the follow-up damage from crit, and that's how they get their first few kills.
I mean, he's so good at tempo controlling, right? It's what they want from him. His heroes play so good for it, and his positioning and spellcasting is just top-notch.
It helps that those heroes that you've highlighted are all very active with little to no economy, right? Like a Psyche needs a blink, Pangolier needs levels. If you shut him down in laning phase, he can still be active and try and fix it, but I think critically for XG, they need to try and stop Nightreign opening up the early game.
Happy honeymoon, and of course on stage right now, we do have 10 players that really want to claim that Aegis that is on display, but let's take a look at what it actually takes to claim the Aegis.
It is a summit that few have conquered, where the legends of the past have written their own epic stories, where scores of fallen contenders have mourned their shattered dreams. You can give everything and never reach it. But those who triumph here will forge a legacy far greater than fame. 16 teams began this journey in Hamburg. The last two now face off on the ultimate stage. Each is one step from immortality, with one final adversary standing in the way. We gather to bear witness, to honor those who've battled here, to see who will join the ranks of the fallen hopefuls, and who will ascend to the highest tier. The road to victory is always changing. What it takes to be a champion remains the same. Falcons versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals. Game 1.
Here we go, it has begun. We got Extreme Gaming on the Radiant side, Team Falcons on the Dire side, and the drafting has begun. The strategic part of how these two teams will try to get their first victory on the board in this best of 5. Let's see how the teams have prepared versus each other. Let's see how it differs from the series they played earlier last week. We already have a very nice stylistic change. I do love the respect that XM is getting on this sniper there.
You really have to respect this hero and its ability to come out during the grand final, because this is positive. This is a hero that he never loses lane with. And you know what? Just take his lane dominators out of the way and make him Malvern. That's the play that Falcons want to make here. For Extreme Gaming, they just take out that Sand King. They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to try to let it through it, and now they've got first pick. Maybe they could look towards their XXS Earthshaker. They've got
yeah, like you said, I love this ban. You want to make sure that you stay in the comfort and don't get dumped into the engine because it's going to take you out of the comfort. And XM on really nasty and low heroes, that's his specialty.
Exact same ban that XG did against Falcons the last time that they played. And they first picked Shaker in that position. I think there's no really hard to do that. Falcons, they first picked Shaker early in the tournament and got annihilated. So they know how to deal with it. And instead, XG, they go for the Mars. We do have two of the most experienced Mars players in the world now in the grand final, XSS and ATS.
I love this matchup. You know it's going to be contested but they're saying that their offlane player, XSS, has been owning this entire tournament. Let's go to Zero. Who cares Panthers? Who cares how the early game goes? We'll just get him out one dagger and he'll create situations for us.
Then I would like Falcons to respond straight away with Tank Lit. Already banned the puck with the sniper. Against the arena, you have that chaos. If XG's can go for comfort, why not allow Falcons to match the pit to be comfort themselves?
What I love too, when you have two of the best teams playing like their best heroes, it really goes to show you what they value and what they feel like they want to do against you. Like what do you need to pick with it? What do you need to ban against it? And here's the Pangolier. Really nice call there. You have a super good with the team fight matching. Looks great.
Yeah, both heroes fit in a lot of different strategies, so not giving away too much here either. Maybe even some flex still possible. It's not like, but it is possible.
It absolutely is possible, and I feel like if you're also going to look at the ban, both these heroes require a lot of similar things. One, like you want this follow-up damage into the defense, so the hoodwinks, the snaps, very likely that Falcons have the ironics into actually gaming, and if one of them gets banned out, you have to think we're going to have to look further down the list.
The question is, do you think XG should start trying to enable Mars by banning out multiple heroes that Mars initiated on, or is it more thinking about the wider game? At the moment, they're still going towards taking away the Maori specialties, right, the Shakers. Something to think about potentially in the future.
Thinking of the wider game right now, because if you're first to your offlane, you're saying that avalanche stages, you just want this hero for us. And on the topic of Snapfire, that has to be the most contested support in these teams. It's great in your hands, which you're gaming with flexibility 4 and 5. And if you pick this hero to crit, you can do that.
Especially when it comes to ultra lane. We do have to keep in mind that.
So let's see for Falcons. The out of the pick phase is very likely for them gonna be this crit type hero that we have talked about, very likely on the Snapfire. If you're Falcons, it would be nice if you can keep the Pangolier open, whether it goes mid or it does go to the offlane. And also with a lot of these mids getting banned out, I would not mind if Falcons ends up playing it, but you need to have it banned for you so that XP don't like force you to put it into the offlane, because there's a lot of Armar heroes that can be quite good at this amount. Every time the arena plays over the bottom line, if any of these teams go what a Mars wants, they've got the exact correct player for it.
It will be a ban to the troll for the ban, the one ban that Falcons have, and the non-surprising Snapfire. I'm sure that also Extreme Gaming knows that this hero would come out at this stage. They opted to ban out the Beastmaster and the Shaker. So with that, either very strong heroes in the
I think Snapfire in particular does have a value if you see an offlaner very early, because you can see it's the Kite Fire now. Mars is here to something by Kite for this team. That's usually the way that teams will play against early game magic damage. Mars has a different archetype though. He's got Yules into Blink Fire, into BKB, into Refresher, and XG snag up a hoodwink of their own, the follow-up damage to their stuff.
The question for XG is, do they want to double pick support here and then enable Falcons to know exactly what they're leaning into in regards to the support powers?
I mean, it would be, I think it's okay if you pick your 5 here just because you know that most likely you are up against the Snap. Like, you're either up against Snap X or Snap Pango.
So then like a Bane where you can play most lanes.
I was looking at it too, but it's sadly banned.
Oh, is it? Oh, first phase banned, yeah, I'm blind. But they go for the Elder Tide.
Yeah,
Nova had an incredible game yesterday with it.
He's been so good on this hero for years. Even in like the prime LGD days, they were very good at always. You have the range carry on Arme, you get the ET on X Nova in the 5. They lane so well together. It's super good with Mars too, right? Mars goes in and he just wants this abundance of AoE spells being thrown into. They've played this combo many times before. Great pick.
They did this exact opening earlier in the playoffs against Enigma, right? If you replace the Hoodwink with Snapfire, that's the opening they have. But even, we talk about Snap and Hoodwink, it's kind of the same hero for what it does on the map. But it's such a formidable opening. It can pretty much activate any future core picks. It can play any type of game. This is probably the strongest draft opening I think XG could do.
Especially for what it is that they want to do. They want a team fight. They want to out-execute in that mid-game, not based off of their lanes, but based off of how well they spellcast. And they're just going to triple down on the team fight here, I'm sure, with their next few picks. But what they need right now is damage to take advantage of ET's buff. They need that Leshrac style mid laner that is really going to pump out the DPS.
Honestly, it's going to feel good doing that because Falcons, they're picking the Enchantress. They're going for that pace in that early game pressure that enabled them to, put P-Vision to the lower bracket. And now against XG, the same formula could work, right? If you break your lanes, take these early towers, it's not going to be a 4-kill game at 15-20 minutes. XG, they have to respect Falcons are going to play a really strong early game.
Yeah, and most likely from the start, this is usually where they end up taking Skeeter's hero, right? You keep the Pango open between like your 2 and 3, you don't really want to show. Sven is something that they've played before. I mean, it's nice if you can get a BKB hero because you are going up against the Mars, against the Hoodwink, you have the edge. Because Falcons, this is also no surprise to XG. You have seen these heroes before, you know what they're going to do in the early game. But at the top level of Dota, you can show your cards, but if you execute perfectly, it is really hard to play through. It's also where the troll ban comes in kind of handy. It's good for the play. So now for XG, where do you want to go? They've showed us like so before because I'm one to play matchup. You can have it if you want to, which is great if you want to have it.
You do so, what you learn. That's where I'm leading. If you want to go for the dying for the first person, then follow up with your arena and then the trees that you mentioned. Very, very strong. Is that annoying enough to scare you from hitting it? If it isn't, it's very, very good.
And this pick for Extreme Gaming is the most important pick in the draft. They have 2 bans afterwards to protect them. And of course it is the other team, Falcons, that is getting the overall last pick. So if you want to protect any pick in the draft, this is it. And it will be the Ursa, so that will be our main hero for this one.
That is clutch up in the moment. A lot of pick or a quick turnaround play. Why not put on the hero time? Pour themselves into one and let the rest of the team shine and the team turn it around.
It's going to like all the forward damage that they're looking for, and still he's XM open, right? So you have to plan a lot of heroes against this guy. It's one of my favorite guys when it comes to actually XXS, XM, stand-out performance, and you've got to be careful. This guy can absolutely turn the game on its head.
It's a really great pick in terms of also jumping the backline. You have this ET who with the Spirit is going to be able to scout out areas for your teammates. You want the ability to just connect either with a handicap or just first and down really quickly. The only issue is Ursa can play against either Snap or Enchantress. It seems to be Snap and maybe also in that case, he's going to suffer a little bit. His entry into the game very easy. Ursa is not renowned for his laning unless compared to something destructive.
They're banning out the Huskers to respect the fact they need Ursa into the game, right? The last time Amar played Fight competitively was 4 months ago. What stops Amar doing something like this as well? Like I fully break the lane, my Sven will farm, my Pango goes active, they will win me the game, but as long as I do the breaking of the first 15-20 minutes, and that's the thinking I'm having, is because if Amar's happy to Husker, he'll be happy to bring out any other hero to dominate the lane, and there's the Storm Leshrac ban that you mentioned earlier.
I will say that if there is any team that has Viper on their radar always.
Oh, go again, go again.
Oh my god.
One more.
There's so many legends on there.
You're going to fix that one.
Ah, wrong. Very
Going back. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Said they found out the
This map
very, very
must be
safe.
really warm.
Oh, yes.
It is a great way to close it out, and it is closed out by the Queen Pain on Extreme Gaming. That would be their hero for XM.
XG are looking to blink in, take effects quickly during
Fighting, right? If they are blinking, then maybe positioning, disengage, disengage, ET can assist in fighting, so like a secondary fight
draft covers quite a lot, so if you care more about the lanes, you could go for a pretty heavy laning here.
They only have 10 seconds to think about what to do with this final pick, and here it is. Oh, it's an Ember Spirit. We don't get to see that man on the main stage that often this weekend.
So they went for this Ember just because they wanted to secure that mid lane matchup versus it. They want something that can just stay on lane versus it, not get bullied out, and fight the missions.
Yeah, not only that, it's quite so much vision from the lockdown available actually is quite limited. But now we're going in first, baiting whoever wins the Sphere or Arena, and then actually the rest of the time you go in. And then you throw in a Pangolier with gold as well. Vision and intuition always on the side of Falcons if they're the one going in first.
Having a good start and he's getting these rings. Good luck. Good luck. For Falcons, they have their typical map play style of mid. They're going to have their initiation from the off lane. They're going to have Nightreign building these early items and running up people, and the double supports farming the entire map. The question for XG is if they can match that pace in the early game and get to the point where they can blink and instantly take these fights, because that early game looks tough.
Yeah, you got to have a lot of mid focus, right? We've already spoke about Ember and what they can do, but also Queen of Pain, right? If Queen of Pain pops off and every time you go somewhere you're getting a kill, it could buy enough time for the items of the Mars to fix some of their lockdown issues, or the items on the Ursa to ensure he has that burst potential. I think mid lane is such a critical matchup in this game one.
Yeah, I really love these two drafts. Like the way I see it too is that Falcons, they have this early to mid game that they usually have, and then they might taper off a little bit, you know, against Extreme Army. He's got his Ursa against the Sven matchup, but I also like that Falcons, they cover their like late game. The refresher on the Ember, the refresher on the Pango, the 5-slot, the 6-slot. Sven, you know, doesn't do too well there, but then his teammates come in again with the network to back it up. So we're in for a long game. We're in for a lot of fights and absolute banger team fighting.
Oh, that would be fantastic. I do have one final question to you. You say that this mid matchup super important here with Queen of Pain and the Ember. How much help are they going to get from the supports? How much help can we expect they get?
Falcons could be tri-laning mid lane. With an Ench and a Snapfire, they're going to be running mid. But XG, they do have the Arena. It feels like on their side as well. So they do have like a 6th man, and that sometimes historically has helped. And yeah, again, Falcons, the early game, it is looking very, very good.
Okay, let's see. I'm sure that the coach agrees, and that's where we're heading to right now, because Tsunami is standing with AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, I am standing by AUI 2000, coach of Falcons, and you are no stranger to this, my friend. In 2022 in Singapore with Tundra coaching Grand Finals. I was wondering if you could maybe take me back in time about that team's journey to Grand Finals versus how Falcons have made it here.
I mean, honestly, for both teams, it's just been an incredibly rewarding journey. I mean, standing in this crowd, like being able to play in front of them, it's all every Dota player dreams of. So I think we're just all grateful to be here.
Let's hear it for just the spirit of competition. Now, I'm sure you have a very vivid memory of how that last Grand Final went. Upper bracket final, you played against Team Secret. It went to 3 games. They went down to lower bracket, had to play 3 games against Liquid, and how did your grand final go after that?
It was good, it was 3-0.
It was good, it was 3-0. Now we're in a similar situation. You went to 3 games against Extreme, and now they're back. Oh, actually, no, it was P-Vision, actually. The equation has changed. Everything's up in the air now.
I mean, I would love a 3-0, but honestly, I sort of hope for 5 games, you know? We actually respect Extreme a lot as a team, so we're super happy to play them now.
Then let's hear it for the potential of this grand final. Hamburg, make some noise for this grand final!
Welcome to the International, everybody! Let's kick this shit off with a bang! It's China striking first blood!
Cannot be more fitting. A return in bounce East versus West will grace the grand finals one more time as Ame returns to claim his throne. An uncrowned king against a king already crowned. You could not ask for a better storyline going into this immaculate TI.
That's right. There is so much history that goes into the International. And a large part of that old history, some of you might remember, was that balance of power. It was China versus the world. Every odd year, an international team would win. Every even year, a Chinese team would win. For 7 years, this was true. Until Ame and LGD fell to OG at TI8.
History was written, and once more we return to write history in the stars. Can XG make the miracle happen? Can they make this tough road through the lower bracket return to a finals, a third appearance for some of these players? They have consistently fallen short, but perhaps this is their moment to put their name on that Aegis. They are against a very tough opponent in Falcons. They have been dominating this meta. They have been setting the trends. They have their comfort picks. It's not a question of knowing what they're going to play. It's a question of how do you beat what they play, because everybody knows the heroes that are going to come out from these playmakers. Can you out-team fight them? Can you out-skirmish them? That is the challenge ahead in this series for XG.
Already see XM and Malrine trading blows, as we will see in hopefully 5 games of this series.
Oh yeah.
XM has already taken a bit of a lead here at 10-2, and it seems like all the lanes are going well for Extreme, as another 10-0 for Ame. Seems that, do you feel like Extreme Gaming put a bit more emphasis on the lanes against Falcons?
If anything, I think they did it against P-Vision. They had to learn how to not get run over in some of these lower bracket series. The European team's laning stage is insane. You have to come prepared for it. You cannot give them too much room, too much tempo, particularly when you give up these tempo supports. The Chen, the Enchantress, you can't ban them all. Snaking's going to get something in this game. If Amar is on one of those tempo setters like the Bristleback, for example, these games can spiral very quickly off a laning stage win. XG need to step up their first 10 minutes in this series if they want to have a good chance of competing. But that said, they also made some crazy comebacks.
Yes.
This is a team, you cannot count them out at any point in that game. And this is another lineup that can just scale like a beast across all 3 cores. I like that they went for the first pick Mars. That's a dominance move. We're taking it away from ATF. We're going to get it for XXS early. We don't care if we have to first pick it. We want him comfortable. We want him controlling the fights. And by God, has this man had a TI. He absolutely has to be in the front running for this MVP right now.
100%. I mean, he saved Extreme Gaming's life in that lower bracket final. In fact, in the lower bracket in its entirety, he has come up for Extreme time and time again, and he is a large reason why they are here in this finals. Ame, he's trying to put some pressure onto Amar where he can in this Ursa versus Pango matchup, but the mobility is not allowing him to do so. Amar, 19-2, doing the best of his comrades when it comes to the CS.
And we do see the support swap from Falcons. This Elder Titan's going to be a pivotal hero in this matchup. It's something that XG are going to more and more. It's a crazy teamfight scaler, something to give them confidence in the late game. Downside is it does have some rough lane matchups. Falcons are trying to abuse this Enchantress with the Dispel against X-Nova. Get that lane win in the off lane for Amar. Does require you to put crit into that safe lane. You lose a little comfortability, but you gain really good support matchups here.
Certainly feels like a lot of draft threats on the table no matter who wins in this game, right? If all of a sudden the Elder Titan is kicked to the side and this Enchantress reigns supreme as a support, we've seen how when the games start going late, any support that is able to farm for themselves has big, big value.
And also, we have the 2 biggest support ranged playmakers in this meta, the Hoodwink and the Snap.
Knocked back by the God's Rebuke, will not be able to get a stun off. A second kill for Extreme in this laning phase as they are up now 1,000 gold.
This is such a strong duo. You can't ask for more in this meta right now. Terrifying lane to go up against. And the fact you had to put crit up here to try and get that Enchantress ET matchup does hurt crit a little bit, because these Snaps and Hoodwinks want to play with the offlaner. They want to get aggressive. They want to use the early spell power to build momentum. Burn charge is already online for Jin-Q. Super strong right now.
Lots of damage. Jin-Q stepping a bit too far forward, trying to pressure Skeeter, takes a lot of damage. They even threw the blood grenade at him, but they couldn't go for the kill. While Amar goes down, they trade out cores. X-Nova, can he beat down Snaking? One more hit, he's got it. A 2-for-1 special, and the action returns at the top lane, as this time it's Crit who puts his life in danger and does not manage to get out of it.
I was maybe a little concerned for XG laning-wise coming into this series, but already they are hitting the mark. This XXS Mars is the most farmed hero coming out of this laning phase. They even get a kill with that Ursa on the Pango, not expected, and so much XP for X-Nova on an amazing hero to get early levels on in this Elder Titan. Already has the boost online, already level 4, putting points into that natural order. You combine this with some of the Queen damage later, the Mars damage later. They have such good teamfight combinations. If you're Falcons, you need to get this Ember off to a good start. Play through him, let him drive the pace of the game. Don't let XG set up these big fights around Roshan where they're super confident in their AoE control.
Fighting for power runes, but locked down by the chains. Got a bushwhack, trying to stop it. Another sun comes in. XM is able to get the flank away, and Jinkyu is the one to pick up the arcane rune instead. A little bit of HP fed over to Malrine. He'll be okay, and XM being the ranged hero should be able to weather through this a bit.
Jinkyu just playing with him. This early Urn creates such a threat with the blood grenade combination. He's basically just fighting two supports in the river, taking the rune away from Malrine. That's a huge win. As XM feeling the pressure of some of these summons. Double range creep, plus Enchantress, plus Catapult about to hit your tower. Need reinforcements here.
Yeah, where is this Elder Titan? He's been hanging out with this Ursa, but he's needed in the mid lane. They pop a glyph here. And depending on how much Falcons want to tank here, they have another enchant. So another creep to be able to tank this tower. A few more Siege Wagon hits, and then another round of creeps will enter into the tower. So this Siege Wagon, it's going to get well below half here. The Spirit only just now showing up. But what do you even do as an Elder Titan this early?
Not a lot. Tough matchups. You don't interact well with the Ember Spirit. You don't have the lockdown for him. He's got to beat him back, but that is some significant tower pressure.
The trade-off, Ame. He almost gets the kill on Amar, but he also takes the Wisdom Shrine. That is a big move. Extreme. I mean, they drew the first blood quite figuratively and literally as they managed to get the first kill, but also won the laning phase. Falcons with this move on mid was brilliant, but the trade-off, Extreme got to be very happy as their supports are going to get their level 6s before Falcons.
Huge advantage gained off that play from Ame, getting aggressive on that battle line. Even forced double support TP there that yielded nothing from Falcons. So now, if you want to get aggressive top with this Mars, no support can come in for Skeeter. If you want to get aggressive on mid, that option's available with the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, like how does Skeeter even play top anymore? It's a level 6 Mars and a level 5 Hoodwink at 8 minutes in. He's got to abandon this lane.
So many levels on these supports.
Power Rune, Malrine tries to get it, does manage to grab it. Regen into the bottle.
Nice pickup for him. And XM not finding early fights with this Sonic Wave. Love to get some action going, but the mobility from this Ember Spirit is not something that XG can deal with early on in this game.
This tower is going to fall, but who's going to get the last hit on it? Malrine tries to get there in time, but XM already snags the deny. Malrine would love to get a kill on X-Nova, but not the case. Against an Enchantress, this is just inevitable, right? You're going to bleed out towers.
Yes.
You just got to try and slow it down as much as possible.
Especially with the lane swap they did. When this Enchantress plays from the off lane, those moves behind the tier 1s are incredibly dangerous, and they're a lot more fluid for Snakey to make than if he was stuck in that safe lane trying to secure farm for the spend.
Snakey did not make the read there. That award was placed on that high ground. He gets his own really good laning for it, though.
Hunting here in the jungle. Got his eyes on him.
You gotta punish this Enchantress. You can't just let Snake King live in your jungle. He will do that until you punish him. Thinking about the Sonic Wave, is it required? XM, they can't even get him.
Nice enchant for the Dispel and the Overpower. Ame trying to hold it. Snake King holds longer.
And of course, anybody who shows up in the top lane is going to die. It's just a matter of time. The crit's not dead yet. And now with the Ember Spirit here, looks like the Mars in big trouble, and Jinkyu is not able to chase after crit. It's going to be XXS to fall instead as Falcons bring 4 up the top. They do not want to be losing these early towers.
That was a big committal. I mean, you're showing all 3 cores on this top lane to bring down that Mars, who is having a fantastic time. That's a big kill. But it does give a lot of space to the Ursa, more space for XM on the mid. Got to look towards this 10-minute power rune. If you can grab it here, would be a huge win for XG. Malrine looking for an amp damage or a haste to accelerate his game.
Once again, Malrine going to try and outclick XM for it, but this time XM gets the bottle. With a haste rune, not required to pop it just yet. He's able to blink away.
Big rune to take away from that Ember.
Yeah.
That's super dangerous around the map. Still
I mean, it's also
no Sonic Wave thrown in this game.
Yeah, we got to start establishing our own threats from the mid lane if you're Extreme Gaming. You're looking around where the Sonic Wave has been on cooldown for like 4 minutes now. We just haven't put it to use.
Easily a move you can make to top, right? If you have this arena on top, anybody that shows there, just arena into the Sonic Wave. Even if reinforcements come in, that can be a great fight to connect through the gate. It's kind of your best point of attack right now. You can also continue to hold it here and use it defensively. If you want Ame to continue playing bottom against some of the threat that the Pango holds, the Queen can counterplay that a little bit.
Crit playing games with XXS and Jinkyu once again, but this time around Extreme bring a whole lot more heroes to the mix. Falcons decline to do the same. They'll give up the tower finally and make a trade-off of their own.
A lot of trades happening in this game, but man, Crit has suffered in this early game. Losing the Wisdom Shrines really hurt him because he had to play more sacrificial in that safe lane to give Sven some of that XP. This Snapfire's level 4.5 right now. I don't know when you're going to have kisses in this game, but it's not going to be for a while. And to me, this has been the spell that's defined this hero at this TI. You know, heroes come and change, the spells come and change, but right now, getting kisses online fast, taking fights around that ult, super powerful long-range damage. We've seen it just win team fights straight up. We saw what Jin-Q did with it in the previous series. The more this is delayed, the better the team fights look for XP, particularly around that Roche pit, if Ame gets off to a fast start. Just playing with him mid, looking for that 12-minute power rune.
XM challenges him again. The stomp, it lands. Good bushwhack, the turnaround, and there's the Sonic Wave, but it wasn't even required. Jin-Q had it well in hand. That bushwhack combined with the sharpshooter, well played.
And Skeeter's here looking for the fight. There's nothing to fight. He'll just pick up the rune and go back to the jungle. Huge kill on this Ember Spear. That's the hero. You want to get the fast Mage Slayer on that Falcons can snowball through. Every time you take him off the map, you buy so much time for your other cores.
Yeah, and Skeeter will have the luxury of stacks where you can see it. Extreme do not have that same luxury. 9 more stacks than Extreme have done. I mean, when you have that kind of imbalance, Extreme have to get aggressive, right? There's no other option.
Start stacking of your own, claim early Roshan, start taking some more team fights. Interesting part about this game is you won the Wisdom Shrine battle, but Falcons are ahead in XP. Because Skeeter just got so much more out of this jungle. This Sven is level 11, is a couple levels ahead of the nearest core. So their supports are behind, but their cores are ahead. And these are cores that can absolutely just win the fight, even if the supports are lacking in that work.
Hey, I'm just happy we get to see 2 cores that do not build Helmadon.
There's not going to be a single helmet in this game.
Bless. Another Wisdom Shrine is coming up in 40 seconds. Crowd happy as they've been all day.
The Helm meta died somewhere in the lower bracket, it would seem, as these teams just want to duke it out. Already still looking for that Mage Slayer, but very strong on the front line as long as he doesn't get bushwhacked into the first game.
Tried to get the slide chains, but let's face it, diving into the tier 2, that is a risk a bit too much for Falcons. And this smoke seems to have petered out.
And items flying in for XG right now. They dodge that fight, they get Blade Mail on the off, they get Yules on the parts. Early fighting items now online. 14-minute Wisdom Shrines are spawning. Looks like they're just going to get traded out here unless X-Nova wants to try something really scary out there.
Yeah, this will make it so that Malrine can't be nearly as aggressive, right? There was very little punish outside of a sick bushwhack that we saw, but now he's going to be running into potentially Mars who just Yules Arena Spears. Easy.
Super deadly on the front line. A lot of threat coming out from XXS right now. Downside is you don't have the reach of something like the Blink Dagger, so it's a little harder to just make an aggressive smoke play with confidence. But if you get the right angle, you just run into heroes, phase boots into the Yules, it'll do the job. And yeah, that ward scouted that out.
That first move with this Yules, it's going to be red. Smoked right underneath a laning ward.
Upside is if you just go to the tier 1, you might just be able to pummel this tower, get something out of this move regardless. The Falcons don't want to give up this tier 1 for free.
Sure, and maybe find the sacrificial support position.
Yep.
Here comes that play. Even had the scan on the mid lane right next to XM. And an Ob was next to him.
Ob right under Sentry up top.
They're going to try for it. Rolling Thunder. Amar. The chains, but he doesn't pull the trigger just yet. I mean, if the tower's not going to fall, there's really no need.
That's not a fight you want to force into this AMP situation. Not the time to do it, especially when Ursa's just not going to join the fight. Battle period just finished for Ame a minute ago. He's cruising in the farm department. He's having a great time. No pressure on him right now. Recovering his disadvantage against the Sven, who had all of those ancient stacks earlier. Does not want to be dragged into a bad engagement for a tier 1.
Falcons make a show of a 5-man defense in the mid lane. After the tower's defended, back to hitting neutrals. They really haven't gotten... They haven't ground out that usual lead that Falcons tends to do after a laning phase. Extreme is still keeping up despite the stack disparity.
Difficult team to grind it out against.
Why is that?
they're just resilient around the map. They rarely give up really bad core deaths. I mean, the games that are spiraling are going to spiral for anybody, but I feel like they just don't feed in poor places. It's usually getting lanes super deep. Xnova, he's...
Okay, the Croaker. Yeah, Snaking had that well in control. There was no problem there whatsoever.
That's that Mage Slayer online for the Ember, so time to get aggressive. Follow Malrine, let him bring these supports back into the game in a really nice position. Look,
Malrine does find another one. Slight chains, kisses. And XXS is biding his time, waiting for Malrine to show, but the kisses give too much information. They have to back away.
Too easy right now. Just follow this Ember. Very little XG can do about it unless they are just baiting someone out and the opponent uses it.
Yeah, as you said, the core's not being picked off, but they do manage to find some support kills.
XG don't mind this kind of style though. Like, they're willing to give up some part of the map early on in a game to push it later, get their item timings, and take that fight, even if it's at a 5 or 6K network disadvantage. They believe in their execution. They believe in their timing. They're going to overcome that, particularly around the Roche pit. We have seen just dominate Roche on fights. Yeah, and their signature sauce for this event.
I was about to say, if anything's going to give them even more confidence is going to be that lower bracket finals, game 3. Yeah. They played against a net worth advantage the entire time, and still had the confidence that they were going to be able to pull through. He sure did.
I mean, at this point, just believe XXS is going to win you the Roche on fight. They've done it time and time again.
Yeah, just give up every Roche. Just make sure XXS is in a position to make the steal.
There's the Blink dagger from Mars. He was thinking about BKB or Blink, but he opts for the Blink. Tells me XG want to get aggressive here in the next few minutes. If you can get a team fight on top of Falcons with you being the initiator, particularly on that Pangolier or Ember, it can break that fight open, especially if it's around the pit, straight into Roshan for this Ursa. This is a really pivotal moment in this game for Falcons to defend their map.
Baiting an 18-minute power room that doesn't spawn. Amar makes a poke at XM and reveals that there is a whole heap of heroes right behind him.
Blinks are also online for Falcons. Pango Blink, Sven Blink, Instant Smoke. Falcons are going to look to do what XG just wanted to.
XXS is thinking about striking first, though, and he managed to get the pin. No Yules required. They just blew him up, and the Rolling Thunder, it'll come too late to save the Ember Spear, but maybe Skeeter, you can see him. He's holding off right now, waiting for his initiation. When's he going to make his blink? They got the arena onto the 2 supports. Now he jumps in, right into the Mars. He went in for the off-laner, but now he's surrounded by heroes, and he'll be blown up by Ame. Ame, too, was patient, and he waited for his counterpart in Falcons. He waited for Skeeter.
Beautiful patience from Ame on the side of the fight. He waits for the Sven jump, jumps in with no chance to man fight him this early in the game. And he will clean house. The exact team fight XG we're looking for. Started a little differently for them, but a beautiful pin from XXS. You burst down the Ember. That's what you want. Ember or Pango every single time. It's a recipe for success.
And he could have gone for the same play of the Yules, but it would have been an entirely different fight. The execution was fast, and that's what kept Falcons out of it.
He gets to hold arena for later on. And that's what's kind of dissuading Skeeter here. Like, he doesn't want to jump this Hoodwink who's already dying. He doesn't want to jump that Blade Mail Quap. He wants the Mars. He got sick cleaves off him. Almost kills XM with that angle. But Ame, just better positioning, better moment to jump.
I mean, it all starts with the Ember Spear pickup, right? He can play the longer game because they're up on it in that regard. 100%. Skeeter forced to do something. XM trying to force a play here.
Stomp with misses.
It covers at least the retreat from XM. Falcons go back to their side of the jungle. Despite the loss in that mid lane, not that big of a net worth lead for Extreme. They're still keeping this game very tight at 20 minutes, though Extreme, they want the Tormentor. They're going to smoke up for it. Falcons will do the same, not to smoke, but trying to defend their territory.
The Basher, freshly done on Ame, got it off that fight. Could be super pivotal at locking down these mobile cores here.
Smoke breaks on XXS. XXS not going to blink forward. Doesn't want to go in blind. Now Spawn snaking. And he'll just pin him. See if they can blow him up with the break. It'll make it a little bit easier. But the heals, man, they can't even burst him down. They just used so many spells and didn't claim the fight position. They will back out. A good stomp, though. And a pin off mid. They're going to jump in. Ame goes for the kill. They got him. Amar does what he can. But again, the Rolling Thunder is just not enough to save the life of his buddy. He's got the Yules to defend. XXS trying to stop these kisses. A blink away. And he does manage to prevent any losses there. Falcons, they'll retreat as 4. And Extreme now owns the Tormentor.
such strong early item timings from XG and XXS, finding the spears time and time again. Just sets everything up in this fight. Maureen has not been able to play a single fight other than him just getting nuked down instantly.
Yeah.
And all of that was off of a casual stomp from X-Nova. That's how this Elder Titan gets you. He can throw the spear down, he can wait for a slight, and then he's going to force you to run an out where you get stomped. You don't know what's coming after that stomp. Very little to bail you out of that situation. It's an annoying spell for Maureen to just be sitting under in the middle of the fight. And Mar's the most farm hero here for Falcons. He's having quite a good game. Just can't find his mark in these engagements.
Alme's not alone down here, but Falcons know it, thanks to the deep wards that they were able to place earlier in the game. It's not allowed them to take control of the match. Going back to the Ember Spirit, though, this is a hero that we haven't actually seen too much of here at TI. Why is that?
His early game is still good, but he kind of falls up in that late game a little bit. He doesn't pack the same punch, and I think players are concerned about his gold for late game scaling sometimes too. Like, yeah, 6 or 7 slots, all these spears really go crazy, but compared to things like the Queen of Pain with the Sonic Cage, it's just not the same punch, right? He's kind of an attrition hero. He likes to go in the fight, take the long fight. Feels like a lot of these fights are just decided off a jump, throw in the nukes, you blow somebody up. It's not Ember Spirit style right now. And now his strength can be just set up for some of these long-range supports. Great hero to combine with the Hoodwinks and the Snapfires that are in this meta. And I think that's what Falcons wanted to do. They just got slowed down.
Yeah, particularly since they don't actually have a save here on the side of Extreme. There was potential for slight chains kisses to get guaranteed kills, but we didn't see too many of those, and not really on big consequential heroes. And as a result, Ame is up at 13k now.
It's also a hero that takes that mid tower very quickly, and then you kind of collapse the game to that mid lane. You make them fight your Ember when he's really gone. You make their supports engage this hero that they have trouble locking down. Actually dodged that pretty well. Falcons didn't get a lot out of that, 5 to 15 minutes, especially with some of the power moves going on already.
Sure, they gave up the mid tower. They didn't actually fight for it. They even denied it themselves, limiting the amount of gold that Falcons got out of it.
They didn't bleed bad kills, which would have snowballed this game, and they won the silence. That was a huge component. XXS got off to such a fast start. You could afford to give up something around that mid lane and still feel good about the first 10 minutes here. And now you're cruising into this mid game, very even. Still anybody's to take in these fights, and I mean, Roshan's still just sitting there in the pit. Very tempting for both teams.
Absolutely.
We even see the X-Nova Spirit scouting it out. I mean, there is some worry here on XP for Falcons to man up for it if they feel you're on the wrong part of the map.
We are now at that point, by the way, where we're going to get some serious magic resistance problems for Falcons. If Amar is going to build to scale, these supports on the side of Extreme, you've got the combination of maxed out natural order combined with the deconstruction facet. That's already making a lot of this magic damage be pure. And then you're going to have Hoodwink come in. He's buying up a shard really soon. That boomerang is just going to amp up that magic damage even more. The burst damage is going to go crazy.
If you get a latch off this Mars, that hero is going. No hard save in this lineup. You have some armor differential from the Sven. You have the shield on the Ember. You have a shield on Tango. You can be tanked despite some changes with the sprites. But you are worried about that first point of contact.
Yeah, which means Falcons, I mean, they've been struggling to find the initiation. That's what's been causing them so many issues in these early fights. It always seems like XXS is able to hit first before Amar does. So they either got to find that, or they got to start just, playing to farm, playing to scale.
They have BKB Blink on this Sven now, though. This changes it a lot. Now you can let Skeeter go in. He can pick his mark, BKB. You're not afraid of him dying super fast here. And he has level 3 ulti online, sitting a really nice power point.
And if they can get a pickoff right now with this smoke, then turn it into Roshan, take that away from an Ursa lineup, would be a massive boon for Falcons. They do not find a kill, though. It's Extreme Gaming have already backed up behind their tier 2, commenced with their own smoke play.
They feel that Roche was maybe being forced. They're smoking before Ame finishes his BKB, though they did get the Ags on the Queen and the BKB on the Mars, so they have a nice 2-core item timing to try and take this fight.
They're going to get in position here, but Ame's still going to keep farming up. He's so close to his BKB. I'm sure he's calling to his team, don't force it too much. I'm almost there.
Almost a defensive Roche play. We don't want to do it right now. We want to let Ame farm, but we also don't want you doing it.
Yeah. And if they just stick around though, okay, they do find one of the wards. There was 2 different very dangerous wards that Falcons managed to get down. That was one in the triangle, the other one being in that lane, off lane position. Nobody on Extreme will be caught by that yet.
I mean, these are the types of situations where the ET feels amazing because
This would be really massive. They could catch him, but there's same similar ward. Still, though, found by Falcons, at least taking away some vision on both sides. It all comes down to this Roche, man, and we're gonna have BKB cores on both sides.
Xnova, he wants it.
They get the kill on the ward. Amar does not make the jump for it. Skeeter's too far away. Skeeter's just farming away. He doesn't want to fall behind Ame right now in this standoff. Neither carry wants to just fully invest into contesting this Roshan.
And Ame got the finish BKB. They got the double op. Now everybody getting the win on that. Win for XG. That was a big smoke move from Falcons to get those wards up and try and use them to take a fight. You let him go down for free. Have one more around this pit top.
And if Falcons isn't going to make the move, then Extreme, maybe they'll be the ones to play on the offensive here. The smoke is going to break on the low ground. Snaking making a break for it with his drums, trying to get far enough ahead. XXS, he'll blow the arena for him. Nice shields though. That'll dodge a little bit, still hit. Caught by the break, but the heals are so much, they do not still have the burst damage to kill him. They need the Ursa to jump on to Snaking, but he doesn't want to show himself. Synchronized Yulzing for Extreme Gaming, they'll back away.
He might lose though. XXS, they gave him the Ob Sentry, very smart. Don't sacrifice the positioning on these backline supports.
Extreme Gaming seem to know Falcon's ward spots very well.
They have no Obs left. It's just brutal for them.
An Aghanim Scepter is done for Amar though, so another peak for Falcons, perhaps another chance to take matters into their own hands.
The team fight's super strong for both teams. Who jumps first, and that's why the vision's so important. We lost all these wards, whereas XG, they have that ET to do a little scouting.
I mean, at this rate, we're going to get 2 or 3 more items on these carries before we actually get a fight around the Roshan pit.
Nobody wants to man up for it first. You get caught in that pit, it's absolute destruction.
Malrine found, not pinned. Roll up will stop him, and he dodges away from the stomp. XXS has to use a defensive BKB. Double ults from Falcons for a BKB on XXS. I don't think that gives a clear enough advantage either way for these teams to force it.
Nope. Especially if the Mars gets gone on, you don't have a clear initiation as XG. They do buy a gem, which is interesting considering they just killed 3 wards. I mean, how much vision's left on the map? They really want to secure vision for the fight. It's flying out to Xnova right now. But Falcons are getting a lot of items up during this period. 20 on then. This Ember is catching up in this game. I mean, that's the upside for Malrine. He's on the best split pusher hero in this match. He's just going to rat these side lanes down. He will recover his GPM. Continue to scale.
And that's why Extreme, they're going to force it onto the bit. And it feels like they just have to. Snaking is trying to keep tabs, though. He's got his creep, checking it out every once in a while. But this Roshan is about to swap over to the other side. Not only does it sound like you think that Falcons have gotten the better of this stalemate, but it's also about to flip over to the side where they can play off of buybacks and their outposts.
I don't think the first half of that stalemate was good for them, but I think the second half was. XG could have been more aggressive there with how much vision they brought down. Falcons playing a little scared. Like you said, that Roche going to the other side, it hurts. Actually, Falcons are willing to commit buybacks here. They just don't man up for this.
It's also going to be another Tormentor spawn. Didn't spot the ward. XXS saw Sentry, but the ward is on the other side of the tree there.
It's a good one. Super valuable as this Roche switches sides.
And while Extreme is all shuttled down to this bottom part of the map, Falcons, they're staying split. Amar's getting a lot of farm out of his top lane. Might actually be able to take that tower at some point in time. And as you said, Malrine, best split pusher in the game at this point on the Ember Spirit, so he's enjoying all the farm he's getting out of this situation. It's not much, but Falcons is grinding more and more gold into their favor. Extreme Gaming, they got to do something about this. They're going to force the Roshan, and Falcons not going to contest. Almost saying that, all right, we delayed it for like 6 minutes, you can finally have it.
It is only the first one, right? Not super valuable here. It's just to progress towards the later Roshans.
Yeah, second Roche is going to be around 41 minutes in.
Very slow for an Ursa lineup. Yeah. Still have this tier 1 up mid for Falcons, by the way. This objective has not been claimed by XG either. Working with less map control right now, which is great for Malri. Needs to get to push these side lanes in deep. Gets a lot of vision control off the mid lane to help him do it. Enjoying life right now.
And a quick Tormentor kill for Falcon. Extreme stuck on the other side of the map. Particularly Xnova, who is always just shadowing Ame everywhere he goes. He's really not able to do anything else.
And I must apologize, Austin. We do have one Helma Dominator. It stuck its way in. I don't know how we allowed it. I guess JQ said this game is going to go late. I'm going to start farming up and pushing them away.
Helma Dom Ludwig, are you serious, man?
This was probably the least expected one here. You know, you can argue it for the Mars. A lot of these offlaners just wanted to accelerate their game and have the Helm on the lane. A second item, Hoodwink Dominant. I don't think I've ever seen that.
You know what I hate the most is that it just kind of makes sense the way that they're likely to be ratted a bit. Somebody's got to get one on Extreme. An Aghanim Scepter done for Malrine.
He's recovered completely.
Level 18 as well. He's getting real big. Considering how bad his game was, where he just kept getting caught by XXS over and over again. This last 10 minutes, this peaceful 10 minutes, feels like he's actually going to be able to play some Dota. He's going to be able to get to some late game. Now we'll see how well he scales into that point compared to the Queen of the Pain, who is currently XM, just about to finish up BKB. Oh, that is an aggressive blink. He got a Yules off, though, on the Sven. That delay will not be enough. Too much burst damage coming in from the side. Oh! Third Splitter stops Skeeter. Does Extreme realize this? They certainly do. A BKB, keep him inside the arena. The Skeeter, he's stuck. Ame will come collect the kill that his team served up on a platter, all because of Xnova. His far sight, he saw it coming the entire way, an Earth Splitter to catch the Sven TP.
Into another D-Ward. This man is absolutely on point right now for XG. And they will take that trade. Taking this Sven off the map will create a larger differential between him and Ame. That's exactly what you want. This Sven-Ursa matchup is generally not fun for the Sven. The farther this Ursa pulls ahead, the harder it is to take that fight, unless you can go ultra late with refreshers and Titanics and that kind of nonsense.
Yeah.
Ame in control of the carry battle right now. Huge pickup for XG. I mean, that was a crazy blink from XM. He just felt like there was going to be an opening there. I guess he's right in the end. Very sacrificial.
And if he doesn't get the Yules off on the Sven, like, even though he dies, that little bit of delay, it made all the difference for Xnova to get there in time.
Very clutch Yules. And these Yules can become Wind Wakers way later in this game.
Yeah,
That's the nice thing about them. And the Wind Waker is amazing against this Falcons lineup.
Still a bit worried, though, even though the Sven has died. We've seen, in particular, yesterday we saw the Ame Sven. 2,500 damage crits. I mean, you can get Wind Wakers, but can you react fast enough to stop that kind of burst damage? Snake King, is this guy just untouchable in this game? What is it? They can kill the Sven, but they can't stop the Enchantress.
I mean, it is called untouchable for a reason.
I guess so.
You should not even waste your time. If Ame's there, it's a quick pick-me-up.
Of course, yeah.
But Ame doesn't want to commit his time to take Enchantress off the map. If anything, you just want to threaten Snake. You know, make him think he can, so he doesn't push as aggressively. But don't commit so much that you actually kill him and it's a negative network play.
BKB done for XM. So the next time he aggressively blinks in, he can at least ignore the stuns. We'll see if he can ignore the damage. Ame with an Abyssal Blade, no! Does not get the follow-up bash required for the kill. And he'll try and make use of the last 25 seconds of this Aegis. I thought he was going to just push the tier 2. But Extreme content the pace of the game as it is.
No,
they're going to smoke to the other side. Never mind. They're going to go. They're baiting out XM right now.
They want blood right now. Aegis is going to expire, but they finished that Abyssal. They finished Hex on the Mars and the BKB on the Queen. Huge item timing for XG. They're looking to strike. I mean, this has kind of been the MO of this game. Both teams hit their item timings. They look for a play. But the other team recognizes it, and they dodge that moment until they get to theirs. At some point, that bounce will break here.
Well, now some of that magic amp that we were talking about is still going to be effective, but there is a pipe.
Huge item
on Snaking. Big
Huge
pickup
item
for him.
CT. Yeah, the aura is worth so much here.
And this is kind of a weird positioning. We swap places. And it's going to be Extreme breaking the smoke, going into their own jungle. Wait, got the sacrifice initiation onto the Pango. And the Earth Splitter's on top of it with so much magic damage. He is burst down.
Shard stop in with the boomerang. See you later. No one is surviving that play. And that is all a glimpse of him off of that ET Spirit vision. Yeah, that's all it takes for you to get insta jump from the Hex.
But what do you do with this pickoff?
What are Falcons trying to do here? They're looking on this ward. They have Daedalus on Skeeter.
XXS still has BKB, but they got the stun on him, and from behind, a big crit from Skeeter takes out XXS. Sonic Wave on 3. The ult up in the air for crit. Skeeter makes a run for it with his BKB, but XM will still pounce on both supports, trying to slow them down, hoping that they can at least get one of them here. Snaking pulled back in, and finally Ame shows up to the fight to claim Snaking's head. They'll get one out of this.
Nice pick-off for Falcons. They get this Mars off the map. You pay a little bit of a price, but once Ame shows up to that fight, you're not taking it unless you're confident the control is going to come through.
Yeah, considering that BKBs didn't have to be used for Extreme, this is a very deadly point. No Pango, everything up for Extreme. Being able to take the Mars off the bat, like you said, like there's not really that much initiation for Extreme if there is no Mars.
We can remember losing a lot of woods to make these plays. It's really adding up.
You combine lack of vision with the Elder Titan, the vision advantage that Elder Titan is going to give you. It causes some problems, but those problems, they can at least wait another minute or two, because really there's no objectives until Roshan is up. They want to take this tier 2. I'm sure Falcons wouldn't care that much about it. Ame tries to go fishing with his H-Room, see if he can find some hero up here farming up jungle.
This Hoodwink Dolph has done some work. Into Mega Farm now. Finished an entire Lincoln. I wouldn't say it's the best Lincoln Sphere. It's not really good against the Pango Emperor.
Yeah, you're stopping the Spence
stud. You were trying to throw this on Ame or XM. Maybe even XXS, who's been getting jumped on. Block that Sense Stun. Could be a huge deal to fight, but it's a very expensive investment to look just for that.
Yeah. I mean, there's maybe little things like blocking out a Yules during an enrage timing for an Ursa or something like that. They could go a long ways.
Could come into play, absolutely.
Level 25 are right around the corner for both of our carries. That's going to be a bit spooky as Roshan, in that potential spawn period, both teams could be playing around this area.
High
top part of the pit.
For both these carries. Like the burst damage just becomes insane. In theory, their answer to a long fight is, Pango and Emperor, bringing that same sort of attrition, just constant spell spam.
Yeah.
But the way the fight is going, it feels like one of those worst in person. I think you still want to jump this Sven and to almost give them better entry into the fight.
If you get to a Satanic and then Ember Spirit continues to scale, do you think that flips to the other side at some point? That longer fights can still work for Falcons because of the Ember most?
Oh, I think they can. It's just execution.
Sure.
You kite out those little moments. Can you dodge the jump from Ame? Does someone control him when he's trying to go in and burst that target while he's committing BKB? Small things like this make all the difference. Can you find supports at the start of the engagement? You take X-Nova out, you remove a lot of the amp damage in this lineup.
Falcons not to find anything. A pick off there could have led to control the Roshan pit. A swift blink Ame Ursa.
So farm. All he needs is that level 25. He's prepared for this next fight. 50 seconds for that Roche spawn. Pretty fast one. Falcons just trying to control the vision they have. They have this one ward towards mid. They have a gem up. Trying to hold this high ground. There's a sneaky Radiant ward behind this tree line over here too. Could be really pivotal if you scout someone in the river.
Oh yeah.
Not an easy obs to D-ward. XG just wait. They're playing patient right now. Trying to finish up the last few items to go into this next Roshan battle. It's going to be Aeon Disc for XM. Something to watch out for. If he gets jumped by the Sven, he assembles that disc. The jump is gone.
And you pretty much can't afford a bad jump for this Sven, right? It almost feels like the fight is over if he jumps the wrong person and can't kill them.
Or if he jumps, stuns, goes to hit, Ame jumps, abyssals him. That's an easy turnaround.
Sure.
Actually, you're going to throw out the Sonic Waves. Arena's going to hit someone in the back. Skeeter going in here is very difficult, but he almost has to, the way the lineup functions.
Has to pick and choose his battles, and he's going to go for XM, but I think they know about the Aeon Disc. They have not jumped after this initiation from Amar. What a read from Falcons, but XM holds off on putting the Aeon Disc together. They'll TP away on the Rolling Thunder. They tried to get something. That was just such a smart play on both sides. XM, I mean, the balls did not put that Aeon Disc together when you're being sent up by Rolling Thunder, knowing there could just be a Sven that one-shots you. But he refused to do it.
He knows Ame has his back on that counterplay. He knows if Skeeter jumps, he will pay a mid-price there.
And they have damage for a Sven. Maybe they get the Roshan. But Falcons, I think they still want to force this fight. They're going to try. Nightreign, he jumps from 3. They decide to vice on him. Here comes that fear. But the Sven, with the amp damage, where is he? He isn't able to get there in time, and now he's been hit by the goals against grab. Onto the Queen of Pain. XM gets off the Aeon Disc. Keeps himself alive, and he blinks away from Skeeter. The initiation has gone all wrong, and now begins the fight. And it's not a fight for long. Ame and his claws will rip through the Sven armor. They'll find another with XXS. A pin against the wall, and Amar, he'll fall as well.
Beautiful kiting from XG. The control on the Sven, stalling up his jump to follow that Ember Spirit. And such clutch X's from XXS. This guy's control has been on point this entire tournament. Such a strong team fight from XG. Their burst damage is just insane. Nightreign took so much there, but that amps it all. You get hit by that Earth Splitter. One last bash from the Ursa, and you're gone. Nobody can bail you out of that situation. A deep dive goes wrong for him.
And if Extreme win this game 1, I mean, what are you gonna do if you're the coach? What are you gonna do if you're the draft? You're AY 2000. Amar, he doesn't want to ban Mars. That's his hero.
You gotta take it away from him.
Yeah, you're gonna be put in a corner where you have to take it. And we may see if Extreme have answers to it, but first they have to close out this game 1 to make that happen. And they may have a big lead, 9,000 net worth, 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Falcons are known to be able to stall out games. XXS, he's landed a number of initiations. They'll find another one. Ame leads away with the Abyssal Blade, and XXS follows through. Another 60 seconds where Falcons will not have all their heroes alive.
So much gold for XG in this period. I mean, they can start buying up some luxury items now. There's the refresher for the Mars. Could be another Hex on this hoodwink. Nightreign's life is just not getting any easier. It did start easy in this game, and it's better. Just so much control for him to play through. And this is kind of the downside of Ember. He doesn't pack a big enough punch to go in and be a threat during his BKB that XG can't deal with it. So you have to play for the long fight. Yeah, somebody is getting caught in the control, and nobody is challenging this Ame Ursa right now. He's just running a rampage through the game. Ag's done as well. How do you kill this guy? Is it possible?
Kind of does. I mean, you're going to have to wait 2.5 minutes because killing him is going to take some sort of initiation, and I don't think they'll be able to pull that off twice. I mean, they have like no instant stuns. The best you have is Sven, Blink, melee range, Stormhammer.
Yes,
Rolling Thunder, Blink initiation, but
you cannot jump him anymore. It's impossible. You will always get Ags and Rage off. You have no silences to prevent it.
Yep.
It's on the Aegis. They can force high ground again. They can look for that game-ending fight.
So their only option as Falcons is to make the jump on the Ursa, reset, and high ground defense is the best possible place to make a play like that.
Yep, especially if you can defeat 5X. One way to try and force that team fight when they do not have a lot available right now. It's only that Ember Spirit. Sometimes it's enough with the high ground positioning. Ideally, you make a jump on somebody, you take them down, you reset, and then this Pango can control Ursa a little bit with the basher, the Axe rolls going through. It's kind of your hope right now, but ATF has a monster fight on this high ground.
Like I said, luxury items were coming in. They're here for a couple more heroes. XM with the Shivas. A sacrifice on the Hoodwink, which is not required for yet another Enchantress kill. No problems killing her now. Now that Ame is playing in the front line, Skeeter's going to make his jump. Gets off the range on Ame. Skeeter got that much out of it. But you got that. But you still want to be able to play with the hook on straight. But they jump in anyway. Skeeter, he wanted to fight, but he didn't think it was going to start that way. With him dead and gone. And what are you going to do now? It's up to Maureen and Amar. They're going to have to pull through this fight for you. You buy back on the Sven, but he won't have the God strength. They're kiting around Ame as best as possible right now. XM, both Yules, he dodged down the Stormhammer, and he's going to have a blink up in a second. He still has his BKB. A nice pin from the low ground from XXS. A buyback's being used from Falcons from all these heroes, but they've got nothing for it. They killed a Hoodwink at best. They took out Roadkill, and that's all.
You have to get more there for a triple buyback. The Sven one is not going to be the most impactful, but you bought both supports. You took an extended fight. For once, Mallory does survive the Hex's first attempt to get BKB off. Has to impact 3,000 damage, but you can't burst that target down. You can't wear through the front line here. Bear is just too much of a menace right now. You need more sustain, you need more damage. There's another great shard for XG to pick up. I don't think I've seen a spear miss outside of maybe the one top in that open region. Just every single one. There's another A on this for this Sven to deal with. No nullifier in sight.
Level 25 on XXS, 180 HP regen inside the Arena of Blood. But if they can take him out of the equation right away, no one up this. Where is he going to throw out this arena? He's waiting out the BKBs. He knows Skeeter's going to expire soon, and now he's got it. First the sight, then the spear, then the damage that Ame brings to the table.
A dieback on the Sven. Falcons crumbling. No answer for Ame and his jump.
XXS doing his best, even an outworld stab there. Double daggers to slow him down. Ame still fighting more. He first gets a sinking, no buybacks there. He chases after Crit. Another hero to fall on the side of Falcons. Double cookies where they can, and they're chasing after the Ember Spirit on the same side.
Supports are just killing him.
Supports taking out the Ember Spirit.
X-Nova boss just man fighting the Falcons mid. Back up from Jin-Q, that's a free kill. Mallory did not expect the damage, but there's that magic amp combination. Yep, just so nasty when he's on top of you. Now Ame, he gets a free trip to the high ground. Says, thanks for the setup, boys. All clean house.
Amar broke through. He's sitting on the other side of the map going, I can't cut all these waves. Extreme Gaming, they're going to get Megas out of this. They should be able to end the game. Unless Falcons, I mean, I don't even know what they have to do here. I mean, Amar, they do manage to get backdoor protection up. But the mid lane is going to push in. XM's got that covered. Unless Amar can get there with a Rolling Thunder. He's not popping in. He's trying with the swashbuckle and stopped by XM. Now he has the Rolling Thunder. See if he can kill the creep wave. They pop the Glit. They pop the Sonic Wave even. Anything to protect the creeps. Amar still gets it though, and he makes the blink away. He makes a swift retreat. Did he just buy Falcons the time they needed?
Backdoor should come up here.
Glit goes up.
This will guarantee it. Amar with some nice moves on his mid lane. Stalls for the other heroes to come back up.
Can Extreme Gaming get through the backdoor protection though? They're going to try. Aside them by Golem, they got the Invisible Blade initiation on Maureen, and Maureen dead for 2 minutes. Maybe it doesn't matter how much time you buy Ame. He seems to be eternal at this point in time. 11, 1, and 10. He will stand here as long as it is needed to finish out this game.
Or take the easier road, you know, go get that bottom lane in. Free up that last Rax. You're looking at Megas very shortly here. They know that's a dieback on this Ember.
A butterfly coming in for him. All right.
All on ATF here. Refresher delivered for the Pango. Does have the 25 talent. He has got to get in here and do some serious damage in the fight.
Falcons, they did their shenanigans, but the backdoor protection is going to go down again unless they can jump the Ursa now and kill him. This is going to be Megas. try and get something out of it.
Gotta go.
Even a BKB, there goes the Rolling Thunder, there goes Team Ratio with the BKB turnaround. Skeeter, he's got to run, but he's pushed back in by the Sonic Wave into the claws of the bear. He will be pulverized. A hit in for the Rolling Thunder, but XM, he's still an Eon to be able to work with. A shot coming in. Shin Q, not even required. Ame is all the damage you need at this point for Extreme Gaming to close out the game, and they will take the lead in the series of the TI Finals.
A confident Game 1 victory, to say the least. These guys were feeling themselves. Felt like that entire game, even in that laning phase, which is supposed to be Falcon's strength in this matchup, they won that top lane in dominant faction. Ame was getting kills bottom with an Ursa, not something you see in that laning phase all the time. They weathered that storm mid with the Ember and then just diced that pickup. So much control from Already in this fight, it felt like he did not exist in that mid lane game.
No, he certainly didn't. And there is a lot to go over. It's a best of 5 in these finals, and the back and forth of the drafting, it's going to be a hard battle to commence.
And we'll see who wins that battle later down the line. Well, the first step has been made by Extreme Gaming. They take that first one of the best of 5 and are in a strong position to move forward in this series. How did they get to this point? That's why we got the experts to talk about it. Tigov, Effie, and Kezu. This game started fairly slow, Kezu.
No, it did, but one thing that surprised me quite a bit was how hard XG won their lanes. This usually doesn't happen when you play against Falcons. They're very good with like the lane swap, and they did do that again. They put the engine in the offlane. Crit on the Snapfire in the safe, and honestly, it had a very big impact on this game. Crit didn't have a good time there. He got a very late level 6. Xingqiu got a very early earn as well on his Hoodwink. Went around, got a lot of stuff done. So to me, then the mid game slowed down. But yeah, overall, XG, I really feel like they brought their absolute A game to this game 1.
I think they identified the fact that Marine needs to be shut down. When you look at Marine's performances so far throughout TI, at the 20-minute mark, he's only ever had like 4 deaths, 3 deaths. But this time, yeah, he has 3 deaths as well. His second most deaths so far. Often, it's like 1 or 2. Like, he's having such a good tournament. But XG, they identified Marine, they killed him 3 times by the 20-minute mark, and they truly shut him down.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. He is the rock of this team. They play this early game off of the shoulders of Malorine's timing, off of his tempo, and he couldn't recreate it that game. Extreme Gaming came to win today. They played with such confidence in these lanes. Falcons are a team we're used to seeing win these side lanes, not blunder, not feed, ready for every power rune, ready for every wisdom rune rotation. Usually they're the team bringing 3 heroes to the wisdom shrines. But guess what? They gave up both wisdom shrines this game. Their Sapphire did not have level 6 for a very long time because of that, and they didn't have the damage that they usually need to get their first few pickoffs.
There were also like so many clips that we can see too. They're about so many small things. The way XG earlier like bursted Malrine, Atos, Hex, Stunlock, you go this, then you go on X and he disassembles his A on this, it procs, he gets loaded by someone else. And then you have a bushwhack to like save him onwards and onwards, and there's so many things. Falcons too, like snaking countless times. He lives because he goes in front, he has the right itemization, he uses himself, he delays. But the longer the game goes, at least until Falcons have like 6 slot on Ember and Pango, this Ame Ursa, he just eats you alive.
Especially later in the game when what they had to do on Falcons was to play the map, push these side lanes out. How do you do that when this Ursa has a blink Abyssal Blade so early into the game? We'd see a hero show top, instantly get Abyssal. If you're an Ember, you have to Remnant out. If you're a Pango, you have to just roll away. There wasn't a means for you to control the map after that initial aggression from Extreme Gaming.
No, I feel like a lot of the theme of this grand final would be who can XG just stabilize the early game to get themselves to this team fight excellence, right? Ame being 31-11, like the fight selection that he has is incredible. The execution of the spells from XSS, impeccable. X-Nova, the vision from his spirit and just opening up the fights. Like everything XG does is based on the mid-game timing. So I'm really looking for the future of this series. How can Falcons try and change up that pacing, not allow them to kind of cruise control to the point where they are happy to take any fight?
And XXS on this Mars, like we saw it. It was in first pick Mars.
Yep.
They heavily prioritized his hero in this draft, and I would love to see that be recreated in the next game. They didn't even care what kind of matchup they would get, so long as he had a means to take these fights for them, and that he did. He was always finding the key targets in that mid lane fight. They got the kill on Ember. It just made it easy for Ame to come in, clean up, and get his net worth up because of that.
Yeah, and you pointed out it was an overall first pick Mars, and it makes me wonder. I think there's been a lot of TI finals that have like one hero that the series kind of starts revolving around. Could that be the Mars in this case, or will it just be banned from here on out? Because that is also an option.
It could absolutely be Mars. I'm going to expect the same thing in game 2. It's going to be first picked or it's going to be banned. It's already been the hero of a lot of games, and it's going to continue, I think, to be that way. But I want to show a lot of things that also happened that allowed XG to like even get to this stage. They don't have the BKB yet on Ame. They need time. So they go ahead of him. They smoke ahead to make sure they're around the Roche pit and allow him to farm. But look at this top level dewarding from both teams here. You have X Nova, they protect their triangle. Falcons are like, okay, the game is about Roche. They deward them again. Now, because this deward happened, Extreme, they ping on the minimap. They're like, yo, they must have seen me place this ward, so I'm now going to go deward your ward that is on the lane too. And these are the small things that actually, first of all, allow this game to delay. This is 26 minutes. Roshan hasn't died yet. 28 minutes, you have another Roche off. You have a fourth deward coming out from the teams against each other. And in the ultimate last clip, this is now 30-30. Look at the minimap. Ame is now down bottom, so is Roshan. He's had enough. He uses the Fog of War to blink into the pit before Falcons are ready. And this is like 4 to 5 minutes of small macro gameplay that allowed them to take the very first ages of the game. And this is really what then started a bloodbath.
Yeah, up until that point, it kind of felt like the game could have been going either team's way, but vision is incredibly important, T.
No, it is so critical. And then when you see the dewarding happening from, Kezu's clips, there's another moment in the game where they set up the map in such a beautiful way that they are able to smoke for 1 whole minute and Falcons have no information. Often when you're off map for about a minute, you're going to be identified. But you see here, Crit, he's drawing on the minimap. He's like, guys, they're on the top side. They're even using a scam. But look at the creep waves. Top's hitting the top tier tower for Falcons. Mid is getting shoved in. But XG, able to utilize the vision that they place. And there is just no good wards on the map for Falcons to truly understand. One's on the bot side, one's on the top rune. Like the map is getting choked out from the vision game. And when you get to play a slow game, vision is critical. All it takes in Dota is one jump to unlock the next big objective, be it Roshan, tier 2, high ground, and XG played it flawlessly in the mid game.
Yeah, and why was this a slow game? Because after the draft was done, I was told, Effie, that Falcons was going to have a very scary early game. And in my head, scary kind of coincides with maybe being active and aggressive, but it didn't turn out that way at all.
Well, they lost their lanes really hard. They were bleeding kills like left and right. They couldn't really set up for power runes the way that they are. They couldn't get their wisdom shrines early on, and naturally they're just going to slow down because of that. They hit their tempo based off of how well they played their first 10 minutes, and XG had their number in this one. They were going to play slow because they were just waiting for their Ursa's BKB timing, but after that, even though there weren't a lot of kills, they were playing quickly on the map on Extreme Gaming. They were ready to just jump any target that showed on the side lanes.
Yeah, the early game definitely did not have as much action as maybe we thought initially, but that's okay. And the action that was there was very mechanically skilled, isn't that right, Purge?
That's right. Those early game fights after you lose your towers are so important because they beat back your opponents or stop them from taking more ground. So that's why this fight was so important at the 18-minute mark for Extreme Gaming here. They've got Blink Dagger on the Mars. They're able to jump and spear back Mallory into the tower, and they throw all of their damage into him, basically, almost all of their ultimates. But killing him is important because he's the one that's going to be disabling, staying alive, and stopping their heroes from blinking around. So really good teamfight disruption from the Pangolier. And eventually, with this great hoof stomp that happened here, it basically oops, wrong tool. It sets up a very good stomp and very good arena, which looks like a great opportunity. But Skitter jumps in, and something I want you to look at is look at how much armor he's got here. He's got 8 minus 8 right now. I'm going to do the zoom in one. But as soon as he gets close to the Elder Titan X Nova, this armor number drops down to 0. And this is the exact moment that Ame jumps in with his Battle Fury. And if you take a look over here as well, he forgot to use Warcry, or he chose not to because he needed to jump in immediately to save his teammates. And as a result, he's got minus 8 armor because of his Mask of Manas, which is why he died so stupidly fast. I mean, they even used the Pavis here to give him some HP, but it doesn't really matter if you got minus 8 armor. So this was a really sick read by Extreme Gaming to recognize, oh, we're down 2 heroes, but we can still blow you up right now. So they took that opportunity, won that team fight, and that really helped ensure that that laning stage disadvantage that Falcons had didn't get any stronger.
Yeah, very well put there indeed. And of course, both teams are looking forward to seeing what might change in that game number 2. Maybe different pick order, different heroes, definitely as well. And I'm wondering, what can we really learn from a game like this? Because considering it was so slow, do you think either team will try to speed it up, or is that too risky? Because playing that fast does come with risks.
I would say that both teams actually kind of got what they want. Even like Malrein, he has a lot of level 25, level 30 heroes. He didn't have the best game, but I would attribute that more to Extreme Gaming. I think they played very well. They didn't give them many like opportunities in the game, so I wouldn't even call this an off game from Falcons. I just think XG, they brought their A game. I don't think you change too much when it comes to the draft. You just gotta bring it in the game.
Agreed. I think Extreme Gaming, like, they have their momentum from their amazing win yesterday into their energizing win today into this game. They caught Falcons off guard, and now Falcons have to wake up, because if you look at their draft, Skeeter on Sven, ATF on Pango, Malvian on his Ember, Snaking on his Enchantress, Crit on his Snapfire, these are their heroes.
Well, I know two people who are great at waking other people up. Slacks and Tsunami.
Hello, everyone. Yes, yes, indeed. Can we tell the future, my friends? This is the Oracle TI, in case you didn't notice, because you're dumb. Anyway, yes. Will we be able to tell the future here today? In fact, we will. You see, in pubs after the International, there's a bit of time until the next patch, and typically, people will pick whatever they picked at the International, making, you know, pro builds into very, very bad pub builds. So, I have gathered the greatest seers in all of the arena, the random people standing behind me, who will make prophecies upon what we will see in your future disgusting pub games. Let us go and speak to other seers. Hello, what do you think we will see after the International in pub games?
I'll probably think of Hoodwink with Helm of Dominator, but just in general, Helm of Dominator on any kind of support. Pulling the lanes, giving us some free tasty last hits on big creeps. It's going to be wonderful.
Absolutely disgusting Helm of the Dominator, pause 4s and pause 5. Write it down, Tsunami. Dark times ahead. Put it on the sacred slate, please.
Slacks, I don't want to do the character. Please don't make me do the voice.
Do the voice, Tsunami. We practiced the voice for 20 minutes in the back. Tsunami, do the voice.
Oh, Sia, I shall write down Hoodwink and Helm of the Dominator.
Don't do the voice anymore, Tsunami. They love it. Keep doing it. What do you think we'll see after the International?
I got a couple of things.
Okay.
First of all, the runes. I've been following the decoding of the runes.
Yes.
It'd be like this Azizov character.
Let's not spoil the secret runes, young man. Maybe. Don't look at, I don't know shit. You think they tell me anything? I would tell you right now, for fun. But maybe we might see something. What else? Meta-wise. Why? He keeps looking at you, making me uncomfortable. Goodbye, young man. Goodbye. Hello?
Hello. Everybody buys 2 Dominators and switches them in the inventory.
Double Dominator switcheroo.
Everybody, for everybody.
Don't write that down. Oh, he's writing it down. Oh, no. Strange people staring. Yes, indeed. Helm of the Dominator backpack strat could happen. Anyone else have an idea? Hello, what will we see in the future of Dota?
Yeah, I'm just scared to see the Bristleback with Butterfury in my pubs.
Oh, no, gracious. Dark times ahead, Bristleback with Battle Fury. Please. Please ban the Bristleback to save yourself. What do you think we'll see?
One team will have full Helm of the Dominator, and the other team will have full Midases to counter it.
Oh my goodness gracious. I don't think that worked. Whatever.
My liege, I missed that one. Say it again, please.
I'm good. No, that doesn't. It's all good. Hello. What do you think we'll see, my friend?
The heroic Meepo carry.
Oh! One person cheers, the one Meepo player in the crowd. 'Tis a good day for you, but terrible for everyone else. What shall you see?
Satanix Tinker carry.
Oh, God! My heart cannot take it. Foul times are ahead of us, Tsunami. What have you got written down? Last one right here. What do you think?
Maybe Battle Cup Turbo Mod?
Oh, okay, could happen. All right, everyone. Tsunami, do you like our choices?
The choices are sound, my lord, and thou shalt pick Hoodwink and Helm of the Dominator. Strange people will stare at you and make you feel uncomfortable. 2 Dominators, 1 in the backpack and 1 in the inventory. We're gonna keep having Bristleback's grief games. That's just business as usual. Yuma Meepo. Any love for the Meepo picks that we had during the road? And okay, now you guys are cheering because I tell you to, but I want you to be real on this one. Do you actually want to see Tinker carry?
May that be the loudest boo I've ever heard on stage while I'm there. Thank you so much, everyone. Well, have some dark days in your pub after the International, but many things might still happen in this grand finals. So keep your eyes open, my friends. Good luck. It's going to be hell out there.
Or happy times, because if all my enemies are doing that, I'm winning with normal things. That's how it goes, team.
No, it doesn't. It's always on your team. Don't be so naive. And you queue for the game, you're happy after TI, and then you get every single idea in one single game.
No.
And then you
no.
still win. That's the beauty of Dota.
You see, you still win. Okay, that's all. That's all.
I was going to put you down and then bring you back up.
No, we're good. We're good. Speaking of winning, Extreme Gaming just won that first game, so there's a lot of talk going on in the back, I would imagine, with both of the teams and how they will adapt to TIGO. How do you want them to adapt?
Well, I think the easy answer is the respective Mars in the series, but I think the critical point will be Elder Titan, right? X-Nova, the stand-in, he wasn't on XG until, of course, unfortunately, Paulison fell ill. And X-Nova has entered the team with exceptional Elder Titan gameplay, and I feel like every clip we're going to ever see, it will be the buff-ups of the ET, the sleep disengages, everything about this hero makes it a Grand Finals hero.
It is one of his best heroes, it's one of his most played heroes, and I think he used the shard like really well. Other ETs, you just see, they stomp and they chill, but when he got the Ember, when he got Amar on the Pango, he went on top of them, he reduced all their armor, so Ame, he just claps you out of the game like immediately, and we must not forget, X-Nova just a few months ago had one of the darkest days ever with me in OG. We sucked. There was nothing going on, but this guy, he's incredible. He's making this comeback. He's playing so well. I'm just really happy to see like the two teams playing this well and going up against each other.
He's been sharp the entire tournament, and also the TP cancel on Sven, that was his Earth Splitter early on. If that hadn't happened, they would have not traded the Quap kill for the Sun kill, which tipped a lot of the momentum in X's favor. And the dewarding clips that you showed us earlier, there was a cool stat that we didn't get to talk about yet, but actually, Snaking and X-Nova, they're averaging around the same amount of dewards per game. Both of these teams are getting around 8.8 in a game, and he was probably the only one competing with Falcon supports on that. The next one was P-Vision at 7 dewards.
They have respectful map play. I say that, and it's like very honest traditional Dota, right? The way that they move, the way they do, they're not utilizing, Helmet Dominators to, shadow push a wave and not have to do it. Like, they're doing it the old-fashioned way, which is why these stats are so similar, and why this finals, again, still should be so competitive.
What about that Hoodwink Dominator, though? They were doing a little sneaky.
A little. It was like,
play.
why? I was like, what? I'm referencing the fact that it's not 5 or 4 or 3 compared to other teams. Wink,
Just
wink, nudge,
near
nudge.
one.
One's acceptable. 3, 4, 5. Come on.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the last times that Ame played in the grand finals, he ended up losing game 1. And then they ended up winning 2 in a row, and then they ended up, losing the rest. This time, this could be the flip of the switch. You've got the script that's turned upside down.
Pulled the other grand finals that Ame lost. He won the first 2, and then lost the second 2 as well. So he has both iterations already.
I mean, at least for, the people that we all love Ame, and there is a reason he is called the uncrowned king. If you look at his top, placements, it's first at Riyadh, first WePlay, first at so many countless other lands and other majors, but look at his TIs. TI 7, he gets 4th. TI 8, he goes to the grand finals, gets 2nd, 5 games. TI 9, 3rd place, barely misses out. TI 10, he goes to the finals again, 5-game nail biter, loses towards the very end again. TI 11, he gets 5th, 6th. So this could really be the one time where he can do it. He's up 1 game. They're looking so strong. I'm really looking for him to maybe do it this time.
I will say, it's so impressive to have played 6 internationals, and all 6 of them, you finish top 6 with even like 2nd and 3rd being the most common one. That is incredible on its own, let alone being able to come so close to taking that Aegis time and time again. And this time Extreme Gaming definitely on the right track to taking this grand finals, but I'm sure Falcons has also done some homework in the meantime. There's one question I still had. When we saw in that previous game Malrine having such a rough time, you could feel that Extreme Gaming knew to target him. Are we going to see Falcons do something with that in the sense to make him be a little bit more safe, either with more rotations possible or maybe more a hero that he has a win condition on.
They often do pick his hero quite early, right? With the Pangolin pick, that was probably going to be the case, but with that Queen of Pain, they had to find a new solution. And at that point, the bans, Monkey was banned, Earthshaker banned, Beastmaster banned, like they already had respected it. So yeah, you got to slot Marine a little bit earlier in the draft, potentially.
Well, let's see if they do that, as it is time to head into the second game.
Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals Game 2.
And we are in the thick of it already. We got Falcons Radiant, Extreme Dire, and the first pick is on the board. We have Extreme Gaming this time with the pickup of the Beastmaster. As kind of expected, the Mars was banned out fairly early by Falcons already. They leave the Sniper in for this particular game, and they answer with an Enchantress.
Not just the Mars Sheaves, but they've just put total respect on XXS's heroes pool. They take out his Shaker, they take out his Centaur. They don't want any of his shenanigans this time around.
A lot of the big Marine heroes that we were just referencing are already banned or picked. So interesting enough, Marine will have to think about a new hero once again that he hasn't relied on to get to this position.
My take on that last game was that the Ember would have looked better if the supports had a better game. Because
sure.
Ember is a hero that needs to play with the supports, and the Snap didn't get level 6 for a very long time, and they were feeding on these side lanes. Typically with Falcons, Snay and Crit will rotate so early and play with Mallory, and this just didn't happen, so the Ember looked bad.
He also looked a little uncomfortable, to be fair, like slight change. Some of them he was missing in the mid-river when he got ganked by the Hoodwink. Other Ember players would have been able to jump out. He wasn't. Like, he hasn't played it that many times in his career. He did play it once already at the International. It looked really dominant, but compared to his other heroes, it just didn't look to be in the same league.
I like that Falcons don't shy away from the Eng, right? The snaking Eng looked phenomenal in the entire tournament. It looked good last game too. So just because you lose once with it, don't go away from it. You're up against the Beastmaster, but at the same time, XG, they've banned out the two best heroes in my mind that Falcons would like to play against the Beastmaster. You've got the Gyro, you've got the Weaver. Because Skeeter, unlike other carrier players, he cares a lot about having, like, his game is like important to him, but it's more important that he slows you down. So they're gonna have to look for a replacement that links well with Eng to slow down the Beastmaster themselves.
And it does give permission to XG to buy one Dominator. One Eng equals one Dominator, that's fair, it's honest Dota 2.
I mean, you know it was going to happen anyway with the Beastmaster. But Ent is one of the old school lane counters as well. Sure, you cannot enchant the Dominator, but you just take a 4 on lane and you stick it to Beastmaster.
Falcons want a lot more tempo in this game, right? The way that ATF plays the Bristleback, he's throwing himself into early fights very quickly. And we've already said it many times, pacing is what beats XG. And with the first two picks from Falcons, it's what they're going for. But once again, this Elder Titan, 5 games, 100% win rate, it is exactly what you want to see to survive that early game. It does so much to dismantle any early aggression.
It's the same support duo from XG. They owned with it in game 1. You take it into your game 2. Hoodwink as well against Bristleback, incredibly strong. You've got the break, you get some roar into the sharpshooter. There's a lot of damage coming out to you if you're Falcons. The good thing for them also, they can flex the Bristleback. Yeah, it is. I would say Amar plays it probably the best out of all the players they have, but it would be a nice answer for you in the lane against the Beastmaster when you play this Bristle and Eng together.
Malrine Primal Beast. If you want to create some chaos in the game, throw in the Primal, throw in the Bristleback, run through XG. Don't give them time to think about the early game because, yeah, Falcons, they will fight this time around.
Primal Beast doesn't put XM, he doesn't put Malrine in a position where he gets counter-picked by XM or has to worry about his pick. Last game, there was a Queen of Pain. That's a lane-dominating type of hero. He had to go for the Ember. Primal Beast on Malrine, he doesn't even have to lane. He just cuts the waves, drags them behind towers, or pull them into waves, and always make sure he has his farm, regardless of whatever pick will come out on 18 here. For XG.
And the Ringmaster, right? We saw Crit play this before. When there is single target jump and that big pickoff, having Escape Pact is critical. So with with the Hoodwink and the Beastmaster in play, wanting to go for that explosive damage, I don't mind it at all.
The cool thing about Ringmaster is that it forces your pick that you maybe wanted something different to have to be a hero that builds Nullifier. If they were looking at a different style of carry for Ame, like another repeat of that Ursa, they can't do that comfortably because Ursa doesn't slot a Nullifier into his pool early enough.
Always the way when there's not a lot of lockdown and pucks in the pool, XM's gonna want to pick it up.
You're just great against the backline, right? You're gonna show them to each other. And ET always, you want not just the physical guy who uses the physical damage, you want the spirit with the magic damage, extra puck. It has looked absolutely phenomenal. On Falcons, you have the option of flexing heroes around. I would say that Amar is the better Bristle and Malrine is the better Primal Beast, but they have options because they have the ultimate last pick off the ground.
Let's see what's getting banned out here. We got the Dragon Knight already removed from the pool. Looks like both teams want to get the carry for their overall last pick. So we see what fits in there. And just for my own personal comment, we have the puck versus Primal. Regardless of how that goes, Malrine will always have the game right because he's kind of the way he plays it. He doesn't have to be on the lane. He'll go anywhere else that he needs to.
Primal is one of the best cores in the game, that if you have a bad lane, your ability to skip waves, farm, and recover is there. Marine has also utilized Primal in every game possible, good or bad, to have impact.
And when you look at Primal Beast and what makes him effective in an early game, it's the question of how successful will he be when he's off the map, when he rotates to the side lanes, when they don't see where he is, how afraid will they be? And if you have one Hoodwink on a side lane and an ET on another, you can't really stop this Primal Beast from early rotations, from charging in and trampling over you. They don't have the lockdown to do so against him.
I'm kind of liking potentially Lifestealer, right, for XG. Sure, there's a Primal Beast to grab you, but you can buy Radiance, disassemble it later for the Nullifier. It gives you ways to eat through the Bristleback through the game. You don't really care about Ench. Like, the game kind of secures the scaling for your team.
Yeah, I'm also kind of looking, like, is there something else you have to respect from Falcons? Like, if they do go for some, you know, if they do want to flex the heroes around, is there something you have to really respect? Because Ame, he's also a very versatile player. He can play any type of carry. He has the ET5 in his own lane too to like kind of protect him and like also make it easy.
I will say, this is, I think, a rare case of where we see a team in the overall or in the last pick phase with still 2 minutes left in their bonus time. That doesn't happen very often. And for me, that shouts confidence from Extreme Gaming in this draft.
So they take out another stun here of the Skidder.
And they don't even need their bonus time. They only use 3 seconds of their bonus time the entire draft. That I don't think it has ever happened before. They go for their clicks.
They're no down in their draft. I respect that a lot. We've seen Arme with the clink. It's a really annoying hero to play against. You're relatively tanky with your ultimate. Yeah, it's just insanely strong. First damage, very, very strong.
And he's the Nullifier hero. He comes to apply it so comfortably. It's so important to play against streamers.
It's not the easiest time to find the correct pick because you need some type of stun or knockdown. Sure, you have like Bristle and Primal, they are mobile, but Blink is very elusive. Puck as well, you don't have the best grab. Like right when you Blink and grabbing them on Primal Beats, you're gonna get instantly coiled, roared, bushwhacked, or ET stomped. So I'm not sure if they want to take it here into like some offline pick for Amar that gives you the lockdown. Do you just give him the Bristle, put another guy on Skeeter who can do the blink stuff? Because that's why XG banned those heroes. You have no DK, you have no Sven.
Another option is just a carry that builds Orchid. Those do have to be. There's also Grace's Orchid.
Let's see where the bottom is.
Falcons, though, they have to make sure that when they make a move, it's a move that is their own identity. It cannot be fixing an XG problem and they're stealing away playing behind you. Because, like Ken already mentioned, the elusiveness of Blink, Puck, and Hoodwink pick apart any 5-man ball that puts you down a lane.
I think normally when you play against heroes that as the game progresses become very problematic, like Puck because you lack disable, a 5-man ball can be very effective, especially if you win your lanes. You just make it so that they don't have a network advantage, you end the game before they're too strong, and that's another way to play into these Pucks and these storms. So if Falcon's stronger early game, this really works. Skeeter's got him as one of his comfort heroes. He can also itemize against the Puck, so Radiance Blink into Orchid into Bloodthorn, and that can be their damage plus.
The thing that is, Abaddon still needs those items for them to like truly win the game. And is that enough time for XG to feel like they come online, take that one fight, take the comeback? Because we're expecting Falcons to have the early game tempo. It's how quickly can they do it?
I mean, to me, it's like it's why we're here in the grand finals. It's both teams. They have what they want. You have Falcons. They're gonna play together. They're gonna tower dive. They're gonna go on you. But actually, I love these blinks. It's like a very OG counter to the Ench as well. You're gonna go through the game. Blinks is like very nice at protecting himself. You got the ET as well. So XG for them, it's about time. For Falcons, can they kind of go one step further from last game? Their lanes were not that good, but if they can have the lane and go to this mid and early game, I think they should absolutely have the lead.
Because they are all beefy heroes.
Yes, like they're gonna go. If you're Bristol, what do you want? You want a part of the charge, you want a bad defense, you want the Ridmaster that's cutting you into the one, the saving you, putting you on the box. So for XG,
survival versus speed on the main stage. And also on the main stage, it's Zhao 8 and Slax.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, I am here with the director himself. Give Tech some noise! Come on! Get you coming your way, absolutely. All right, let's talk a little bit about stamina. Famously, coming in from the lower bracket into the uppers, you know, that stamina starts to go down, teams start to get fatigued. I could make a wash your face joke here, but that would be immature, and I would not do that right now. Can you tell me, how are you keeping the energy up? How are you keeping these guys fighting?
在 TI 历史中，败者组打上来的队伍会打比较多场，他绝对没有想说洗把脸的这个梗，但是想问一下你，队伍是如何保持集中力还有体力的呢？
那还是洗把脸吧。
Let's just wash your face.
Fantastic, thank you very much. All right, you picked that Clinks in less than 3 seconds. You know, you have reserve time. You don't have to go that fast. But you guys were confident. Bam! Locked it in. Why was that? Who was making that call to pick it so quickly?
你们选了克林克斯古弓，3秒就选了，犹豫都没有犹豫的，是谁的决定呢？
其实很早的时候就觉得这把古弓特别好发挥，然后到最后一手大家都相信 M1。
So very early on in the draft, we believed Clinks is really good, and we believe in Ame.
Oh, who doesn't, right? Anybody else believe in Ame? All right. Last question for you here today. So you guys favor that Elder Titan. Only one other team did in this tournament. It was Paravision, so you've proven to be the superior Elder Titan team. Why does this hero work for you guys and nobody else?
我们看你们选了上古巨神大牛蛮多次的，然后本次比赛当中只有另外一支队伍 PV 选了大牛，你们已经证明自己是更好使用大牛的队伍。你觉得为什么你们的队伍会比较成功呢？使用这个英雄？
一个是选手玩的比较好，我觉得 X Nova 的大牛玩的特别好，还有感觉对面根本针对不了我们。
Well, one thing is that the player plays it really well. X Nova's Elder Titan is amazing, and they just have no way to counter us.
All right, well, we'll see about that. Thank you so much, my friend, for an excellent interview. Thank you as well to Helen, our translator. And we'll throw it to game number 2.
Welcome everybody to game number 2 between Extreme Gaming and Falcons. We heard the words from the director himself talking about X-Nova and that Elder Titan. Now you pointed to this hero. You said it was going to be one of the heroes of the tournament. As time goes on, people are going to remember that this hero is a beast in the late game. You agree with his assessment that X-Nova's Elder Titan is just a tier above the rest?
Oh, absolutely. He's one of the OG players on this hero. He has been playing it for years and years. He has a lot of experience on it. And you need that experience because this hero is all about hitting that stunner Earth Splitter at the exact right moment in the fight. If you mess it up, you're not contributing a whole lot. This is a really nice tool XG has brought out in this series, and one Falcons are going to have to address. They're trying to address it through the laning phase, giving him bad lane matchups, giving him supports that are difficult to interact with, also mid laners that are really mobile. Sometimes the CT can suffer with direct lockdown compared to a lot of their hard stunning supports. That game 1, though, it did not push through, and we saw some big plays coming out from X-Nova, especially with this Hoodwink ET duo. They get it again here in the game 2. Falcons did not deny this combination, so you're going to have that insane spelling, and you have this puck to play off of it. A lot of long-range artillery coming out from this XG line.
It really does go to show how amazing a player X-Nova is he wasn't even originally on this roster. Filling in for Pelosin, he's managed to step up. Of course, he's got a history of synergy with Ame, and there's no doubt about it that he is a top-tier TI caliber player. But it is amazing that Extreme Gaming have managed to fit him into the lineup so effortlessly.
It's up to Falcons to fight back. Down a game, not out of it yet. They want a strong laning phase here, as the panel mentioned. A lot of fast-paced heroes in this Falcons lineup, a lineup that could absolutely just end this game going higher at that 25-30 minute mark, particularly with this bad pick for Skeeter. I think they had a couple options in that last slot.
Ame into trouble. Falcons, are they going to claim first blood this time? The Quill, not enough, and X-Nova gets the kill on Crit first. You're happy with the trade-off of support for core, but Falcons just get single digits away from first blood.
Mar would have liked that 100 bonus gold there. Won't get it in time, but still happy with the laning prowess that they're asserting. This is looking like a triple lane win for Falcons, exactly what they want with these Enchantress-oriented lineups.
And that's quite a turn from game one, where we saw very early on. It was Extreme getting the CS advantage in the first couple minutes.
I think a lot of that was that Mars. Like that first pick Mars, I think caught him off guard a little. It set the pace straight out the gate. XXS had a very fast start on that hero. He was just so far ahead out of that lane phase. The Beast is going to be a little slower here, especially into the Enchantress. Not a fun lane. You can't abuse the boards as strongly. You have to go the Axis build. A bat can shield it off. Not a fun lane for this Beast to fight into. And this Bristle can be annoying for the Klink. One of the few melee heroes that can cause you problems because he can chase you down. He can build the stacks up. And Klink's, his tankiness comes online later in the lane, not on those super early levels.
Oh, that damage is building up. X-Nova. He's just going to work right now. Crit gives him the tonic, but it's not enough. Amar still falls. They both get dangerously low. Ame ends up going down in the end, and this dagger lands on. And X-Nova, he's now going to challenge him. Crit, he's got another dagger coming up, but he still has that whip. X-Nova can't challenge him, especially with the healing sound going. This is going to be a decent amount of miss CS. X-Nova shows Crit on the chase.
That's a big mana from XG on this lane. You go all in with that ET, you're committed. You got something out of that. That was very close with the quill stacks building up. XG strike back, but Ame back in a solid position, finishes the full Falcon blade. Malry doing his usual Primal Beast shenanigans here.
Yes, that is what you can expect from a Primal Beast pickup from Falcons. It almost doesn't matter what the matchup is, just because he can always cut the lanes. Let's cut between the mid-tier 2 and farm up neutrals at the same time.
That's interesting. They put this deep dire jungle ward, almost expecting these primal rotations through that jungle.
Right.
I don't think it's a move Malrine would have committed to, but just getting vision on him helps him play the map a little bit better. Expecting the shenanigans, perhaps.
Malrine, as a result, is up in both CS and experience, so he might get to that level 6 first. We'll see what commences if Falcons try and make a play off of him into the mid lane, or if we're going to see Malrine make the rotation.
I think you make the rotation this game. I think that's why you pick Primal. It rotates these side lanes super successfully. You can keep pulling waves. You can be off map for a long time. That move can be difficult to read. And you have some pretty decent side lanes to kill. Going on this Klink, going on the Beastmaster, building momentum for your two side laners is really nice in this style of game.
That was the first thing I thought when I saw Klink's pickup into the Primal Beast. I was like, okay, that is a bold move, because this Primal Beast is probably going to be trying to hunt down these Klinks non-stop in the first 20-30 minutes.
It's a great target for Malrine. Connect once or twice. It's going to feel great there. Not a lot of defensive options for Ame.
Be a whole lot easier if they could get a power rune, in particular something like an arcane or ancient rune. Will it spawn top for Malrine, or will it go bottom for XM? It's an invis rune for Malrine, so Malrine does get it, but not the biggest power rune in the world in this early game.
So wait for something more aggressive. He'll take it. He's having a way better start here. I think he's on a hero that can hack the fight a lot more directly. We don't see Ember for a reason, and I think it was odd that Falcon didn't have a bit of a pass picking Malrine's hero. Very rare for this morning. Go back and look at all this, right? They have been jamming his hero early. Mid healing all. So having this setup probably feels a lot more comfortable for them. They're able to trap accordingly. Pressure building up on the same for the Enchantress. Over trying to break that up on field, but I think it's way too difficult to man up here.
I like that. He pulls the hard camp too early, so it'll be difficult for Chris to be able to re-pull it at the right time for another stack. This bottom lane, though, is being pressured heavily. They're just going to run over Xingqiu instead of for the Wisdom Shrine. That's going to be a double for Falcons. They got this last time.
Perfect move from Malrine. At the exact point in this game, you want that mid to get over there, set that kill up, double Wisdom Shrine. Do to XG what they did to you last game. I'm going to take it away. And set your supports up for success here. Very fast start for this Falcons lineup.
XM will do what he can to pressure the mid tower, but it's just not the same as, say, a Dragon Knight.
Oh, not even close. I mean, his best tool is to counterplay the Malrine Beast, Primal Beast around the map with the coil. But a move like that's just too fast. There's no ability to react. And you need damage to follow up on your coil to bring him down in this game. He's already up to 1200 HP, 10 armor. Puck cannot kill this hero alone. You need support. Losing Wisdom Shrines means the damage from your support duo is going to come out way later in this game. No Earth Splitter, no Sharpshooter for a long time. More space, more time for Malrine to just rampage around the map. This could be a free tower last hit.
secured. Illusion Rune for XM, so we're getting a lot of the lesser power runes out of here, which means it's going to be a whole lot more important to get that 10 and 12 minute one for either side. Another same defensive jungle ward there to spawn out these aggressive rotations now that they've given up the top tower. Certainly going to see a lot more heroes occupying this space.
You can continue to dodge here, but ultimately you're going to have to find something to get levels on your supports. Just a little bit behind right now, and it's killing your offensive playmaking ability. There's just no threat on these heroes around the map. I mean, this Enchantress is already almost 6.5. Raindrop, full wand, Sister, Shroud, untouchable, 2 points in the shield. He's already unkillable. We saw Snake King become a nuisance late. He's kind of already there. No one's bringing him down. It's in theory going to be Ame again late. On the hero that can put Enchantress down, so there's that Ursa. That's a long way away, so the King can play very aggressive in this early game.
Stomp on Amar. The puck is making his way over here. So they can just hold him here long enough that the puck arrives. And Orb, he jumps in, hits the coil. And they finish him off. XM going to be slowed down and feared by Crit. Good response from Falcons. Pushes XM away. The play just didn't really come together quite at the same time. The puck just too far away to take advantage of the early bushwhack.
That almost felt like the play call was, let's just kick this guy out.
Yeah.
We know we can't really kill him, but we'll get him low. We'll kick him out. It'll free up some space for the Flames. These strength cores are going to be a nuisance to bring down this game. Back to Falcons' MO, right? Spam the triple strength core, build the EHP up, get a pipe behind him, get some auras. It's going to be an insane amount of tank ability. Yeah, that's not happening either. And this is the aggressiveness that Snake played with for the first 20 minutes here. It's totally invincible. Just run on extra side of the map, steal camps, threaten the folks behind the tier ones, get the wards into the places that are going to set up further plays for your team. This is all information that Nightreign can play off of. It's all power roots that are automatically being secured from them, just off the presence of this Enchantress that nobody wants to deal with right now.
Nova, he's a bit surrounded here. The daggers into the Viscous Nasal Goo, okay. And he can't TP out either because Crit is ready to stop that one, so his life is kind of forfeit here. There's that fear. And Falcons up 2,000 net worth. This is looking way more like a Falcons game. They get an advantage off the laning phase. Now they're going to start building that, and they're going to bully you with that net worth advantage with their strength heroes. I mean, they're already tough to kill, but you get a net worth advantage on top of that. Overwhelming.
This is what they wanted to happen in Game 1. They're getting it in Game 2, so now they get a chance to play their style of Dota against XG. Up 3K now, so much of that on this Bristleback. If ATF is the most farmed hero in the game, I think your chance to win it goes up considerably. This is this man in his element. He is the best in the world at playing this carry style off lane. He is in prime position to do just that. Going first item Lotus, going to be a little early tank ability and utility here. Great scaling against the Beastmaster Roars. You're almost always going to want it at some point in the game. Of course, you get a little regen to boost up your farm speed. And XG's still looking for the supportals here, man. It's just been mega delayed.
Yeah, without that, they simply do not have a way to stop this Bristleback from farming right in front of their tier 2. They need Xingqiu badly to get to his 6 and get the sharpshooter for the extra bit of burst damage, for the break mechanic. There's so many things that it provides. Same goes with the Elder Titan, right? The biggest damage spell he has is that Earth Splitter. The fact that their Wisdom Shrines got taken away from them is causing them more and more problems.
Also, again, going straight helm on this Hoodwink, potentially, particularly they have a helm on the beast. They have some split push stall moves, right? If you can get these items up, start pushing the lane, and Falcons make these immobile cores show on parts of the map they don't want to. That can be a way to slow this team down and just get some more CL on your tri-core here. Especially in defend this tier 1 mid. Biggest pressure point on the map right now, tier 1 mid for XG. And keep this power alive, protect Ancients for XXS, protect the upper jungle area for Ame as Amar starts to assert his advantage. He finishes this Lotus, you might see that slow towards mid, especially with the Primal Beast blink.
Have you ever seen a Helm Dom creep on a Skeleton Warrior?
I don't think I have. It's not the
Big
strongest
Brother
point.
Skeleton, man.
He's going ham. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, not the best play considering it does time out. XXS will need a few more seconds to grab another one, but fortunately because of his double Sage's Mass, he just doesn't seem to run out of mana, so he's just throwing wild axes around non-stop. So despite Falcons getting that early advantage, it does seem like Extreme are prepared for this kind of grind. They're just playing very efficient jungle right now.
But are you prepared for Arcane Blink Primal be smoking at you on the map?
I'm not sure if anybody is prepared for that much.
This is where Maulry can break the game open. He finds a couple big core kills.
Backs away, but they know where he's going. He's headed to farm some neutrals. Just outside. He just used the north. Perfect timing. Get the grab on him. While the orbit's done, chain up the disables, push him into the wheel.
Nice connection, perfectly executed. That's an Arcane Room, so all your cooldowns coming up again in 20 seconds here. You can see another fast play come out from Maulry on the map.
I think the funniest part about that is that play is disguised by the fact that the Enchantress is hitting your mid tier 2 or tier 1. So they're not sure if there's a smoke play behind the Enchantress where somebody shows they're going to get jumped, or if they're actually smoking around the map areas.
I mean, look at that. He's once again just posting up solo in this triangle, daring XG to come kill him. Knows there is no response.
And apparently Skeeter's going to do the exact same thing. A pushback, but a Hurricane to push him back into the shrine. Crazy little micro plays going on. Snake King slowed down by XM, but it doesn't matter. They simply just do not have the damage anywhere on Extreme. They have to land a stomp and then follow through with all the setup that they got.
And there's the Bristle rotation to mid ATF. He gets it for free here. All the attention drawn to another lost Wisdom Shrine. The XP difference in this game is insane. We are already up to 7 levels, 27% in 14 minutes. What is that?
This is
disgusting.
This is turning into a very one-sided affair.
If you're about to have both these range supports at the same level as your hard carry on the side section, that is not good news for the team fight. XG. It's almost getting to the point where you are desperate for any sort of kill just to gain some momentum in this game. Trying to find it with XM on mid, but this is not the man.
Not even close. Not even close.
This is the last person on this map you should be going into right now. He is the hardest to kill for the gain you're getting, which is extremely minimal. Snake King just controlling so much of this mid area. XG getting frustrated with it. Just gotta play for your Beastmaster Ags. Deso on Ame. Try and go with that damage.
Yeah, maybe a little bit later on, Ame, he'll be able to take the Enchantress off the table at the start of these fights, whether it's, you know, through the break into actually attacking the Enchantress or through the shard later on where you could bypass that untouchable. But for now, it's simply not a solution. And as a result, Falcons, they've got full control of this game. They're just running around picking off heroes. Extreme are fighting for scraps. They little guerrilla warfare. They're hitting these camps variously and hitting the lane and just running away as soon as they can.
They have heroes that can solo show on waves. There's not much you can do about it. The Enchantress is one, but also this Skeeter Abad, he has just been chilling out here the whole time. Nobody can force him off this wave. Absolute free farm. The Radiance is done. He's going into the Manta. He will give you the lane shove because of how aggressively you can show. XG need to assert some sort of threat on the map right now to regain control. It probably starts with the puck into the support ultimates. Looking down bottom, but again, this is another tough target to go into with this Abad. You cannot prevent the ult going off here. And that buys a lot of time for Falcons to support him off of the tier 1 that is still standing. All 3 towers available. In fact, this tower is basically 100% HP down here.
When you make this sort of play, the slower it is, the worse it gets. Mid tier 2 is being pushed. Top tier 2 is being pushed. Nobody on Extreme is showing except for Ame. And I think Skeeter and Maureen, they've made a read of this. They know they're going to go for Skeeter. And this is going to go real bad, potentially. They get the grab, and already the squirrel is gone. And the Bandit is back up to full HP. Extreme Gaming make their first big move of the game, and they're going to lose 3 heroes and get absolutely nothing in return.
And a double kill for Maureen, 5-0. This is basically going to finish up that BKB. This has been clinical control of the map from Falcons. This is what they're known for. This is their style at Dota. They just give you nothing. They present an unkillable sight across the map. You want to go on this Bristle? Be my guest. You want to go on Enchantress? Good luck. Go on the Abad. The play's too easy to read.
Why is this game 2 so much different than game 1? Because last time, Ame was just able to play his own game and has nothing really to do with carries, right? Extreme were able to run around his 4 and do a lot.
I think it's a wisdom trying difference, right?
Yeah.
The forwards were Extreme, got their ults faster, were able to make more plays off it. They had a faster hero in the offlane to enable it in the Mars versus the Beast. That just sets everything up way better. The lane phase is better for them. Here, Falcons, they got the better lane. They got all the time. Their supports were able to assert on this from that a little quicker. All these small things add up immensely in a high pressure situation. The map can close real fast on you.
It feels kind of weird because we have seen this trend where these games are going so late. Teams are adjusting and trying to make sure that they have scale in their squad. But it seems like this matchup, it's going to be both about scale and laning fits.
You can't ignore it. And it's a trap. You want to play for the scale because that's what's going to make you feel comfortable, especially in a grand final. But you risk getting run over. You are going to sacrifice some of your laning. You're going to sacrifice some of your ability to fight back around these tier 1s. And Falcons are not a team that's afraid of taking advantage of that.
Oh yeah, they're just gonna do Roshan right in front of your face. And Extreme,
no response.
I don't think there is, yeah. I think that the most you have is his Spirit going in, slowing him down every once in a while, and every single time he does, it comes at a risk. He might get found by Maureen at some point.
Items are just way too fast here. I mean, he can be done on Primal Crimson for ATF on this Bristle. That is a debilitating item for Ame this early in the game. Yeah, you have the Deso to kind of punch through with some minus armor, but this Clinks is not dealing big DPS like an Ursa or a Sven. He needs more right clicks to get the job done, and this Crimson is just going to completely take you out of the fight.
Yeah. Now we're going to see some of this classic Ame and Yatoro Clinks where once they pick up the shard, they're going to start bursting down waves and then disappearing off the map. So it will start to become harder and harder for Falcons to maintain control, to keep Extreme locked on their side of the map, to keep them down in net worth.
We are seeing it flatline a little bit. I mean, they got a lot of this bottom half of the map back under control. Got to start ratting it out of it. No way you can take a head-on fight right now. Exnova looking to steal this. Set up here with a ward.
I don't even know how he would do that with Elder Titan of all heroes.
We got called where does the spear hit? I'm crit.
Yeah.
Maybe they just don't do it. A nice little shard for the Ringmaster.
Do you think they buy an early gem? They just start looking around at anything to take wards off and find the Clinks as Ame's moving around. I feel like that's the only thing that really can stall out the game for Falcons and stall out their progression.
I could see early gem in this game, particularly because you have cores to give it to that are. Yeah, I mean, the Enchantress can always hold it, but if you want to put it on the front line with the Bristle you had, maybe even the Primal, there's such a there's no risk of losing the gem. I would love it. They had this control like we saw execute in game 1. Choke them out on the map, threaten their Jinx even more in the team fight. You just aren't going to be able to get those good angles.
And what's the timing here for Extreme to actually, take a team fight? Is that 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes from now? How long do they have to stall this game before they can finally fight?
I mean, honestly, at this point, if you're not losing a net worth advantage, in other words, if you are trading farm evenly on the map, you do that for as long as possible. Okay. Like, I don't think there is a clear point. It's just we need to stall this game, use the DOMs, get to a point where we can start to threaten cores in this game, because that's your biggest problem. And that's going to require a lot of damage.
We didn't do much to interrupt the Tormentor, but he did lead Falcons on a little merry chase. And then after that, his ward spotted out this smoke. So they go through the game, they try and chase after these heroes, but Extreme are all vacating the area. They're not going to be caught in this. Well, maybe their Helmet Dom creep will. But even Jinq, yep, making more smokes, laying underneath the Watcher. Very smart.
You cannot lose double shot again in this game. Ame needs to get this.
Okay, maybe that was sticking around for too long there. He already broke the smoke, but Jinq, cheeky as always, trying to play inside the trees, does get found. That is the advantage of the Primal Beast. He can cut through these trees anytime he wants to.
Very nice hero, defying the graph around the map. And scaring XM off this mid, just so hard to get the lane control. Will pick up though. I an incredible lineup with the lanes up right between the puck and that lane scenario. It's been very hard to test here. Even Hoodwink can contribute a little bit, especially if he goes the Helmet Dawn build. There's some decent hope if you're actually need to just stall this team out and not let that lead build.
And Amar takes some tier 2s. You take that tier 2, you take the outpost, more and more map control. But you almost wonder, like, would Falcons be strong enough to just hit high ground and say, you know, you have to fight us?
I think Amar is strong, honestly.
Yeah, well, we saw he wasn't scared of the high ground whatsoever. Farmed the creep wave underneath the tier 3, joins his team to mid-tier 2.
The thing is, Falcons can absolutely go high ground. They've built all the early utility. You have sustain from a chance. You have shields from a bat. I think they will make this play. And that is the downside for the rat action from Extreme. You're not going to have time to see this style through. You can keep farming the side lane. Puck and beast on the edges of the map. Your base is done. You have to take this fight.
Somebody's got to kill this mid-wave. And then somebody's got to come the next wave.
No one's in a position to do that.
No. So then the other option is you either concede this mid lane of barracks in 22 minutes, or you actually play to fight.
Falcons got what they wanted. Everybody back to the base. Except for this XXS Beastmaster stayed out. They will try and hunt him, clear him out of the map.
Yeah, he's getting so close to BKB, and that would be a really big upgrade to their team fight potential.
He's going to run into crit. Try and roar and kill him here?
Yeah, Maureen, he's going to jump in, and he gets grabbed on XXS. No roar goes out just yet. The roar's still available, though. XXS, he can throw it out now, and he'll TP away. The whip is going to be there in time. The TP, ill-advised for XXS. He tries to chase down crit, but it just will not work for him. Kited out by the constant daggers. Meanwhile, Amar still hitting your tier 3s. He's chipped it away just a bit more, and now that there's no Beastmaster, it feels like the gates are wide open.
They're trying to stall his damage, but he has just planted himself here. Truly invincible on this front line. Still 20 seconds for that Aegis. The early itemization gives him so much tank ability at this point in the game before the late game Clink scaling comes online.
And there's the gem at 24 minutes. Snaking buys one. We'll see if he passes it on to somebody else or if he holds on to it. The Aegis does expire, so Falcons, they won't get a lane of barracks out of this Aegis. Likely to wait out for the second one. That has been Falcons' MO. When they get a lead like this, we saw it in the road to TI. I mean, they are willing to just build up an absurd net worth lead. Doesn't always work out for them, but it usually does.
I think this will be a little bit of a difficult game to do that if you just play the map straight up. If you're constantly forcing XG to respond to something, either a high ground, or Roshan, Torment, or whatever it is, that's what's going to build you the lead. But you haven't seen them catching the big cores on the sides of the map. The Bristle's not equipped to do it, the Abaddon's not equipped to do it, so you're really relying on the Primal Beast, and he also has to keep his farm up to continue scaling here. It's just very difficult to catch the puck and the Clinks out on the sides.
We get to BKB on the Beastmaster. We get to Nullifier. That's going to be the item choice for Ame. The panel brought this item up as a crucial item in a matchup against some of these Falcons heroes. Does that change the narrative a little bit?
You remove the escape act presence. You remove a lot of the buffs that are going out on these heroes. Does let you more confidently single target focus a hero down with Nullifier plus Primal Roar connecting on somebody.
I mean, you stop the save, but can you threaten the hero in the first place is my question, I guess.
Well, that was actually close. I mean, if you can't threaten him, then the team fight's just out the window anyway, right? So you have to believe you have enough single target DPS, and this will set you up to convert that single target DPS into a guaranteed kill. I think it is the correct idea here. There's always going back to X-Nova here on PT as well. If you need damage, this is the hero that you can get. Now, BKBs can be annoying, blocking out a lot of your aura. You know, you're going to have to get through the Abaddon Light. You're not probably going to damage. It's going to be really heroes. Throw that Earth Splitter, you can step up, get on top of everybody. Sharpshooter through, the missile interaction like this, and bringing targets out of the team. Refresher already done on Lori. He loves this rush for Refresher. And tight on the mana, but at every power room, you know, a couple of teams behind him. Absolutely looking to fight.
The Extreme Gaming, they bought their own gem. And we're thinking about their own push outside of the base. Maybe to catch Falcons unaware. grouped up. They're playing out smoke of their own, and clearing through vision. Very good high ground vision themselves. Running into the Beastmaster. See him at a distance. XXS making a break for the base. His Hawk will take the dagger, but his body will get grabbed. Nightreign starts things off, forcing XXS to use BKB. There goes the tree cut. That's going to be a constant annoyance. Not only is the Hoodwink going to be hunted down inside of the trees, but this trample cuts trees down, so we can't really rely on the acorn shot to plant a tree and play off of that bushwhack.
Very few reliable subs to play with this game outside of that board. And of course, there's Skeeter on the bat. You just run and shield whoever you goes. Have a good day. Now hitting your base. All the ults were used. What do you have left in the tank? No nullifier yet for Ame. No BKB for XXS. He was your strongest team fighter. A lot of network got taken off that little gank up top. This is just a free lane for Falcon.
Yeah, this is looking like a real sad way to lose one of your games in this TI Grand Final.
Or a very comfortable way to win it.
That is also true. Falcons, everything is going to be undone if they can close out this game from that game one's mistakes. You're sort of going to feel like you have a potent draft advantage from this sort of situation. If Extreme haven't managed to answer it here. Oh, good initiation from Nightreign. Almost caught XM. They could have chained that with crit and the whip. Would have been beautiful, but hey, there's going to be plenty more opportunities like that. You do not have to rush things too much here.
XM did get to Lincoln's. Just worth pointing out here in case you get some big spell on him.
Sure.
There's already an Orchid for Skeeter. He's immediately trying to answer it, put more threat onto this puck, and there's your ticket high ground. Second Roshan available for Falcons. They will instantly clean it up. This will prompt the smoke from XG. They feel like they have a better shot contesting this than taking that high ground fight against the Aegis. Scan goes out. Falcons leave the pit.
Ame's also about as strong as you can ask him to be at this point in time. Yes. Level 18, nullifier done. If they can't make it work now, then you may just have to accept that this is a GG call. Both teams aware of the positioning.
That's not the guy you want.
They try and go for the nullifier, but the grab, no, the roar. It's gonna stop him. Ame gets a bit of distance, and the Earth Splitter does good damage. Nightreign kind of has to retreat here. As tanky as he is, he backs away. Now chasing after the Hoodwink, doesn't get that either, and they got the ultimate out of the Skeeter Abaddon. This is going pretty well for Extreme, and now with the break, they go after the Abaddon. Escape back to help protect him. No nullifier back up for Extreme just yet. Nightreign with the refresh, though, goes back in with a BKB, and a second round. No roar to protect him this time, and Skeeter on top of him. What a bushwhack, but Ame simply cannot output the damage. These heroes of Falcons, they are just too big and too bad.
That felt like a fight where XG executed it absolutely to the limit. You couldn't ask for more. They popped so much early, and they will end up losing basically everybody. Just too much sustain, too much tankiness in this lineup. They are too far ahead off the lanes, and that is likely going to secure Falcons this game to win. And if it does, and you're XG, you're going to have to make some big adjustments going into game 3, because this was the kind of pace and laning phase you were trying to avoid in this series. This is one of your weaknesses this tournament. You cannot give this team this kind of start. They just completely run away with it.
Relatively low death timers because we're just so early into the game. It's only 30 minutes in, and Falcons are threatening a second lane of barracks. 14 seconds seems a bit too long to protect this one. Extreme will have to hold out on that third lane. Protect against Megas, but Falcons, they can take this. They can back out. Roshan is open for the taking now.
You also just finished up Pipe on Enchantress, limiting that ET presence, limiting that Hoodwink magical burst damage.
Yeah, this is looking like just disgusting Falcon setup that made them so dominant in the previous year's regular season.
Just max the early EHP across the board. Damage test your enemies. And if they fail, the game just ends.
A scan reads what's coming from Extreme. A desperate 5-man smoke to get to the pit in time. But Falcons, ever patient, will back away from the Roshan pit and force Extreme into this uncomfortable position where they watch as the mid lane and the bottom lane push into their base. They want to contest Roshan, but how long can they just hold this position to do so?
They cannot hold it forever. Meanwhile, Falcons, they will sit on this hill until something happens. They are in no rush right now. They know they have the significant 5-on-5 advantage. They have the auras in this early game. They have the tanky frontliners that XG have to jump. Just put ATF on the front line and dare XG to jump him.
Extreme definitely going to be put to the test of that bend, don't break style. Practically doubled over.
Oh, Ame, he wanted that
He's just going to go for it. He blinks right to the middle of them. And Ame's just got to keep on running. XM hoping to protect him here. Now there is the roar stomping out Maureen, but look at the Enchantress threatening Ame. He's running away from a 5 position who gets saved by the escape back, plus the Aphotic Shield. They've got so many things to bail each other out. As many spells as Extreme can land, as many hits as Ame can do, it just doesn't even make a dent in the Falcons' armor.
Too much sustain. Way too much sustain for this lineup to punch through this early into the game. I'm sure they dealt like 6, 7, 8K damage there. And what did you threaten? Half the Enchantress' HP pool?
The sad part is it's just getting worse and worse. They might be dealing more damage, but they're dealing a less when it comes to the percentage of Falcons' HP pools. It just looks like they are tankier than ever.
Sages could be a killing blow in this game.
Yeah, Ame, he picked up a Crystallis, but I mean, it feels like you need a Daedalus and another item to even come close, but
need a Divine Rapier at this point.
Yeah. He's cutting waves best he can. Amar playing totally isolated because he can, because even if they could kill him once, he's the one with the Aegis, and by the time they threaten him a second time, feels like his team will probably be able to make the move to support him.
I mean, I love they gave him Aegis here twice, right? Just let him go ham on the front line. He has this scene read. He's going to deal a crap ton of physical damage. He can threaten the tower, and then all you have to do is worry about shielding the Primal Beast if he gets jumped. And that's it, right? There is no threat to the lineup other than that.
Yeah, you don't have to put the Abaddon on the front lines and